Yorana, and good morning and welcome back to Paradise. Griffin Colapinto and Tommy Witz, his coach, still just buzzing off the 10-point ride yesterday, and Ethan Ewing is just sticking to his game plan. First one out on dark, get a warm-up, pack things up by 6:30, move on. World number one, Gabby Bryan, Tyler Wright, defending champ Molly Picklum, all smiles, knowing that they're on today. Grab the jerseys. Anatle Lior, the rookie on tour, will take on a veteran named Sally Fitzgibbons, three-time world runner-up, will be making her debut at the end of the road in just a few minutes. Good morning, everybody. It's time for more pro surfing. What a last few days it's been for us here. The most treacherous, most glorious, beautiful wave on the planet. Really kicking off the back end of the season in a great way. Joe Turpel with CT Ripper, Jesse Mendez here for the call. It was a really nice, relaxed sleep, wasn't it? Satisfied. Our cup is full after what we saw yesterday, and now I'm really excited to transition to women's round one this morning.
I mean, we saw this morning, there's still some bombs. That wave from Eaton was one of those outside ledges. Today's going to be a little bit more inconsistent for those waves, so there's going to be a lot of game strategy, where you move in, where you sit in the bank. Not in the bank, in the reef in this case, but it's going to be exciting to watch. Let's see what the girls have to offer, and offshore winds blowing all day, so it cleans up the lineup. That wind swell that we had it previously, it's going to be long gone, way smaller today in that scenario, so it's going to be very fun to watch. A great day ahead of us.
Big round one heats. The top seeded surfers are seeded into the second round. That's surfers like Gabby Bryan, Carissa Moore. But right out of the gates, we'll see a three-time world runner-up, Sally Fitzgibbons, who's actually missed out on this event the last few years because she's fallen off tour at the mid-season cut. So Sal getting her first start of her career here in Tahiti, taking on a Knott who has Olympic experience training behind her, so maybe a few more reps than the Australian veteran.
Definitely way more reps here before. Have surfed in this event previously. Not scared of pulling some big moves and some big barrels, so we'll see how this one will match up. Knott also, I've been seeing a lot of clips of her lately the past few years, going to Indo, getting super barreled as well on her forehand, so it's going to be a pretty even match. Huge
name, probably the biggest you'd ever see at this location. Vahine Fierro will take on Australia's Isabella Nichols in Heat 3 of the round. Tia Zabrowski, her dad's from Tahiti. She's also coached by Jeremy Flores. And Erin Brooks is trying to really start her season. She's been kind of stuck in round 1 and 2 and is actually the low seed against the rookie Tia Zabrowski this morning.
Yeah, and if you look at it, Vahine and Erin, probably the two most deadly surfers we have out here, being goofy footers, and both of them 18 and 19, so a huge opportunity for both of the surfers to catch up to the people on the top 10 and, put themselves in a little bit of a safer position.
And the talk of the town and Chopes is the Super Grommet, Miss Teahupo'o, Kelia Galina, back-to-back trials champion to get into the main event again. And this time, well, she's 13 instead of 12. She'll be turning 14.
So much more mature right now.
Oh, exactly. Just in a couple of days. But she takes on Tyler at the end of the round, and we've seen some big improvements from her in barrel riding. Her backseg technique is just absolutely incredible. Her parents, her sister, the whole town of Teahupo'o is so proud of her. She's coming up at the end of this round. Let's check in with Strider for the official call.
Good morning, Joey. Thank you. Out here with Betty Lou. Betty Lou, you've been out in the lineup catching a couple waves. How was it?
It's gotten a lot cleaner from the first look this morning, so it's all positive. It hopefully gets better and cleaner. Yeah, it's really tricky. It's not easy today. A lot of in-between sets and not barreling enough, so it's kind of more inside ledge. Got to hunt today.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you're going to be hunting, on your session out there. I did see you ride some waves, though. Are you feeling confident?
Yes, definitely feeling more confident than I have been the last couple of years coming here. But yeah, excited to get the jersey on.
And we're on with 40-minute heats.
40 minutes, let's go. I didn't know that. That's great.
All right, well, we'll let you go cruise and hang out, and we can't wait to see you surf.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Strider. Let's go.
Thanks so much, Strider, and great to hear from Betty Lou. And good job, Strider, letting Betty Lou know the information from Renato Hickel that they will have 40-minute heats to be scored on their top two. It's all about barrel riding and getting as deep as you can. Critical takeoffs. We'll have a nice example of backside tube riding from Sally and frontside tube riding from Anatle Lior. as this heat is on. What a great day. Betty Lou gave us a little insight on what's happening out there with the waves on that decrease of what we saw from yesterday. Jeremy Flores brought this up, and I even had a chat with local legend Matea Hikuli last night. And sometimes when it's dropping, you almost want it to drop more. So it's obvious on the first ledge. You're kind of in that in-between size. And if it misses outside, starts breaking in the middle of the reef, it can be hard to find a barrel. And that's what Betty Lou was referencing. Up and under on a really quick attempt to get shacked was Anatle Lior going for it. And now Sal will have priority. Anatle Lior already up and paddling out to avoid getting caught inside. We get little reports sometimes in the evenings, like yesterday after the contest wrapped. Our water photographer and filmer, Sam Smith, was saying Anatle Lior absolutely sent it on a bomb as soon as the men were wrapped up yesterday. Showing how fearless she is on this wave.
Yeah, and that was a glimpse of greatness right there. That takeoff under the hood is very hard to do. You could see that she extended her body, but was able to engage again, but the wave started to run a bit faster than she probably was hoping for. And it's, yeah, I mean, we've already spoken about it. As you can see it right here, just underneath, the board slides out a bit, and she sees she's a bit too deep for the section in front of her, so she jumps off. And the problem is, you could see it on that wave. Yesterday, you'd see waves that they would do those late drops, but the wave would almost cover you no matter what because it was so wide and open. And today a little bit tighter because those in-between waves, those in-between sets are gonna hit in between the outside ledge and the inside ledge. We saw the wave right after her. It was a proper outside ledge wave. Her wave was in the in-between, and you're going to see the ones that are coming in way underneath that are going to be more open as well. So it's going to be a cat and mouse, and you're kind of going to be fighting against your opponent, but also against the ocean and what your decisions are going to be. So for those surfers, they're going to have to hunt a lot to try and find the open barrels today.
Anatle Lior, a big part of our rookie class this year, creating history for Tel Aviv and Israel, being the first to qualify from that region, and just got so excited about surfing, and talked her dad into taking her and her sister over to an event in France, and just was so inspired. Entered that event, actually made a heat and had a positive outcome on the trip, and really just cemented her dream to qualify for the championship tour. And then with all of her training with the Olympics out here at Teahupo'o, she's not looking at this wave like maybe some others here coming for the first time, and even some veterans that have missed this event. So a lot of experience, and she's learned how to set herself up for good things out here.
Yeah, and you got to take all that experience you have in your hands and put to your advantage, make yourself feel more comfortable. And yeah, try to make the right decisions. I think today is really going to pay it off. Yesterday it was obvious. The day before it was obvious. You're looking for a 10-foot wave in front of you that's dark and ugly. And you just have to trust your instincts and tell your brain not to trick you that it's a closeout or it's something not possible to ride. So today it's a whole different story. You got to kind of find your zone, find your spots in the lineup where you're going to see those waves doubling up. Find that low road most of the time, where the waves are going to open up and be wider, and every once in a while we're going to see a proper outside ledge wave that is going to be nice and throaty. But it's going to be very hard for you to position it yourself for one of those because they take quite a while for you to just anchor out there on a heat. Even though we have 40 minutes heat, still very risky.
Sally Fitzgibbons dealing with round one this year. She's hoping to build up some points so she can start off in round two. But she's been solid. She's only lost one round one meeting this season. That was to Vahine Fierro a couple of events ago. They've had some fun heats since then where Sally's been able to get some payback on the Tahitian. But against the rookie class, she's undefeated, 2-0 in Sally's favor here in 2026. And now taking on Lior for the first time. For Sally, when you think of backside and surfing over reefs, you can't help but think about what she's done at Cloudbreak in her career. Wearing the helmet, taping up her head when she blew her eardrum out in round two against Mahina Maeda, and then went on to win the event. So against adversity, having a challenge is probably the best thing that can happen to Sally in that interesting way of having more of a desire to prove everybody wrong and even doctors wrong sometimes, and showing that she could surf even with a blown out eardrum.
Yeah, I guess if you get in the position where Sally sits, she's been on tour for how many years? And she pretty much achieved everything that she was hoping for, won so many CT events, got runner-up 3 times in a row. And right now, it's almost like that feeling of how can I prove myself in order to keep myself motivated and wanted to come back. And this is what she's here for. Get the new generation and tell them I'm still here. And in conditions like these, it's even more to prove. So it's even more exciting. And we're going to see a lot of those. See how those waves, they stack up out the back because they have enough energy to stand up on the second ledge, but they won't be enough energy for them to break. So they're going to sneak underneath and double up. So you kind of want those to really hold themselves and you underneath enough so they be nice and throaty on that shallow part of the reef. But it's very tricky on your mind for you to see that much underneath on the lineup, knowing you can get caught by a 6-foot wave in your head every once in a while.
What a crazy scenario, but that's why we love this stop on tour, and you get that great visual from the Tahiti flight cam of the channel that's packed and busy with fans, media boats, athlete boats. Some of them have their own jet skis that they hire every year, because without one, you're doing a lot of paddling. It's a location where you really need boat access or a jet ski, or at least a friend that has one to give you rides out here to Teahupo'o, especially if you want to surf multiple times in a day. You have to be prepared out there. It's not like you'd run back to your house and grab backup boards. So the lineup's pretty packed with equipment, surfboards, because this wave is a board breaker.
And just to mention, this is actually the easiest access wave, like the closest we have. All the rest is like double the amount of paddle for you to get there. So you really need the skis and the boats here in order if you want to surf a lot.
Great job to the Tahitian Water Patrol, doing a great job. 4 impact drivers and 4 grabbers on hand today, and then several just routing the channel, like their team captain, Wanda David, who's got 25+ years of experience out here, keeping everybody safe. And they do their practices all year long. It's really amazing when you see how much barrel riding has grown and the evolution of it here at Teahupo'o. You're thinking about, what Cole Houshman went through on the opening day of the warm-ups, and having Poto there to try to pick him up. And you think about most people, they take a serious beating and get hold downs, but if the water patrol's not there, that's probably their session. They're not getting whipped back out and getting sent out for another one, and actually not taking as many wipeouts as they would have if they're on their own with no water patrol looking after them. In the early days, people were going for it. If they got sent to the lagoon, they had to really manage their energy with no one looking after them. It's really changed everything with how hard these athletes are charging, knowing that they're going to get picked up and sent back out the back and ready for more.
No doubt, it helped the evolution. They have way more reps now. Before, on a day like today, you could kind of time it and maybe, jump back out and paddle back out. But on a day like yesterday, you're in the lagoon, you have to do the paddle around, which takes you about 20-something minutes. You're paddling into very shallow water, and then you have some reef heads that will come out, so you have to go around. It's not easy to manage.
Another great look at that busy channel. About 9:45 in the morning local time. We had a few delayed calls this morning, and things settled in, and women's round 1 called on, along with women's round 2, and even on standby, men's round 3 later on today. This easing south-southwest swell. Still have some larger sets on the outer ledge, but a lot of in between, and kind of going into that strategy a bit further, Jesse. What's going through your mind, knowing that something's lurking, but the inside could have the most promise if they roll through and miss the outside ledge?
I really think for you to get an outside ledge wave today, it's a very lucky scenario. So you got to be looking for those insiders that starts deep in the reef and kind of run through it. And the crazy thing about it, Joe, they stretched out and they start to cap. The good ones are going to start to cap, and it's going to make it feel like it's going to crumble, but they would hold just enough. Mostly with the tide coming in right now, they'll hold just enough to make it very throaty and hollow, and you can kind of drive through the whole part of the reef from the top on the left of your screen all the way down, and that's where you're going to maximize the scoring potential of the waves today. Every once in a while, You're going to see someone getting the special wave out the back. But yeah, I feel like if you're paddling out, you kind of got to have that Kelly Slater, Cali Vast, Gabriel Medina instinct where you're kind of hunting underneath where no one's looking at it to find those nucks on the reef and yeah, make the most of the opportunity.
These are those days where locals definitely shine by knowing their options on tricky days like today. I think back to Cali Vast when he upset Kolohe Andino. Kolohe sitting out the back with priority. He was #1 in the world at the time. And Cali got one on the inside shelf. He had so much room to pack that barrel just with the awareness of knowing where to sit. Really paid off. Aaron Brooks coming up next against Tia Zabrowski, hanging out with Tadeva David. And she is always looking forward to a trip out here to this left-hand slab. Her performance last year was sensational. Even though she didn't get to the final, I think people are expecting her to maybe go all the way this year.
I mean, she has a very tough heat in front of her. Tia's obviously peaking right now. Just had a great result in Brazil. But, you know, being on her forehand on runners like we're going to have today most likely, it's going to really help her.
28:25 on the clock. Remember, 40-minute heats today. This one taking both athletes by surprise. And there's just a nice example of the challenge today, being in position.
And you could see it that the wave was a burger. Like, it's so weird here. It's the hollowest wave you can have on tour. No doubt about it. You get it with pipeline, obviously. But there's this middle size to it that it just doesn't click. The swell doesn't click with the reef that we have, so they have to position themselves underneath, but every once in a while a wave like that's going to come and they're going to have to paddle out, but they're going to get caught. And it's just part of the game. And
it's like you don't necessarily want that wave.
You don't,
like you mentioned. It's not hollow. It's not going to be a keeper at the end of your matchup, but it's just going to, you know, push your endurance. These two love to train. They're prepared for it, but it just can drift you off your mark. Let's continue that positioning talk with the Waz.
Oh, here we go. Looks like Nat's going to catch one here. Oh, 1 foot off. Back foot slipped off on that one. So at the moment, you know, we do have that in-between size where it's not really hitting the outside ledge and there's not a lot of waves on the inside ledge. So it's kind of in that middle zone. Oh, and Nat just took that thing on the head right there. Beatings. Well, Water Patrol ready to go grab. But it's a cat and mouse game like you guys were talking about. But, you know, you're going to have to pay your dues to get that one wave. So you'll see it when the, you know, maybe Vahine paddles out. It's, you know, people from here, they're going to go deeper on the reef and they're going to be inside. And it's like a position where you can find it way up on the reef. And those waves do run all the way through like Jesse was saying, but identifying those waves is hard. There's only been one that I have seen in this heat that actually did it from the deep part all the way through on the inside. The rest of them were kind of just washing through, kind of, you know, there's a little bit of this west peak kind of just flapping over. So it's really hard to find them. You really got to know the reef and you really got to pay attention to being as far up on the reef and inside as you can. But you are going to take some donuts. And that's just the name of the game out here today.
Thanks for the breakdown, Strider, of our conditions that we have today as we see Anatle Lior after wave number 2 in the fall. Back foot came off. Having to deal with some more sets on the head, and she will have a chat with Kahea Hart there in the channel and swap boards real quick. Let's see what happened on this wave.
Yeah, and the problem too, she was very wide. Like, I don't think that wave had any scoring potential in front of her. So maybe just a mistake, or just wanted to get her foot in the wax, get another wave. So when you're taking off on those waves that have so much energy in the apex, it makes it that much harder. Like, it's where the wave is pushing you away the most. It has most energy, so you almost want to come from behind where you have a little bit less speed and drive through the tough section of the wave. And right there, she was right where you don't want to be almost.
Anatle Lior working her way back into position. Sally Fitzgibbons hasn't caught a wave yet, being very selective. Again, in her first start here at this event. A lot of surfers in the draw for the women are in their first CT event in Tahiti. Nadia Aristarbe, Tia Zabrowski, Anatle Lior, Yolanda Hopkins, Bella Kenworthy, and Francisca Veselko. And a lot of them call-up specialists or people who have been putting in a lot of time out here. Kika Veselko working with Matea Hikwili over the last week or so, and getting comfortable with the lineups, checking the conditions. The hero this wave, Wahine Fierro, representing Teahupo'o, and French Polynesia representing France as well in the Olympic Games, is looking to go all the way this year. She'll be in the first round, taking on Isabella Nichols in heat number 3. Meanwhile, more waves are coming through, and Sally's just trying to be very selective, knowing that it just takes 2, and she's aware of the numbers for not just being incomplete waves, so she's not feeling too stressed yet, Jesse.
She shouldn't. Like, the heat hasn't started yet, but to her advantage, she has priority already, so it's definitely a win for her, and now she just kind of got to be patient and be selective.
Let's get some insight on some surfboards with Strider.
Thank you, Joey. Yeah, you know, just watching on that last wave, and the foot came off, and it was a little bit of a thought about the paddle power and what she was riding, so she came over and switched out the 6.1 to a 6.2, but the key point in the board was that it was much thicker, so she was just feeling like she needed a little bit more movement, which she's going to have now, and we'll see if she can get to work on that inside ledge.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, it's nice when you've got a channel with a caddy with a backup board, and you can actually test something, jump back out, and within 30 seconds you've got your 6.2 that can maybe give her some more foam to get up and down the line quicker. And she's had a couple of little falls. We'll see if that makes a difference.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. And also there's the two sides of the coins of grabbing a bigger or smaller board. In this case, bigger, she's going to have way more paddle power, way more stable, but the maneuverability on the barrel is going to be a little bit stiffer. So on the barrels like today that it's high and tight, it's going to be interesting to see. She's really going to have to lean in those rails and trust that footwork moving forward so she can sneak in and underneath the hood and be able to drive through the barrel when it's a little bit tighter like today.
Caddy's got a great spot to watch it all go down, and we've had some great history out here in the past, going back to 25 years ago, back in 1999. Kate Scarrett, or now known as Kate Wilcombs, ended up winning that Gotcha Tahiti Pro. The Australian still working with all the best up-and-coming Australian athletes in the world and around all the major events. An absolute charger. Was able to do some stunt work in Blue Crush and really pushed the limits with slabs all around the world, like here in Pipeline. Kayla Kennelly ended up winning this event in the year 2000. Then Elaine Beachley, the 7-time world champ, the following year. Then KK went back-to-back, cementing herself as one of the all-time greats here at the end of the road. KK would go on to win, double XL awards for getting giant tubes out here, and then had probably one of the worst injuries of her entire career in a fun session that was following a crazy tow day where she hit her face on the reef. And with her sense of humor, she posted it on her social media immediately. And you just can't unsee that. It was a wild, wild face cut from the reef, showing us how dangerous this wave can be, even when it's under 3 feet.
I feel like it sometimes even get more dangerous because it's so shallow. Mostly on days like today where there's still energy, but you're surfing that inside shelf, so all the water is pushing and moving in. You're finishing the wave literally in waist-high water. So if you want to fall, you want to fall in the beginning of the wave, not on that west bow where it gets very dry.
So almost 20 minutes through the start of this heat without a keeper score as Jeremy Flores pulls up with Tia Zabrowski. Fun hanging out with Jeremy yesterday. He came into the booth and shared so many incredible stories. A champion out here, spending 15 years on the championship tour, and now a super coach. Be coaching Tia and Wahine in the women's round today. And if we do get men's round 3 on later, he'll be right back into the driver's seat with Cali Vost.
He has a long day ahead of him.
As we see a paddle here, not Leilior on the 6-2 will control that one. So didn't have a wipeout, but still no completions yet. Well, let's talk about the freedom that a knot might be able to lean into without priority at this stage.
Yeah, I think she should definitely try and get away from Sally a bit, mostly because she's a goofy footer, so she can sit a little bit deeper and drive through the section, because you have that the front foot forward just pumping, getting the drive through a little bit more when you're facing the wave. Look like someone might be in the middle of the foam in the chaos.
Yeah, it looked like Sally did take her first wave. Anatle Lior looks at the next one, and Sal will have to deal with some white water here and tries to find some space underneath that one. The 3-time world runner-up took this wave, Jesse.
Yeah, it looks like she starts to knife it, does it very well. Gets a little bit underneath, does it so well, but she just leans forward a bit too much, and I mean, I don't think she's coming out anyway. See that clamp? That's the problem on a day like today. Those waves, if they don't double up enough, you're going to get clamped, and it's a nightmare. It's so shallow. There's so much white water and power going through. So she did very well to knife that section. Leaned a little bit forward too much as she went through that lump halfway through the barrel, or halfway through the bottom turn, let's put it better. But I don't think there's an exit there anyways.
Let's have another look.
Yeah, see that lump? Like, she's going to knife it super well, but as she's put weight forward, she's going to lose a little bit of the balance, and that back foot comes off. She falls on top of the board, but the wave clamped anyways. There's no exit out of that one, but great effort for her.
And you can see a knot just with 3 waves where she hasn't really had a moment to pull in. You'll see a little separation with Sally's incomplete too, Brian. Accomplishing a bit with the drop, got a vision there, 167 to create some separation even with an incomplete ride there.
And that's the trouble today, Joe. That wave of Sally is literally 2 or 3 feet away from being a very good double up and throaty barrel. It just broke a little bit out the back more than you're hoping for, but that's the challenge that the surfers are going to have, identifying, is this the wave that I need or not? It looks like Anat's up and riding.
Lunging into this one on the 6-2, bigger board might have paid off. She had a nice little giddy up into that wave once she took off, had all the speed she needed to guarantee a completion. She kicks out right next to Sally Fitzgibbons to enter an immediate paddle battle for priority. And Anat's starting to pull away a little bit. She's have to make this very convincing to the priority judge since he just caught the previous wave.
Interesting point that I felt like Sally didn't even want to battle. I wonder if in her head she doesn't want to get stuck with priority like she did before, and she wants to be more active in the lineup, trying to hunt for, you know, those double ups and pulling the trigger on more waves, giving herself more opportunity, because I think you'll be better today for you to be active and build yourself into the heat.
Yeah, interesting for Sally just to kind of pace herself in that one, and decision is made in Anatle Lior's favor. She will have priority, and she just got the last wave, which is now the best. Job well done for the rookie from Tel Aviv. 3.33. Sally down to second, needs a 2.5 now, and Anatle Lior trying to control the outside ledge. Anatle Lior trying to move into the second round of competition. She was successful in getting a heat win immediately at Bells Beach. Talked about the challenge of the championship tour, of everything just getting even tougher than she ever experienced on the Challenger Series, which makes sense. But she is a student of the game. She loves watching heats. She could break down the strengths and weaknesses of all of her peers on tour, all the guys on the men's side as well, and a total surf fan at heart, and works incredibly hard. 15:25 to go. She's still in the hunt for the Rookie of the Year race with a ton of events left, like Cloud Break and Trestles. We've got these 3 events in a row: Tahiti, Cloud Break, Trestles, where you're going to see a lot of pro surfing. So you can see this south-southwest has trimmed down from yesterday. Not every wave is the one that you want. You want to try to find some space to pull into, and Knot's going to paddle over. Sally's letting it run through as well.
I mean, you kind of have to. Those waves came in a steeper south angle, way up the point, and it kind of bends away more parallel to the reef. You want those ones that come back at it. So you need to see, when you look at towards the boat, when you're paddling for the wave, you need to see that wave bending, almost looking like a closeout. Those ones are the ones that are going to give you the scoring opportunity. Every once in a while, you see a low road south, more south angled wave to be very nice, but most of them you need to see that no exit feeling towards you, and you just got to trust the instinct that it's, you know, it's going to hold itself up.
Well, a sleepy little start to the morning here on Tuesday with Anat Leilior with a quiet lead over Sally Fitzgibbons. 3-3-3 over Sally's. One wave at a 1.67. Erin Brooks, all smiles as she is staring at the lineup as she'll prepare for Tia Zabrowski. We'll take a quick break. Round one, heat number one, and we'll finish right after this.
Lasso blue 0.47, 0.47.
The Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC is brought to you by Tahiti Government, official tourism partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour, by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients, and by Outerknown. Find your Outerknown. You're watching round one, heat number one, with rookie Anat Leilior using her priority, and that one forces her to straighten out on the reef. She will lay down prone, grab that side of the rails, and hang on for a wild ride all the way to the inside. So now Sally will get priority, and Anat Leilior is basically heading to the lagoon now. Let's check in with Strider.
Yeah, just a quick note on Anat. You know, she didn't have an opportunity where she could get under the hood and get barreled on that last wave, so she decided to straighten out and thinking maybe there'd be some more waves on the other side. She just took the wave all the way in, and I think it was a great call, pretty smart to actually kind of enjoy the freedom of getting to the inside and having the pickup really clean and not having to worry about taking off your leash and deal with all the little things of being picked up. And then she went to the calm water on the inside. Easy pickup, straight back out, and she's already back out in the lineup. Only comment was, did she get anything? And the answer was no. So no harm, no foul. She's back out in the lineup, and she'll kind of be free to roam around on the inside under priority.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, an interesting tactic there for her, just to take it all the way in and get the free lap from the Tahitian Water Patrol. And they can move so quickly around the tower and get her back out in position. So for her to earn that from the paddle battle, you know, she didn't turn in any sort of keeper. So Sally will have her chance to control the lineup.
Yeah, see those low rotors? That was a nug right there, but they're way deep and much underneath in what those surfers are looking for right now. So on your screen, you're going to be seeing those low roads. That's what they should be looking for, which they're not easy to find with those sets coming in. And it looks like there's a set approaching. You can see some lines on the horizon.
The patience game here is a good one because you've got extra time. Renato turning up the clock to 40 minutes, and you're still scored on your top two. And you see we've burned through 30 minutes pretty quickly with only a 3.33 and a 1.67. The challenge clear on finding some hollow waves to work with on the outside ledge. It's a little few and far between, and the ones that miss, as you can see there, stay really mushy and crumbly. When you know you're at a barrel riding contest, all the notes sent out from the head judge this morning about commitment, degree of difficulty, depth and duration inside of the pit, having technical control in there as well, and all about execution on your takeoff, riding out with completion over a lot of those lumps and bumps we've seen the last couple of days. So in their mind, they're thinking barrel hunting. If it comes down to a heat that is a 0.5 difference or a 1, maybe we'd see someone actually go to turns on one of these more burgery type waves. 8:40 to go. Big thanks to Schaller Perry at Surfline for keeping us posted each and every day, showing us what to expect here for Tuesday and beyond.
Yeah, we do have a decent sized swell still, which we're hoping to drop even a little bit more. We never ask for swells to drop, or most of the time we don't ask for it, but today would be a great day for that to happen. The swell keeps the energy throughout the day pretty much the same. It drops maybe a touch in the afternoon, and then tomorrow will be pretty similar as well. But the great thing in our favor is just the winds are nice and more offshore now, and it's going to get even better as the day goes on and the next day moving in. So it's going to clean up more and more each day. For a possible finish maybe Thursday, it looks pretty decent with offshore winds. You know, that smaller size inside ledge could be very fun. Very fun for those surfers. Anyone else, it's going to be pretty gnarly still. So this morning, 8 to 12 foot faces, dropping just a touch in the afternoon, which it could be great for us, and cross offshore throughout, you know, all day. But as the wave bends here, it becomes even more offshore. So, and then you see it right there on Thursday, 6 to 10. 6 to 10 and 6 to 8 in the afternoon, so it could be a great size for the inside ledge. Offshore winds pretty much all day, cross offshore in the afternoon. I'm betting money on that one. I think we're going to finish on Thursday, it looks like.
I like that call, Jesse. Let's see how we go today, and big thanks to Surfline once again for all of the updates with the forecast for Teahupo'o and the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Well, Anat Leor in this heat has been very active from the start, trying to pull into some barrels. He even had a board change, already got a lap with the Teach and Water Patrol. And on the other side of that, you can see just one wave on your screen for Sally Fitzgibbons, that backside tube ride attempt where it ended up clamping on her, got a 1.67. So for Anat, she's been the active surfer, and Sally's been much more selective and didn't even bother with the paddle battle for priority on that previous exchange. As we go to CT by the numbers, average waves per heat this year, Sally is actually at the top of the list, averaging at least 8 waves a matchup. Anat Leor is off that front page and down to 5. So the roles have kind of flipped in this one, Jesse.
And I think you got to start asking the question when it's time for me to pull the trigger and ride more waves, and when it's time for us to start doing turns, because there hasn't been there hasn't been a small barrel at 3.33 for a Nat, but there is opportunities on just ripping a wave and probably getting something in the mid range. For this heat, it would be ideal. You kind of have to start thinking about that, and I think Sally probably, or even most for Annette, now that she already has, you know, the decent score, for her to back herself up is going to make her way more comfortable in this heat. And for Sally, she just needs to start moving.
Fitzgibbons only needing a 2.5 to advance is probably thinking about that scenario as she stretches a little bit out the back with priority, knowing that she's getting down to that clutch type scenario, almost passing the 5-minute mark. And maybe she'll go to some backside hooks if she has to try to change gears here. You could get sometimes lost in the barrel hunting aspect when the swell is transitioning like this. And with 40 minutes I think they stuck to that game plan. The heats that are observing right now, like Tia Zabrowski, Aaron Brooks, they might be ready to switch gears immediately in the next heat.
I think they're paddling out with a different perspective. They're going to have, obviously, number one, plan A is going to be barrel. But they're never going to keep their minds off maybe finding a nice open face to get a backup or even a better score. It looks like Sally's having a look. She's going to let that one go, but her mostly being on her backhand, she can get up and vertical, pivot more off the back foot on the bottom turn and be aggressive, and she's going to get something in the mid-range, I have no doubt about it, if she has a combination of two great turns.
Sally Fitz, the most experienced surfer in the matchup by far, just been on tour for so many seasons. Even getting knocked off the tour, she'll just re-qualify immediately. She's still doing double duty this year on the CT and the Challenger Series. So she definitely has formulated a game plan here of how she might try to get past the rookie. She hasn't lost to a rookie this season. And the winner this heat will take on world number one, Gabriella Bryan. Gabby Bryan has been here for a very long time. Think how many surfs she's had, how many barrels she's had, even before that first heat of the contest even begins. Really, really well prepared for the event this year.
Yeah, no doubt. And the only way you get prepared is by putting in time. There's so much you can teach about it, but you need your eyes, your vision, to accept the challenge. It's very challenging here when you see those waves doubling up and that black wall that everyone mentions in front of you. And this is just time spent in the water. No one can tell you how to do it.
Anat Leilior with 3:10 to go is looking interested under priority on this wave, starting to line up for herself. She gets hung up in the lip and goes straight down. Couldn't get that board down the face. Ends up incomplete again. She'll have to deal with this one as she'll punch through easily. And down to 2:45 to go. And just another one right on the head. Definitely an energy zapper. This one, she's actually going to let go of the board. It's so shallow in there, and the power of the wave still exists. So looking at that last wave, had some consequence to it as time's ticking away, and she didn't come up with any improvement. And still Sally sitting out the back with one wave. Let's see it again.
Yeah, and that's a problem. A little bit of wind on the face of the wave, and then she was airdropping. That wind probably helped push the nose of the board go sideways. So as she landed, she just couldn't engage the inside rail, engage the outside rail, and went over the handlebars right there. But door is wide open for Sally, and that's the problem of me thinking like a Nat didn't pull the trigger or try and get in a backup, even if it's a 2-point ride or so, or a 2.5 would make Sally's situation much harder. She would need a wave of substance of turns, of a combination of two decent turns in order to get, which is not going to be easy today, or a barrel, which we haven't seen it so far besides the Nat's 3.33. So she should probably go to plan B and try and find something. Because Sally, at some point, she's going to pull the trigger and do 2 turns and get a 2.5. Or at least I expect that to happen.
Wider one setting up down by Anat Leilior. She's still working her way back into position after that wave. But yeah, Sally is under pressure. She's got to do it very soon if she wants to try to find a combination of turns to show the judges that maneuvers might be the way to go for a backup score. 2.5. So that would actually have to be her best score of the matchup. And Anat trying to give Sally her first loss to a member of the rookie class. And if Sally can't find it, it would just be her second loss in round 1 this season.
Anat needs to just run away right now. Go deep in the shelf underneath and get anything. She needs to better at 0.83. One turn would do the job. It'll make the situation for Sally much harder.
Anat still pacing wide of Sal. Sal looks like she was just committed to something solid coming through, or she could show off all the work that she's put in on her backside tube riding. But the clock is against her. 3-time world runner-up. one of the longest serving members of the championship tour, is just going to have to feel the clock wind out on her, and she'll leave Chos with just one wave ridden in heat number 1, a 1.67 on the incomplete tube ride, and Anatle Lior will get the victory with a 3.3 and a backup of a 0.83, and move on to take on world number 1 Gabriella Bryan in round 2.
Yeah, that was a bummer for Sally. Only needed 2.5. It's a small score for a day like today. I think she just needed to be more active, give herself more opportunities. She's an incredible surfer, knows exactly what she needs to do, but sometimes you freeze, you know, you keep stuck with your plan A and forget about the other options and opportunities you could have.
Next heat, Erin Brooks with her sights set on a huge result here in Tahiti. She takes on someone that the locals are going to get behind. Rookie Tia Zabrowski coming up next.
Voilà donc à l'instant qualification de l'Israélienne Anatte Lior qui avance au deuxième tour. Et pour la série qui vient de commencer, elle oppose la Canadienne Erin Brooks en bleu à la Française Tia Zabrowski en rouge.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
If you haven't seen Nowadays yet, you got to check it out. It's on Red Bull TV and also Red Bull Surfing YouTube channel. It is unbelievable. What a great movie. Saw a nice premiere back in Australia. Great job to Jody Nelson and the team. Erin Brooks' part is unbelievable. How fast she is, how good she is in the air. Very exciting. One of the most exciting surfers to qualify for the championship tour. Well, she did that last year through her rookie season. She's in her second year against the best surfers in the world. And Tia Zabrowski, the youngest ever to qualify, sitting next to her in the lineup here at Teahupo'o. Big shout out to Sierra Kerr. Her part in that movie is amazing, and she just came through with the biggest win of her career at the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach, California. Fun to see all those different segments and personalities come together with the entire Red Bull squad, which includes the defending event champ and world champ, Molly Picklum, who's coming up in round 2 potentially later on today. But these two are already set up out the back here, Jesse. A lot of expectations on both these athletes. Let's start with Erin Brooks on what do you expect her to do at this contest?
I mean, she has everything she should take to win. She's an incredible tube rider. We've seen it before. We've seen it at backdoor shootout, like 10-foot bombs that she was packing closeouts. So the fear level is definitely something that she can control much better than most of the surfers on the women's side. And the ability level as well. She's one of the best to drive in the barrel, and I think the conditions that we have today, like having to sit a little bit deeper, the barrels being more almondy, definitely gives the edge for goofy footers. So she takes advantage of it. She can go all the way through.
Definitely. She is spicy out there. It looks like she could turn it into a beach break if she wants to, and maybe mix it up with some high performance as she was watching the heat that went before her. And on the other side how about Tia Zabrowski?
I mean, I have yet to see so much of tube riding from her, but today is a day that definitely can make heats. Is sneaking in just by doing solid turns. Like, no matter what, it's going to be barrels and turns, or you can even get a backup or a decent score just going for maneuvers, depending. Obviously, on the heat that she has in front of her with Erin, it's going to be less likely, but there's still an open chance there for her. I mean, her dad is from here. She's spent time here, so I expect for her to know the lineup well. She has Jeremy Flores, one of the most experienced surfers that we've seen it in the past 10 to 15 years at Teahupo'o. So she has everything in her corner to do very well, and it seems like they're already pushing themselves a bit deeper. They want to sit. See how the whitewash line is right on top of them, or they're right on that borderline from it? So that shows that they're sitting underneath more than the other girls. The other girls were looking for clear water out the back, and trying to look how much of a smaller wave they're paddling for right now. So that shows that those small waves that are stacking up by them are way inside, so they move themselves underneath, and they're positioned in a better spot to find those runners that I was talking about that, possibly could have more scoring potential than the ones out the back today.
Nice. Let's get more on the view of the positioning with these two athletes with Strider.
Thank you. Yeah, well, you can see where they're at. They're, deeper and further up the point. Looks like Tia's going to take this first wave, and they're going to, priority's been established. But if you were smart, and Kaoli's been out here every morning early, you would have come out here this morning and watched where Kaoli last surfed. And he surfed not this inside ledge, not where they are, not on this corner. So I'm not going to give it completely away, but there was 4 or 5 really good barrels in that last heat, and they could have been ridden, and you could get spit out and you kick out. Basically, you're in the lineup where they are now. So if you can take away the clues there, but there are tubes out here. You just have to understand where they are. And I've been watching this heat. There's been about 3 in this heat that you could have gotten, or could have had, and they're out there. So it's a very interesting lineup right now, but definitely the smart program this morning would have been to watch Kaole, because he was getting perfect little shacks, getting spit out and kicking out before they were even into the lineup. Here we go, Tia.
Thank you, Strider. Tia Zabrowski holds the rail for a moment, gets out into some open face, and kicks out again. So she already took off on a wave, stepped off, and next wave will be looked at by Erin Brooks. Just couldn't get into it. She might be far enough out, and she's going to try to sneak through this one. So a bigger set behind it forces Erin Brooks to punch through. Tia paddling casually on the shoulder in the channel. So unfortunately for Erin, she wanted the first wave, couldn't catch it, turns around, there's a bigger one behind it that she had to punch through, so she'll remain scoreless, but still has priority.
Yeah, and you're going to have to put yourself in this risk situations throughout the heat if you want to get the right waves. I felt like Tia's wave had a good shape to it, and we mentioned before, today's going to be one of those days that you're going to have to put a trigger in a few waves that might look like they're going to be good, but they won't be, and every once in a while, one of those are going to double up and hold enough in order to get barrel. But you can see it's bending, it's coming a little bit more underneath, less water drawn from that wave sucking up, but just the angle needed a little bit more bend in order to barrel.
So Tia trying to get the quick start on Erin Brooks. Meanwhile, Erin just trying to position herself out the back, and during those series of replays, you could see Erin just got a .63 real quick. So similar looking scores. This is what Erin just did.
Yeah, let's check what happened here. Just, you know, that wave kind of running away, had that weird angle to it. They need to, at some point, just pull the trigger on start doing turns. If they can't really find the barrel right now, it's hard, it's sneaky. You know, you can see it from the channel, as Strider mentioned just a bit ago. But in the end of the day, you got to make the heat, and you got to do anything you have to do in order to get that win. And sometimes you need to get dirty and just go for turns, and if the barrel comes up to you, yeah, make it happen. But
I agree with you, Jesse. Yeah, 30 minutes to go, first 10 off the clock, and no scores really on screen to talk about. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat, and Not Lately Yours, with Chris Cote.
Thanks, team. And I'm just going to ask you the most cliche, most asked question in all of surfing. How was it out there?
It was definitely better than this morning. The guys in the booth did a very good job by waiting a little bit and waiting that the wind will shift a little bit. It is definitely tricky out there. You know, having a 4-point total is not fun, but I guess the job done, like you said, and the Aaron said, a win is a win. I'm going to hold on to that and improve for the next. Watch the next few heats and see how the day goes on.
Now, I know you've had experience out here, but a lot of times you're surfing with locals, you're surfing with a deep crowd out there. What are the differences in being alone out there in the lineup compared to having a crowd to kind of vibe off?
Yeah, I feel like this place, the locals and people that are coming to visit and surf this place, it's giving it such a vibe. Like, you learn so much from the locals. Like, sometimes I even find myself just sitting on Kauli or Mihimana or Tehupo'o, just looking back at the mountain and seeing where they're sitting and how are they paddling to the waves. It's definitely harder going out there by yourself. You kind of have to visualize what to do better and get those points into play. Did my best out there, got pounded a little bit, but hopefully I'll keep going.
Now, you got to give yourself the belief, right? Why not me? Why not Anat Lelior as the champion of this event?
Why not me? It's a good question. Let's leave it open. Everything's possible, you know. You have queens and kings over here, and we all want to conquer the same thing. So I'll try to stay as humble and quiet, because I've been pretty loud in the lineup, and maybe, you know, get my head down and get a good wave.
The loudest in the lineup, and we love that about you. Congrats, Anat.
Thanks, Chris. See you guys. Good day.
Hold on,
Thank you so much, Chris, and great to hear from Anat Lelior. Just a nice little wrap-up of that matchup, and feeling how stressful it is to have like a 4-point total, and it is a win is a win. However, you know, it just gets harder when you're a low seed. She takes on world number 1, Gabriella Bryan, in round 2. She knows a 4-point total is not going to cut it in that next round.
yeah, definitely. But man, she's a good tube rider. If she can find herself in the lineup and be able to put herself in those double ups, she could be a big threat for Gabby. I think moving into the round, moving into the day, we're supposed to see a little decrease on the swell. It's very slightly, but we should, and just a bit could make a big difference here. Looks like surfers are paddling. They're probably going to get caught on this one, but you can see today we have a little bit of more of a south swell, a little bit less west than yesterday. So what that does, it makes the wave run a little bit more parallel to the reef, facing away from the reef and not being as hollow. So you got to adapt and adjust to all the situations and make sure you're in your A game, and you have your plan B as well.
Oh, just thinking about Erin Brooks being a goofy foot, and for her size and how quick she can move in between turns, I'd actually love her to start just freestyle and rip some of these southerly sets that are coming through. She loves getting barreled. One of the hardest charging surfers out here in the last couple of years in the free surfs. You know, we know what she's already done at Cloudbreak as a wild card, winning, like you mentioned, at Pipe. So sometimes when you know what you can produce in the barrel, you're just hoping the ocean gives you a chance, but also have to have that ability to adapt and just to surf with what's in front of you. And for Erin, she's just having a real sleepy year on tour. Someone that was predicted to maybe win a world title in the rookie season on tour. And, you know, that didn't happen. She learned a lot along the way. And now coming into this year, it's just the tour's even gotten tougher to make it through round 1 and 2 this year.
No doubt. And it can get in your head, 1 or 2 losses, you start doubting yourself, you start asking questions. Do I want to be here? Do I not want to be here? And you just got to put all that to the side and kind of reset every time. I think Jeremy was talking about that with us yesterday. It can get pretty scary for the surfers at some moments, and you just got to remember to reset and be confident and positive. It looks like she's complaining about a paddle from Tia. We couldn't really see, we just saw the end bit of it, but yeah, priority shift.
So Erin Brooks had her hand up there because Tia looks like she made a move and lost priority on this wave. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, Tia has right away. She commits to it, and then as soon as, I don't know why, she looked like kind of a throaty wave, so it might have been a good opportunity. You can't tell. I mean, I can't predict the future right there. I couldn't see what was in front, but good call for Erin to notice the judges that was a priority switch.
So Tia down to second, but still no completions yet. And seeing a lot of wave activity, but must be not the ones they're looking for. Another one drawn off the reef out the back here. Erin Brooks representing Canada, the first to do that full time on the championship tour, has to punch through once again. So the challenge that we talked about in the morning report was about the challenge of being in position, and we're kind of seeing that unfold in the first two heats today. Let's get some more insight on the conditions with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, you know, there's a key point here. This morning we had a really low tide, and so we didn't see a lot of great waves kind of backing off and pushing into the corner. And as that tide fills in, I think at around 12 o'clock, we had a low tide at around 6, so if, you know, high tide would be around 12. That tide's going to push in, it's going to fill in the water, it's going to hold the waves back from breaking a little bit with a little bit more water on the reef, and then those waves will suck back into that corner, and we'll start to see better and better waves. You've already seen it in this heat, starting to get better. I've seen more barrels on that inside ledge, but as the day goes on, all the way till, you know, we get to that high tide, we're going to see more and more rideable barrels all the way through this inside ledge.
Thank you, Strider. Love that. Yeah, you can see the high tide about 12:21 this afternoon, so we'll see that tidal push throughout this opening round this morning. Isabella Nichols, Vahine Fierro coming up next, and we'll see if that local knowledge will pay off for Vahine, spending a ton of time out here at Teahupo'o, and also coached by Jeremy Flores. Isabella's a really smart competitor. She'll be on her back end in that next heat. But at the moment, it's just Erin Brooks waiting, and what a story she's been to the world of surfing. Just burst on the scene. We started meeting her in the WSL Rising Tides program. She was signing up for surf sessions with her heroes. Born in Texas, family moved to Maui when she was 9. Saw people surfing, didn't just want to surf and learn, she wanted to become a champion. It was that immediate. I think most people kind of go, I want to ride waves, I want to get to my feet. She was already thinking about a world title race. She'd go to Honolulu Bay, where the season used to end for the women on tour, and she'd watch every single heat, get photos with everyone on tour, from Carissa Moore to Tatiana Weston-Webb to Lakey Peterson. Lakey gave her one of her boards, and it made a big impact on Erin. Erin's been doing that ever since she got sponsored by Lost Surfboards. She loves putting little packages together to give away to the next generation, like she did at the Chopes edition of the Rising Tides, presented by IC, donating another surfboard to the next generation. .21:45 to go. Erin's still pacing out there. Big part of the Lost Surfboards program, which is still completely dominating the surfboard empire. CT Shaper rankings presented by Vea, even with little rule changes this year, where Shaping Stables count their best 2 athletes on their finish, and they still are trying to track down Lost. Great job to Matt Bailes and his squad, keeping things exciting out front. Sharp Eye right behind. DHD in 3rd, JS in 4th, and Channel Islands in 5th at the moment. No, JS is here. Britt Merrick for CI is out in the channel. Backing Vahine coming up next as we look at Erin Brooks trying to burn off some speed, and she will pack the end section, but it will be incomplete.
bummer for her, missed opportunity there. You can see today the difference is you're going to have to manufacture most of the barrels. So that means, what do I mean by that? It's just you're going to have to slow yourself down, get very tight and high in the barrel, maneuver throughout, which yesterday it was just a big open wide pit where as soon as you made the drop, basically all you're doing is pumping through it and making through the fumble. But the rest was, you know, just kind of riding sideways. Today you can see that Erin had to go all the way to the bottom, slow herself down, wait for the barrel to start to stack up in front of her, get kind of small and tight, but right in the end she got clipped by the lip and wasn't able to come out of it, which would be a decent backup score. As you see it right here, the wave starts it off. The barrels on the back, they needed to be a little bit deeper for that first section, and right here she starts to slow herself down. Beautiful technique, but the barrel starts to crumble, and she maybe got too relaxed thinking that she was coming out of the barrel already, and she needed to be a little bit more firm on her board to absorb the lip coming down. I think this is going to be a good angle. She stands nice and tall, beautiful technique. The chandelier comes down, hits her head right there, or the back of like her back, and it is just, she wasn't stable enough to come out. It wasn't going to be a massive score, but for what we've seen in the previous heat and what we've seen so far in this heat, it was definitely a missed opportunity for her to build some confidence.
Erin Brooks already with a lot of experience on jet skis, spending a lot of time at Cloudbreak and here in Tahiti. Easily called most well-prepared, I think, surfer for the tour of all time. Just started traveling instantly, started working with just key players from Shane Beshen to Kahea Hart, Shane Dorian, the list goes on and on of just big names. Kelly was caddying for her in Fiji to her wild card win. They book wave pools like in Waco for multiple days where she could just work on airs over and over and over again, then go to Indo for like a month. It was just like a track record that was just lining you up to be on the Dream Tour. Backed with her work ethic, you know, that is just unstoppable. You know, she'll win an event and she's back training the next morning. There's no time to rest for Erin Brooks.
Yeah, she's built for this. She's built for the tour and for the pressure that it comes with and the commitment that it comes with.
So Erin getting dropped off there. It'll be a 1.6 for the effort to pull into the tube. So it's the best incomplete score right now. We saw that similar to the last heat. Sally with her 1.6 Ranger for an incomplete backhand barrel. Looks like we got a board swap. What's happening there, Strider?
Yeah, so she was on a 510 Whiplash Mayhem board, but now she's gone down to a 5.8 Whiplash. So I think there was, and she took the helmet off. It was an interesting look there. She was wanting to get a little bit, seems to me, wanting to be a little bit more freed up and having a smaller board and maybe a little bit more wind in the hair, so to speak, and get back out there, because I think she wants more than she has obviously now. So the switch up on the boards, a couple of inches smaller, and back in the lineup.
This scenario in the first heat, Anat went to a bigger board on her board swap. This heat, Erin's going to a smaller board and ditches the helmet. She might be going, okay, I need something smaller, fit in the pocket better, and really be ready to throw down some big turns.
Yeah, with the period going lower, and we just got an update with that, it just breaks it up the swell a bit more. So what that means, the barrel's not going to be as hollow, you're going to have to weave through it. So that's why when I saw Nat going for a bigger board, she was going to have some advantage on the paddle power, but as she would have to maneuver throughout the barrel, it's going to be much more difficult. So I think Erin making a good call there to go shorter. And also that opens up more opportunity for her to go and use the rail, which we might see it here.
Erin Brooks on the board change, smaller, punches out that first section. I love that we got to see a nice frontside snap. She's got one of the best on tour. The way she frames it up. Sometimes she can go into that same bottom turn you're predicting snap, and she'll do a big punt off the lip. It's one of the coolest moves that she has. So already adapting to the scenario, quick board change and throwing down a snap. Now we get to wait to see what the judges are going to think of that. They haven't really had to even consider scoring a turn the last few days.
I guess this is going to be the first turn of the event so far.
Yeah, let's have another look, Jesse.
I mean, beautiful turn. The wave tapered off right after, but, you know, nice, explosive as usual, very fast, dynamic. She would have hoped to combo it up, but I think she was just probably wanting to get her feet in the wax and show, hey, I'm switching gears right now. Like, you know, took the helmet off, took the tube helmet off her head as well. You know, like you got to kind of have an open mind to adjust as the heat goes on. We have 15 minutes and 40 seconds left. Looks like they're going to get caught by this set, or at least Red will.
Tia Zabrowski and Aaron Brooks going under. Aaron got to kind of punch through the face, where Tia had to wear the whole thing on the head. So that's that element of surprise with this swell. Another wave landing on the rookie Tia Zabrowski and Aaron Brooks, who's in her second year on tour.
Looks like a broken leash for Tia.
So another one there. Looks like Tia's taking her leash off. Let's catch up with Strider.
Yeah, I think she took her leash off, or I think that's what I would have situation. You get a wave like that on the head, you're not making it through with your board, and that thing's just going to become an anchor if it's on your leash or on your leg. So a lot of times taking off the leash is very beneficial in a situation like that, so that you have the freedom to swim out and underneath a set. And that was a big, healthy wave. I mean, that thing was solid 6 foot, and just I'd say 10, 12 foot face, and just going square on the reef. And they both were having to get under it. Tia was a little further in, so unfortunate for her, but she's going to regroup, get on a new board. She's on the back of the ski now, and she'll get to a new board and get back into the lineup.
Thank you very much, Strider. Yeah, Tia Zabrowski getting assisted by the Water Patrol after she was swimming once she lost her equipment on that set that landed right on their heads, and she was definitely more in the impact zone. So unfortunate for that timing, but that is just the name of the game today with this swell that's slowly starting to go down in size, but those lingering sets on the outer ledge are going to be daunting. Quick chat there with their coach, Jeremy Flores. He talked about energy that he can deliver to everyone that he coaches when he hung out with us yesterday, and you could tell he was bringing a lot of confidence to Tia Zabrowski and convincing her that this heat is far from over, which it is. Plenty of time left for Tia and Aaron Brooks to do battle in heat number 2. As one of the best here at the end of the road, a local is coming up next. Vahine Fierro is taking on Isabella Nichols in her favorite playground. We'll be right back. We'd love to see you out here for an event one day here at Teahupo'o. You could have a local take you out here on one of the boats in the channel and watch the world's best do their thing. I don't think there's a better place to watch pro surfing as we check it all out on the Tahiti flight cam. See those big green pyramid mountains in the distance. some rain up there in the mountains, and all that fresh water over thousands and thousands of years carved out this channel and created this slamming phenomenon that we know as Teahupo'o. In the early years of this event being discovered, the wave was called Chopes or Chopu, and the village called Teahupo'o. Everyone's evolved in trying to do the correct pronunciation, but sometimes in surf slang, the name of the surf spot, you'll still hear locals call it Chopes or even Chopu. But technically speaking, Teahupo'o, with the village here, with great people, that local Polynesian culture, so welcoming, and they're just, their lives are based here on the ocean, and it's just intertwined with the 25 years of this great event. And when this event came on the calendar, it significantly changed pro surfing in such a positive way. Getting into action here with Tia Zabrowski. Losing her board on a big set. She's adapted to turns, and both these surfers just doing one move. You just see how technically sound they are and how fun it is just to watch them adapt to these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure when she went and do the board change, Jeremy was probably telling her to be more active and, you know, go to turns. At this point of the heat, like, both of the surfers have nothing, or a 2.33, I guess, Erin has. You just got to put yourself in opportunities and try to maximize what's in front of you instead of living off of expectation.
Always great words coming out of this guy's mouth, Jeremy Flores. Let's catch up with Strider.
Yeah, just touching on Jeremy Flores and Tia Zabrowski. After that set rolled through, and after those waves were standing up in front of her, and her, you know, the fear kind of set in with her, and she got over to Jeremy, and Jeremy looked at her, and she was breathing really hard, and didn't have, you could see it visually from here in the channel. There was fear in her face, and he snapped her out of it. He just goes, hey, take a breath, relax, it's fine, everything's okay. Go back out there, get a couple waves, do some turns if you have to make yourself comfortable. But that's it, you're good, you're okay. And then she calmed down, and the fear kind of left her eyes, and she got back into the lineup. So Jeremy doing a great job.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, great words of wisdom for Jeremy. He told his own personal story of being so frightened the day after the Code Red tow session, and Raimana just kind of tricked him into getting stepped off into a bomb, which sent him into the lagoon. He said it was the best thing for him to, like, shake the nerves off that was kind of paralyzing him a bit, to then be ready to put his head down and go. He would later get 2 10s in that event, as we look at Aaron Brooks looking at a nice hollow pit and a make. The Canadian will hop out of a nice successful little pocket ride and put that into her top 2 to extend her lead over rookie Tia Zabrowski. Tia looks and holds back, but she could be in a good spot to hold priority again. Another wave behind it as Tia's trying to move into position. She'll have to punch through.
Yeah, so that was one of those easy waves that it's way more predictable. Erin was just in the perfect spot for her, and she's going to capitalize. Now Tia's going to be in trouble, because that's going to be a decent score for Aaron Brooks. I wish she actually came out of that barrel and went for turns to combo it up. A beautiful positioning for her. Way up ahead in the board, comes out pretty clean, nice little drainer right there. I see her moving her foot backwards, and I think she was almost going for the cutback, but she decides to kick out, and I would have liked for her to add a little bit more points into that wave, because it could make a difference in the end of the heat. So beautiful cover. You can see her moving her foot backwards right now. She starts to look, as we speak right here, she's looking downwards to do a big cutty, but she decides to kick off, and she's going to get probably something in the mid-range, but she could have probably added another point to that wave and still kick out in just probably 10 seconds afterwards and be in a better position. But now, with that last one, 417, still leaving the door wide open for Tia.
So things getting interesting here in round 1, heat number 2. Coming into stop 7 of the season, we finally saw Tia gain a lot of momentum as she looks at this one. Both surfers let that go through, but having such a positive result at the last stop of the season in Saquarema, and earned her way to her first championship tour final. And the start of the year for Tia was just a lot of heartbreak, a lot of tough losses. The Dream Tour didn't seem so exciting at the time with all the pressure that was on her, and all of a sudden she started making heats, and it was at a venue that she had experience at on the Challenger Series, and it really looked like it.
Yeah, she kept gaining, like she had a tough draw in front of her. She beat some big names, and she kept gaining confidence as, you know, the tournament started to funnel in and get a little bit tighter. And that backhand surfing was incredible. So this combination of maneuvers on a day like today, she would still be getting 5-point rides. So it's about finding those waves that give her the opportunity. On the final, it was very tough, super windy, stormy. So she wasn't able to find many opportunities for her, but still an incredible result for Tia.
Yeah, finishing runner-up to Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer finally getting that first CT win. She's come close multiple times. That was a fun, young final we got to see at Saquarema. But you want to connect those good results together. And now we'll see if Tia can be clutch here, passing the 5-minute mark, chasing a 4.93. Erin Brooks was able to turn in a 4.17 for that barrel that she did make. And then her snap, a 2.33. Tia got a 1.57 for that little backhand carve and kick out. So she's got priority, she's got the time, she's got the right coach in her corner. Coming from athletic parents who are professional snowboarders. Callie Vost on hand, checking out the action, supporting Tia Zabrowski, and also Vahine Fierro coming up next. Also a position in round 3, heat number 1, which is still on hold for maybe later on today against Al Cleveland Jr. Paddling for this one, it will be Erin Brooks, hard off the bottom. There's that vertical snap. She's going to combo it up. Ends up being a kick out on the carve. So still just one major frontside snap. She already has one of those. So they'll compare it to her 2.33 she had before and put it in the system.
Well, I personally think she's probably going to better her score. That was a bigger wave in size, more critical. The section was steeper than the 2.33. It's not going to better by much, but it would help her situation right now. As you see it, this wave has a nice shape to it. As she takes off, she goes deep in the bottom, up and vertical, very critical. The wave dies out right after, but she keeps kicking out. Like, it almost feels like, you know, at this point of the game, like you just want to add any half point more to apply more pressure into your opponent. She did that well, but she could have maybe got a 3 if she would have comboed it up with something else. Same in the 4.17. Finish it off, she looked down the line to do that down carve into a cutback or something, and then she decided to opt it out to kick out. So we're talking about adding a 0.21 wave, another half point to the second one. And we're talking about Tia Zabrowski needing almost a 7-point ride right now.
Tia Zabrowski chasing now a 5.33. Last of Erin Brooks, a 2.73. Her snap before a 2.33. So got the improvement to push the requirement into the 5.33 mark. 2:30 on the clock for the surfer who just finished runner-up in a CT final. Her dad from Tahiti, mom from France, growing up in the southwest of France. Made some trips here to Tahiti, but a lot of her surfing happening in that Hossegor region. Chasing down beach breaks and had one of the most unbelievable runs on the Challenger Series. Just never losing before the quarters. It was just automatic. Has a lot of great people around her too in the French Surfing Federation. From Jeremy, also surfers like Joan Duru, who is brilliant at this event, and also great just overall on the championship tour. But we're down to 1:45. We lost Sally Fitzgibbons from the last tee to Natle Lior, moved on to take on Gabby Bryan in the second round. These surfers deal with high seeds, so whoever comes out of this will be taking on Carissa Moore in round 2. Carissa currently number 2 in the world and a favorite to win this event. Priority with Tia. She's drifting away there in red and now doubling back. She would have to get the best wave of the matchup to turn this one around. And that wave just playing games with her, moving her position, settling down just right underneath Erin Brooks.
And it's such a bummer when you're having heats like this, mostly for those surfers. They're so talented, they know they're capable of. They're kind of kicking themselves in the head, like knowing that they wanted to get barrel, but sometimes you just got to get dirty. Like, you got to adapt to what's in front of you. It's a day that you got to manufacture the barrel and find those opportunities. And if you're not able to see those, plan something else. Make it happen, you know. Don't sit still. Move around. Don't be ashamed of, you know, having to go for turns, and that's it. You gotta make heats. In the end of the day, if you win, you have another chance to redeem yourself.
Good point, Jesse. 14 seconds to go, and it's looking like Erin Brooks getting that 417, getting a make in the tube, improving her frontside snap as a backup will be enough to get the matchup with Carissa Moore in the second round. And we will lose Tia Zabrowski from the mix. Coming off her final in Rio, now she'll take a round one loss and move on to Cloud Break at Fiji for the next stop of the season. There are the numbers. 40-minute heats today. It's been tough to find anything decent out there, so adaptability, I think, is the word of the day. And we'll see how Heat 3 will move on from this and maybe get to turns earlier. We do have a local representing in the next matchup, Vahine Fierro. She'll kind of take the lead on adapting, and she'll play with Isabella Nichols in this lineup. We'll take a quick break. Action continues. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call right after this.
Back to the Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Looking back at 2024, a local wild card at the time was a showstopper out here at the end of the road.
Yeah, this was really cool. I feel like this is, if not the biggest conditions we've ever sent the women out at Chopes, and we saw it brought some incredible moments. The women really pushed themselves, Vahine in particular, Tatiana as well, obviously with the 10. But yeah, it was cool to see her as a wild card in her hometown now where she lives to take out the win.
The whole village came out, and a hometown hero in the way of Vahine Fierro, Kaipo Guerrero, along with the fabulous Felicity Flick Palmentier. And we got the women underway. Women's round one in the water right now.
We do. We've got the women underway. Takeaways for me for the first couple of heats. It's really hard out there. It's really challenging. I've been, trying to count the amount of, tubes that are actually coming through, and there really isn't that much opportunity. And we were kind of discussing, when's the time that you really do just pull the trigger and start to go to turns. However, we do have Vahine out here, the locals, so I'm interested to see what her game plan is going to be out here.
Yeah, Vahine up against Isabella Nichols in this Heat 3 of the first round of competition. And the challenging conditions, Flick, I thought, Erin Brooks in that last heat made the adjustment. She did get a little barrel, but also got a backup score doing turns. We'll see if Vahine does the same thing. I feel the danger part for the Tahitian surfer is sticking to one game plan and just tube seeking out here. Yeah, because it's going to be, I think turns are going to come into play right now.
Yeah, definitely. Just from the last couple of heats, the last 80 minutes of surfing that I've watched, it's looked incredibly hard. I think it's been really incredibly hard to know exactly where to position on this reef. I think Jesse was sort of talking about it before. You really have to be hunting around and be open to all options, really. And to your point, yeah, we saw Erin sort of go to turns. She did find the little cover up, which was nice. But I spoke to Vahine earlier this morning, actually, after she'd been out for a free surf, and she said that she managed to find a really good wave. So, and she was pretty confident after that. So, I'm really looking forward to seeing just where she positions on the reef and if she's got tube on the brain or if she's open to turns as well.
Yeah, Vahine Fierro, 26 years old, currently 19th on the rankings coming into this event. Second year on the championship tour. Of course, we look back at her win here in 2024, which was brilliant. She made the semis actually a couple times. Vahine very consistent out here in 2022, 2023. So she is on paper going to be the favorite in this heat. But she is up against, a firecracker in my book, Isabella Nichols. Never underestimate Isabella. She's able to reach deep over and over again. 6 years on the championship tour for Isabella. And she comes in here ranked 14th on the championship tour. Open priority to start the heat, Flick, so it's just a positioning game, and Vahine is letting Bella take the inside.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I just love these sort of tactics at the beginning because it's so easy here to push yourself too deep as well. We've seen that happen so much as well over the years. But Vahine obviously pretty confident in her positioning, and also maybe even when you're a local out here, people also can depend on you to know where to sit and, maybe use you as a marker and not their own markers necessarily. So maybe there's a little bit of that going on, knowing she potentially is out of position. But I just feel like today it's so shifty on the reef that potentially I've seen waves break really deep and really underneath where the women have been sitting. I've also seen a couple of wider ones come through. So, yeah, I feel like it is hard to sort of just potentially just stick to one zone. I feel like you've really got to be hunting around a bit.
Yeah. Well, let's hear from the winner of the last heat on to the second round, the pride of Bernie, Texas. Erin Brooks is with Chris.
Yeah, thank you, team. Erin, you've been coming here since you were 11 years old, but this place always has surprises. Tell me about that heat. What was going on? You had board changes, you had giant sets coming through. It looked like something out of it was wild.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I knew that heat was going to be fun because it was my first one against Tia. So right as I saw the draw, I was already fired up, ready to get out there. And then I kind of had a slower start than I expected. We were kind of hassling each other. And I went for a bad first one, and there was a set on my head, and I felt like my board was a little bit too long. And I love my helmet. It makes me feel protected, but I wanted to do turns and just feel comfortable without it. And luckily I got a little barrel too to make me feel super secure because we all know how amazing Tia is. And that was just honestly a really stressful heat. I didn't want to lose at all. So I'm really stoked that I got the win.
Life on the championship tour is definitely a roller coaster. Getting that victory today, does that give you a confidence booster for the next round, of course, and then just for the next few events?
Kind of. I mean, I didn't really surf that heat too well, but I'm really happy to keep going because this year hasn't been the greatest. In every heat, I'm just smiling, learning, so I'm stoked to make this one and happy to go to the next one.
Well, taking out Tia is that's a big name to take down. Coming up next, we got Carissa Moore. What does that do for your psyche?
I'm really excited. I got a heat with her in Brazil, and she got me on that one, and she's been charging out here the last couple days, and definitely one of my favorite surfers, so anytime I get to share a heat with her is amazing.
Awesome, Erin, and you got a ton of fans and friends all over the world. What do you want to tell them?
Oh, just thank you guys for watching back at home, all my family. I miss you guys, love you guys, and I also want to thank the Lord for letting us come to such a beautiful place. We all love Tahiti, so I'm stoked to be here.
Right on. Congratulations. Let's go.
Let's go with Erin Brooks. Just opportunity, for her to continue to make a reputation for herself on the championship tour with the next matchup with Carissa Moore. And there's been a little bit of cat and mousing out here, back and forth, up and down the reef with Vahine Fierro and Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, there has been. And you know what? These two, actually, this is a bit of a rematch from last year. So they actually had a heat together last year. and it was in the following round, round 3. And Vahine got the win, right? She got a couple of excellent waves, but Isabella Nichols probably got the best wave I've ever seen her get out here. Well, I don't think she'd competed up here up until last year because she made the cut, right? So then she had a chance to compete here. And even though she lost, she still impressed me. There was a set that came through and she managed to take off, grab the rail, and then she let go, and it was a bigger wave, and she actually ended up getting a 7.5 as we see a big set come through the lineup. So still plenty of energy out there every now and then.
Sneakers.
Yeah, that thing, I mean, you're never going to be sitting out there either.
Right.
So it's just one of those really tricky days. I feel like you could be so easy to judge right now, the women, and not having the biggest score totals that you would generally see out here. But it is so hard to position today. I feel like we were watching, how many actual tubes are coming through, and really would you even be there to be positioned for those waves? So it's not an easy task out here this morning. It is so different compared to yesterday. And yeah, there's many different faces out there. So I think it's a lot harder than what it looks.
It's just a tricky size because you have those inside ones, and then you have the outer ledge ones that are still breaking every once in a while. Yesterday, the men knew the game plan. They knew that it was just all outer ledge waves, and this one a little bit trickier today. Swell angles changed and also turned a little bit more south, so opportunities further up the reef do exist, but the further up the reef you go, the more you're affected by the wind chatter as well. Let's go on positioning with our man in the water, Strider Wazalewski.
Sorry, just paddling. That last set actually caught us inside. So we did a little bit duck dive, but not too bad. We're back in the channel. What you guys were just talking about, like up on the point there's been these waves that are just grinding. I've seen like 2 or 3 really good waves, but it's just so hard to be in there when they come. As that last set just came through and just washed through the lineup, I mean, we are still getting sucked into the channel and off over by the boats just with all that water, the heavy flow. So, it's got to be in the surfers' minds when they're out there and they're looking for those inside double ups. There's a big set like that comes through. I mean, here comes another one now. It's so unpredictable. We'll get back to you guys so we can get back in the lineup.
Strider, and scanning the lineup from our Tahiti flight cam, high up above, like the Eva bird soaring, and no takers there. So still no points on the board, still open priority between Isabel Nichols and Vahine Fierro. I was going to say albatross, actually. I went with Eva bird, and then I think like albatross kind of soar a little bit longer. Albatross can spend months soaring over the Pacific Ocean without landing.
Are they the ones that mate for life? They are, aren't they?
Yeah. They sleep while flying. Has
No,
nothing to do with surfing, but since we're flying, let's get back to a surfing conversation that you want to know about WSL Fantasy. Let's look at our power surfer picks, and yeah, Molly Picklum, rightfully so, tied with Vahine Fierro for the top spot when we look at our power surfer picks on WSL Fantasy. What do you think?
Yeah, I love that. I feel like Molly Picklum, obviously the best in the world, on the women's side for the backhand tube ride, for sure. We saw it here last year when she got the win, and then we saw it in Fiji when she won the world title. Vahine, though, I mean, she's won out here as a wild card. She's a local. She knows this place with all its different, faces that it's going to have. I think Vahine, she's from an outer island here. That's where she's originally from, but she moved here when she was around 19, just so that she could, get familiar with chope. She could also be close to Papara, the beach break, so she could get more reps in to practice for the qualifying series and the Challenger series. But one thing to remember with Vahine, I was chatting to her about this too, as we look to the men's
Shock and
fantasy.
awe.
Oh my goodness.
Shock and awe. And I'm one of those guys who got shocked too. So count me out of fantasy for this event, because I had Gabe Medina as my power surfer, and 38% of you also agreed with me, and that is off the table. And I had a gut feeling to go with Kaoli Voss, who's got second, the most favored surfer. And you know what, you sneaky people with that Jack Robinson, you 7%ers, that's, oh yeah, WA pride. Good going, Flip.
Yeah.
Good going, Flip.
Well, I mean, Cowley's in my team too, but definitely took a hit with Gabby as well. So I think a lot of people's teams would have taken a hit yesterday with Kelly Slater just coming through. I mean, lots of people would have still picked Kelly though. How can you not? Out here, he's the absolute go. What we witnessed yesterday was incredible.
Yeah. And, you know, after yesterday, which was such an incredible day, we do have a kind of wide opening standings for the men. So we'll see how things get jostled up with Italo Ferreira and Miguel Pupo still in the top 5 and still in the competition. So good opportunity for them. Back to this heat in the water. It looks like it's going to be, the question is, coming into this is at the 25-minute mark is when the restarts happen on a 40-minute heat. Will there be a restart, or will the head judge say, hey,
there was rideable waves?
There was rideable waves. We're going to ponder that probably for 50 seconds right now before we get the actual answer. I feel there were rideable waves, but that's just my feeling. We'll see what the judge does.
It's so hard to say for us because sometimes we have this like punched in angle, and then obviously sometimes we have a wide shot. There was that one big set we saw, but were they anywhere near it? No, because they're probably positioned further in. It is a really hard pick, you know. I mean,
word came down. And it's a restart.
Hey. So no rideable waves.
No rideable waves deemed by our head judge out on the tower. And we're going to give you 15 more minutes of surfing for this Heat 3 in round 1 for the women. Here's a countdown.
5, 4,
and
3,
our new clock.
2,
Go.
1.
I can assure you we have a 40-minute clock. We're going to change the graphic right there. There it is for you. So back to 39 minutes and 50 seconds. And still, you know, wandering in the lineup. The good news is, look at the ocean surface, though, from this Tahitian flight cam. It's looks like it's cleaning up out there. It looks like the wind's clocking more offshore.
Oh, definitely. I think the winds look so much more favourable than what we saw this morning. Even if I just turn around behind me, it's looking so much more groomed. I mean, you compare this shot, you know, right now compared to yesterday and what we were seeing, the ocean, still there was a lot of white caps. So things are cleaning up, things are looking more favourable. And maybe a little bit more organised in the lineup too, or potentially just with these swell lines coming in. The earlier shots this morning, you could really see it was so disjointed. There was so much lump and bump still. It's got a long way to go to get super clean and nice as we look to potentially Vahine having a look here.
Yeah, and there you can see, you know, it's actually cleaning up quite nicely. And with this more southerly direction, also, I feel that's going to enable the waves to hold open deeper on the reef, and so that you can execute on those rides. And another thing that's just happened, Flick, which is pretty incredible, haven't seen my friend La, the sun, in a couple days, and the sun is slowly coming into play.
I know, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? It looks really blue behind us all
Here
of a sudden.
we go. Dreamy Tahiti getting served to you right here. Love when the sun comes out. And hopefully there's a lot of times that cleans things up. I don't know exactly how that works, but it does tend to.
Definitely in Hawaii, there's that until the sun comes up over the hill.
I'm applying my Hawaii superstitions to Tahiti. Wait till the sun comes up, everything cleans up, but it usually does. I think the same thing happens here at the end of the road. Paddling, who's got the inside? Who's going to go? Vahine is interested in this one. Fierro drops in, stalls off the bottom. Hunting for a barrel, now has to speed up. She's way south on the reef, gets in the barrel and gets through. Well done, just streaking through that barrel. Had to stall at the top of the reef, then had to put the gas pedal on, and just great tube ability and technique right there by Vahine Fierro.
Oh, it was such a good read. I think it just speaks to, you know, obviously her, you know, moving her whole life here from the outer island, moving here, spending so much time and understanding this wave in all its different faces. Let's have a look. So she's that little bit further in. She really has to wait for it here, and she, you know, really kind of slows down her speed, and then she speeds up here, identifying this section down the line that really stays open for her. So look, really good wave selection, because when she kind of took off on that one, you know, she really had to wait for this section to present itself, but really good read down the line, good foresight that this wave was going to open up. It was going to give her a little tube. I feel like as we see her again, just quick little in and out there for Vahine. But I think on days like today, she's even more dangerous, you know, because the harder it gets to read, the easier it gets for Vahine against everyone else, because just because of the sheer time that she spent out here. I mean, Vahine she moved. I've mentioned it a couple of times. She moved here. Basically, I was speaking to her about this a while back, but the first time she ever competed out here, she was 15, and it was in a contest. And she reckons she was so terrified she didn't even catch a wave. And it wasn't until 2 years passed, I think it was 2017, she came back. And she actually put in a little bit of time and tried to sort of start changing that fear that she had out here and turning it into love. And it was in, I think, 2019, she got awarded Women's Best Barrel. And when she got that, it kind of inspired her to give that motivation to sort of chase this wave and really make it her own and really change that, like I said before, fear into love. And then she moved here, and then obviously this wave has been her focus. So it's just a good demonstration of how much time you really have to put into a wave to really start to understand. And obviously since then, you know, she's now a champion of the event, which would have been a major goal of hers her whole life as soon as this came back on the women's schedule. But it's just so cool to see, because if you really are keen and dedicated to a wave or something in your life and you put the time in, you know, the reward will come.
Yeah, I love that. You know what? I want to get Strider in on the conversation. Strider, what do you think about this heat so far?
I think that, you know, the waiting game was pretty interesting with the two surfers. There was a lot of waves actually starting to show up on the inside here and on that inside ledge. And you know, wading through that, I guess maybe now finding the comfort and now riding waves with Vahine, you can see a lot of these waves are actually starting to barrel and shoot through this inside section. I think that's the tide actually pushing in, filling up the reef enough to hold the waves back to hit that inside ledge and just go inside out. I really feel like we're going to see a lot more waves ridden, but there are these random wide sets that were coming through, and they're going to catch you off guard. You're going to have to get pounded, and you have to go under them. But I don't think that's a problem for Isabella or Vahine, because they're both just, they love it. They love surfing out here, and Isabella goes for it, and Vahine knows the reef so well. I'm watching her right now, and she's sitting in whitewater. She's got, like, you know, foamy water all around her from that last wave, but she still paddled in deeper into the whitewater zone because she knows that that's where the good waves are, in that inside ledge. So she's showing us her comfort out here as well.
Yeah, thank you for the insight, Strider. Yeah, with, you know, typically with a more southerly aspect to the swells, the waves are more available deeper on the reef. They kind of have a different personality too. Here we go, Bella, and that one just not in a very good position for Isabella Nichols. So Vahine with heat control, she checked in with a 5.33, and she's got priority. But you can see the different personality I was talking about, you know, more of these southerly swells, is that you kind of got to stall like Vahine did and just anticipate the barrel way down, you know, further down the line.
I feel like as well, being on your forehand, that also is an advantage too, you know, especially, I mean, obviously on your backhand, if you've worked it out enough and you put the reps in, you've got to be able to do it, but it's way more challenging, for sure, especially when you're anticipating a barrel come down the line as opposed to a barrel straight from the takeoff, right? Like grabbing your rail on your backhand and slotting straight into a tube is almost easier than having to anticipate it down the line. That's just all in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Vahine does it really well on this type of southerly aspect, and on the men's side, I think Kaoli Voss has like figures out the equation. You see him a number of times able to adjust his speed, you know, while surfing down the reef, to know when to slow down and when to speed up. 32:45 on the clock, and Vahine with control here. You can see the flotilla. Let's take a look at where we are in the world right now. We're in beautiful French Polynesia. Let's zoom in. Outerknown, Tahiti Pro. Here we are, the South Pacific. Flick, and we just zoom on in. French Polynesia and the main island of Tahiti. We are in the Tahiti region, as you can see, as we zoom into the town of Teahupo'o, the end of the road, the river that makes the channel, Hawaii, and ultimately Pereure, Teahupo'o, the surf break right here. And it just wraps through, Flick.
Oh yeah, it's such a unique location. You've obviously got the Judges Tower out there, and then you've got the takeoff zone that you can see identified. But today, I mean, it's tricky. You know, you've got those couple of spots. You've got that fresh river flowing out there, creating that big, deep channel. And it's so deep, and then the reef is obviously so shallow. You're looking at the bathymetry here, so obviously that's what creates this slabby type wave. And it's probably the most photographed, the most unique wave in the world, the most perfect big wave barrel on its day. can break anywhere from 2 foot to basically 20 foot.
Yeah.
All different conditions, as we've seen already throughout this waiting period.
That's right. And there is our judges tower and the live coral reef that it sits upon. And you can see the shallow section right there before you get into the lagoon and leading out into the takeoff zone. Right beyond that takeoff zone, the ocean drops significantly. A big ocean wall, underwater ocean wall, that when these south swells hit, jacks up the wave, goes below sea level, and makes it one of the wonders of the surfing world. And thank you for the Tahiti Flight Cam for giving us the bird's eye view throughout this entire competition. I love the flight cam.
Oh, the flight cam's the best, especially when you get that spun around vision of the mountains, the lagoon, how blue the water is, and just the contrast there, and how much. I've never seen mountains in my life erupt out of the coastline as what they do here in Tahiti. It's absolutely insane. Some of the outer islands here are absolutely spectacular as well. As we look to maybe a wave here.
Wahine with a decision time. Neither surfer decides upon going, and maybe a good decision. Looks like they were both out of reach. Yeah, I mean, and the second wave. Ooh. And no takers on that second wave either. Third wave of the set. Unusual to have 3 waves. And again, just going to take a pass there. But you were talking about the islands jutting out, and Tahiti just being, it's an older landmass, it's an older volcanic island than Hawaii Islands.
Is it? Okay.
So that's why a lot of the reefs are, over time, the land has eroded, and that's why all the reefs here are offshore reefs, these reef passes, as opposed to Hawaii, where our reefs are closer to shore. Just has to do with, I think, any geologist can kind of correct me.
Yeah, this is the shot. I mean, look at that. The mountains.
There you go.
You see the blue lagoon. It's so stunning, honestly. There's so many cool things you can do here too if you have the chance to adventure around. I mean, just even taking a boat in that little lagoon there and going for a little snorkel. The coral is so amazing. It's so alive. Silly little reef sharks getting around. You see plenty of different fish. The reef is so healthy. Plenty of waterfalls to go check out down through that valley. But really, there is nothing like that. When you see that for the first time in your life, I feel like it really does literally take your breath away. And I feel like this is my favorite stop on the championship tour. It really is. It's just so stunning. And favorite pastime of mine is, if we get a couple of lay days, which I don't know if we will, is to head over to Moorea. It is incredible over there.
Here we go. The paddle, Fierro on the gas pedal here to try to make it down the line, and that one just spins off into the abyss. So good effort by the Tahitian surfer. She's up, and looks like the Channel Island surfboard's in one piece, and she'll charge back out there.
That was a good effort. I mean, I love her style on her forehand, even just the simplicity of just bumping down the line. It's just she's so stylish. She's got so much grace in everything that she does, and it comes with, I mean, she picked up some serious speed. You can see how she's shifted her feet so much further forward on her board. She's really trying to drive all that energy to try and clear that section. She had the right idea. Would have been a really tricky one to try and cut him out of. But yeah, you can really see here that both feet have shifted that little bit further forward on that Channel Islands board. She comes out of that. She's definitely on her way to a great score. So she had the right idea. I like it.
And still improves on her scoreline, because she just had a half a point score. So 1.67 for the backup. Getting some words from Jeremy Flores in the channel, who's in the corner of Wahine Fierro. Of course, Jeremy Flores, a 2015 champ here at Teahupo'o, and has actually been a huge addition for the French surfers on tour.
Oh, totally. I feel like just having that support. I mean, he was in the booth the other day and chatting to Joe and Jesse about it, and you know, just the comparison of what it was like for him when he was growing up, you know, representing France, and just how, you know, he obviously had support and coaches, but it is a very different story to these days. And to be able to have someone so valuable like Jeremy and so much passion as well. And he also kind of joked about, I heard him in the booth yesterday talking about, you know, when Callie and Vahine were like, yeah, what about coming on board as a coach? He's like, I don't know if you want me as a coach. Like, I don't think I'd be a very good coach, but obviously, you know, the results speak for himself. You know, an Olympic gold medal with Callie now, which is absolutely incredible. You know, coach Vahine to a win out here when she was a wild card. And I just love, you know, when his surfers are on fire in a heat, and you cut to him when they pull out of the when they flick out into the channel, he is just absolutely going off. He has got so much passion, and I love to see it. It's cool to see people get fired up.
Jeremy is one of the most passionate surfers, especially when he was competing. Talk about passion. And talk about a career, winning in Tahiti, winning, I think, 2 times over a pipeline, and then capping off his career, winning at home in Hossegor. What a guy. I mean, he's just a ledge to be around. He's got so much knowledge. And you're right, he's like hesitant to take a role in that, maybe the responsibility, but I feel like he's flourished as a coach, to tell you the truth.
But also maybe his energy is what those surfers need sometimes, you know. It's just like people fire up on different things, and you know, you see sometimes people just click with a certain coach, and maybe that's the kind of energy that they just needed to sort of get that rise out of them or bring them to that flow state that they need.
Bathing in the foam. Sam Smith in the water. Thanks for the water angle, Sam. So dependable. He swims out there all day long, by the way. Here we go. Vahine taking a look at this one, decides not to go. Yeah. Our camera crew, I mean, we mentioned it on some of the stormy days, are just top notch, these guys.
Oh man, they have, you know, the surfers have been working hard, but our crew has been working extremely hard, especially everyone in the channel, man. I mean, it has been crazy. We had sideways torrential rain and wind, and they're shooting straight into that. You know, that it was really hard going.
When you're a surfer, you prepare for one heat. When you're a cameraman, you prepare for every single heat all day long. There they are.
Yes,
Slickers on.
I mean, it's so funny. It looks like they're prepared for like world's deadliest catch, right? Like with all that like fisherman gear on, double jackets.
Is that Jono?
I think it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
Hux. Oh, that's Hux on. That's Hux on the boat. All right.
Yeah, Hux.
Yeah, legend right there. And there's Jono on the interview boat. These guys, I'm telling you right now, you can throw anything at them. They could go crab fishing as well out there if they wanted to. Pull up nets.
It was giving that the last couple of days. It was giving world's deadliest catch. The ocean was something else.
And it didn't matter what kind of gear you had. You were going to be soaked.
Oh, soaked and cold, and you know, you're just trying to keep the morale up between the team. But I mean, look, they delivered, because some of the imagery and the vision that we got to witness was next level.
I'm
as good as it gets.
Some extra chocolate croissants for them to get taken out, delivered on the boat. Can I have a delivery for the cameraman? They deserve it.
Maybe some fromage, some baguettes, some fresh baguettes.
Oh man, 23 minutes, and Vahine really the most active surfer with 3 waves ridden. Isabella just really holding on to that priority. Sitting a bit wider than Vahine. I don't think she wants to get baited up the reef. I feel like Vahine may be trying to bait Bella out of position. Far more difficult on the backhand too, to make those deep ones on the reef.
If you're coming from deep, there's how many times do you have to change your line while grabbing a rail, maybe releasing, trying to, you know, do those pumps that are incredibly difficult while having the rail grabbed. So I think, you know, as a backside tube rider today, you'd maybe potentially be sitting a little bit wider than where Vahine is able to. I think it's so much easier on your, you know, facing, you know, with your right foot forward, obviously, just driving through the tube. But one thing I will say, I mean, Vahine is the local, right? And she's obviously found that 5.33. She had a crack in that last one as well. But if, you know, these scores are just a real reflection of just how tricky it is out there today. Vahine, like I said this morning, she went out there and she got a really good one. She was happy with that. She also said last night, we'll see what happens here.
Looking at this one, take it off deep. Fierro in the barrel, tries to squeeze out of it, and it just gets a little clampy on Vahine Fierro right behind her. Isabella Nichols, we'll see if Isabella's going to make her move a little bit deep on the peak here. Nichols drops into this one, winds up off the bottom, looks like she's going for some turns, catches a rail and goes down. But the color of the ocean right now a couple of no-goes, is looking a lot more blue because the sun has come out, Chris Cote. The sun's amongst us.
That's right. Thank you, guys. That's right. The sun has come out. Updated ICUV index report. We're at a 5, and that's good. That means we're going to get our bronze on out here. So it's all fun over here in this area, but behind me, you got the Vahine Fiera support team. You got Kali Vasa and the crew over there cheering on Vahine, and this has kind of become a tense heat, right? All of these heats of the day have really been back and forth. They've been really testing out all the different takeoff areas of the lineup. So while it's fun and the sun's out and it's all good over here on this boat, some tense times over here on the Vahine team boat, but they still got time, and we know how good Vahine is out here. No worries, guys.
All right, there you go, grooving. Kali Vasa, Olympic gold medalist, local out here. I don't know, some type of sound's pumping out there on his boat. Feeling the groove.
Cote, tan maxing out there.
Yeah. Hey, we've missed the sun, and the sun's out. Gonna be drying some laundry this afternoon.
Here we are.
The camera lenses stay dry too that way. All right. So priority remains the same. So with that exchange, Isabella Nichols still is able to get out the back before Vahine Fierro and still regain priority. So that's a good move for Isabella, a step in the right direction. She does need a pretty intimidating number right now with that 6.67 if she wants to do it in just one wave. Of course, she can do it with a 3.5 and a 3.51, so a couple of 3.5s she could also do it. But things are getting going, and with limited opportunities right now and a low strike rate between both of our surfers, gosh, this one's going to go to the very last minute, I think.
Yeah, I think it will too. I think the last wave of Bella was telling. I think you could kind of see her changing her tactic in her mind. You know, we saw she did catch the rail, but she wanted to go to turn. So I think to your point, Copes, I feel like she's potentially maybe trying to break this down with a couple of threes, really. The other thing is there's still there's still opportunity for those tubes. We did see Vahine get the 5.33. Bella, we know what she's capable of. Last year, I think she surprised herself with the tube that she did get out here. Obviously, she's probably improved since then. She looked at a 7.5 last year for the tube she ended up getting. So, look, it's just whether or not that opportunity is sort of going to present itself out here. I feel like really with the numbers on the board and what's happened so far in the last couple of heats, you've got to be thinking that at least one of your waves has got to be turns.
Yeah, it's we'll see how this set eventuates and see if there's any opportunity for our surfers here. A couple of lines in the back. These ones coming out of a more westerly angle, so they're too far up the reef there. Isabella Nichols with priority. Maybe an opportunity here for Bella. Looks like a pretty large set. She's going to have to get the move on right here. And as this one goes by, neither surfer taking it, so it feels like it's time for us to take a break. We're going to take a break from this heat. We'll see if Isabella Nichols can come back up against Vahine Fierro. One really substantial score with the 5.33. Hey, getting ready for her heat, Stephanie Gilmore. She's going to be in the next heat along with Yolanda Hopkins. More from the end of the road. Outerknown, Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, on the way after these messages. Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Bella Nichols trying to get under there and just gets guillotined by a thick Tahitian lip. Bella out there with Vahine Fierro, Kaipo Girl, and Flick Palmentier on the call here. And now is just the unfriendly part about Tahiti. There's the friendly part. What do we got going here? We got coming up Yolanda Hopkins up against Steph Gilmore getting ready. Taking some notes from the channel. Tahitian Water Patrol in effect.
It's not an easy thing getting up on that ski sometimes. Doesn't matter how many times you've done it. It can sometimes just be so awkward.
You got a strong Tahitian grabber just pull you on up there.
Yeah.
Strider, your take on that?
Oh, just the guillotine. Watching, you know, she got into the wave and she had a moment where it looked like she was going to really come up with a substantial score, and she hit a little back, little back wave from the wave before. Had a little, shock wave coming into the bowl, and it sent her kind of off center, and then the lip just took her down, just smacked her. She had one foot on the board, the other foot was slipped off, and the lip nailed her, and then she just took the next one on the head. Then the grabbers came in to get her, but she didn't take her leash off. And then she ended up standing up on the reef in there, and I was looking at her, and then she had to jump off and go into the deep water onto the ski and get it. I mean, there was just so much going on there for her. So I hope she's okay. I mean, it looked like she took a pretty wild wipeout, and all that water, and 1 foot on the board, 1 foot off, and just such a precarious, precocious looking situation, but hopefully she's okay.
Well, there you go. Isabella's going to get deposited back in Atlanta. But, there has been a note that the surfers have been told, a lot of times it's beneficial to take off that leash. They'll get your board for you and bring it out there for you, or you can get another board from your caddy. But just, those seconds left over there can really be hazardous.
Oh, totally. You're thinking about your board. It's an extra thing you've got to think about to get it onto the ski or whatever you're trying to do. So as we look here, let's have a look what happens. So, yeah, the grabber's trying to get her. But, yeah, the leash is obviously still on.
See,
slips.
That's exactly why you take your leash off.
Oh, no. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, no.
And then that reef right there that she stands up on, guarantee she's going to cut her feet.
Oh, it's so sharp. It's so sharp. And then the wave kind of, this is the real predicament. The next one's coming, and it just really dry docks.
That's dry right there, yeah. So that is super sharp coral. And trying to make her way. Basically got lagoons right there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was tough to watch. And now you can speak to this because as a big wave rider, you got to overcome, kind of like shock sometimes. I feel like now the mental game for Isabella is to recover from that. Maybe not as much physically, but mentally for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. And then sometimes, questioning your own decisions and sort of getting stuck on why didn't I rip my leash off, or why didn't I do this, or why didn't I do that? But it's so different. Like, I mean, a lot of big wave surfing these days is, unless you're surfing in the eddy or really that's it, or maybe Nazare, it's not a contest, it's a free surf. So you've got plenty of time to sort of adjust or maybe go back to your safety or your ski and kind of get your head back in the game. But out here, it's a competition, so you've literally only got 12 minutes left to try and reframe, and I think this is where you go back to potentially all the work you've done with your sports psych about reframing and what that means and how you're going to go about that, because waves like this, you are going to end up in situations that are precarious, that maybe you are getting dry docked, and you know what, it does even if you try and make the best decisions in that moment, you can still end up in situations that are gnarly as well. So I think about, right now it's just all about reframing and taking a couple of deep breaths and
try to stay away from some of those coming through. But no takers here. We'll see if Vahine has an opportunity. She's got heat control. She's got the lead and priority all at the same time. Vahine's village in Teahupo'o really gave us a beautiful welcome, and Vahine was all a part of it. Let's take a look at our welcoming ceremony when we entered here to Tahiti. And flying amongst the ridgeline here down to, we'll take a bird's eye view, take a trip down the river across the bridge. And what do we got? We got the village of Teahupo'o. Wonderful opening ceremony. Miss Tahiti came and greeted us with a hula. Wonderful music and some traditional Tahitian dancing. Beautiful opening. Yeah. Flick, you know I can do that, right?
Yeah, I believe it.
Okay.
Yeah. Couple of cans of courage, you'd be all right. No, I believe you can do it without it, Kaifa. Swivel hips.
Yeah. All right, so 10 minutes, and the story out here is all Tahitian, actually, because it's all Vahine Fierro with a 5.33 and a 1.67, 7-point total. Should get her through the heat. I mean, the bar said last heat 6.92 wave total from Erin Brooks was enough to get her through the heat. That 6-point ride is a giant score in the scope and frame of what we've seen so far this morning for Isabella Nichols and what she needs.
Oh, totally. It would be the highest wave of the day so far. And when you're putting that into the context, it really just, again, illustrates how hard it is out there if that's the wave you're chasing. And, you know, at this point in the day, we're into heat 3 and that's the highest score we've seen so far. It is really tricky just to position on the reef, to know where to sit, to even, you know, the couple of attempts Vahine's had, especially that one where she was racing to get through it. If that one had stayed open, she would have come shot out the other side, but
yeah.
A lot of them are clamping and a lot of them are crumbly, so not easy exits to make it out of as well. So, yeah, it is extremely difficult out there.
Set coming through here. Check the positioning of our surfers and a little bit of out of position, and maybe a play by Vahine to lure Isabella out of position. Isabella takes it. She's going to try to paddle further to the channel, a little bit wider. Takes a look down the line. She's way too far behind the peak there. So employing the important 4 Ps of professional surfing: paddling, positioning, picking the wave, and then performing. And the 5th P, priority, paying attention to your priority.
I thought it was the other one. I thought it was the 5 Ps. I thought that's what you were going for.
I started with 4 Ps and I added priority for the 5th. Winner of this heat, by the way, goes, oh, here we go. Nope. Winner of this heat actually meets Sawyer Lindblad in round number 2.
Okay, that would be cool. I mean, look, if it pans out the way of Vahine, I mean, it would be awesome to see those two match up. They both be goofies, obviously. Sawyer having the best wave of her life out here last year in the contest, and Sawyer having an incredible year on the championship tour this year. So that'd be a cool matchup, but if it was to go the other way with Bella, it'd be cool to get to see Bella have another crack and hopefully grow with a bit more confidence, as you know, we still have a lot of swell left in this window and also potentially more favourable winds coming up. So either way, as we see Vahine maybe having a look here.
Fierro uses priority, drops into this one again. She's going to hit the brakes right now, stalling for the barrel. Not really anything on tap. Wonder if she's going to go for turns. Nope, she's just going to give Isabella Nichols with priority a chance to get that 6.07. Important wave for Nichols. Double pump off the bottom, goes to turns with a beautiful top carve on the backhand. Second, I love the adjustment right here by Isabella Nichols. Just doesn't hunt the barrel, goes to turns, and she's going to reduce that need right now with a little under 7 minutes remaining.
This is a super pivotal moment in the heat. It's super crucial, and the number that gets delivered here is going to be really critical as well. So I'm super interested to see where the judges go. We obviously saw Erin in the last heat go to a couple of turns, but it was only the one, maybe the tube and then one little slash. This is on a sizable wave here, and the first turn done on a really serious section. She throws a lot of spray. I mean, and obviously we know, you know, the barrel is the main scoring chance out here, and then obviously secondary is turns, but you've got to adjust on days like this when, you know, you've got to be going for turns, so potentially, and I think this is going to be telling when this score comes in, because we're going to have a really good indication of if the judges are going to reward it and to what degree they reward it as well. And when they deliver that score, Isabella Nichols is probably going to know, okay, if I do, I'm just so interested.
So the score is populating right now, and we'll give you the news of a 4.17. So well played, well shifting strategy by Isabella Nichols. Now just needing a 3-point ride, basically.
You do that again,
you're on.
Yep, you're on.
Wow, and this is applying some pressure now. So Vahine, who's been in the driver's seat this entire heat, now really has to think about her next move with 5.5 minutes and priority. So solid, smart thinking. One more time. Look at this top turn.
Yeah, that was it. It was sick. It was on a really critical section. It's so hard to do. And I guess also the thing too, like we saw Erin in the last heat switch her board. She went from a 5.10 down to a 5.8 because she said in her post-heat interview she wanted to switch to do turns. Bella hasn't made a board, or she has made a board.
She made a change,
There we go. Replay. Okay, here we go. So she's making a change. So cool to know that, you know, obviously doing a similar sort of thing, gameplay as what Erin did in the previous heat. Changes boards, going to turns. I like this.
I like it. Ditch the tube board, get the turn board, and execute on that. That is just high heat IQ by Isabella Nichols, who's knows how to like win clutch heats. I mean, she's got 3 clutch wins. That means flipping the heat in the last 5 minutes this year. So there you go, 3 clutch heat wins in the last 5 minutes. She's done it
just this year too. That's pretty impressive.
2 times in Rio and 1 time in Bells. Here comes Vahine Ferro. She really needs to get another bigger score on the board, put herself in a safety position. A little pit ride there and a carve. Will that better the 1.67? My gut feeling is slightly.
Yeah, slightly. It's going to better. So it's going to make that requirement ever so that little bit more. I heard, you know, Jesse talking to this earlier. I think it was with that first heat, and he was referencing, or actually maybe it was with Erin too as well. Just those. He was just saying, I just wish that they would have finished their barrels with turns, because you're going to add that extra 0.5 to a point. And I mean, in heats like today, it's just. I mean, as we see the little pocket right there from Vahine, but it's just so crucial. As we see Bella, oh my goodness.
Coming back to live action, we'll catch you up on what happened right there with Isabella Nichols. She just needs a 2.97 at this point to turn the heat. She's already had a clutch position. Strider, what happened?
Wow, so when the board changed, just an update on that really quick, she went from a 6.1 to a 6.2. Feeling like she needed a little bit more board out here. The other board feeling a little chattery. So then she goes to the bigger board. Vahine leaves her out the back, and she just sent it into a perfect little cave. From this angle, it looked like she had a moment where she was inside of the barrel. So, you know, from the judge's angle, I'm not sure, but that could be the score she needed just to put herself over the top. And she got out of the wave in front of Vahine to regain priority. This could be an upset.
Oh, this is a more solid looking wave. It's more, yes, she did find cover. Is she probably going to get the score she's requiring? I'm going to say yes.
For sure.
If you even rewind to, the wave itself had more intensity.
Yeah.
It stayed open.
Look at that.
Yeah, more solid, more serious. I mean, if you rewind back to Vahine's 5.33, yes, there was a little bit more travel time, but she really had to wait for that section to present itself. This was straight off the takeoff. It was a bigger wave. I'm going to say she gets the score and more.
Yeah, and Vahine is going to need something. And it's going to be a meaningful score that Vahine is going to need right now.
Well,
there
Isabella just lost priority.
Well, opportunity for Vahine Ferro, and she needs a 3.44. Score just came in for Isabella Nichols at a 4.6. So Isabella, we talked about 3 clutch heats already on the championship tour. This could be her 4th clutch heat. Just taking it out of the hands of Vahine Ferro, who's had her grip on the lead this pretty much for all of this heat.
Whoa, this is major right now, because a lot of people's fantasy surf teams right now are on the line. I feel like, you know, we saw the stats, 23%. It was equal between Molly Picklum and Vahine Ferro. Equally split, everyone picking them as their power surfers. So this is major right now. Talk about an absolute pressure cooker. And Vahine needs a result. So does, I mean, Bella would love a result here too. But Vahine, like you mentioned, is, you know, she's currently number 19 on the rankings. So this is her pet event. She's won out here before. She needs a result. So this is going to be some nervous times.
Yeah, and the plan today, you know, going up against Sawyer Lindblad in the second round, we're planning on running through that heat today. So whoever comes out of this heat will likely be in the last heat of the day up against Sawyer Lindblad. We're planning on going through the first 3 heats of round 2 for the women, just to give you an update from Tourism Competition. But what a series of events! Just a brutal kind of pickup and wipe out there for Isabella Nichols, trailing the whole time, dug deep, board change, comes out, gets the scores on her last 2 waves out there. She's 50 seconds away from a clutch victory in this 3rd heat of round 1.
Oh, well, talk about a heat that really started off with not much going on. We had a restart. I mean, there was not many waves. It was super lackluster in the beginning. I mean, Vahine then started to slightly build. She found the 5.33 the first tube, but I mean, there wasn't much going on, and then there's been so much action as we see Vahine.
She can turn the heat, does not go on that one.
So she's lost.
She's going to lose priority, and I feel like Isabella Nichols, you would think, would be all over her at this point.
Oh, this is going to sting. This is really going to sting for Vahine right now.
Yeah, I don't think she can get away from Bella no matter what, because Bella's going to utilize that priority. 5 seconds. She's probably not even going to get away at this point. And wow, what an effort by the Australian. Tremendous effort. Isabella Nichols digs deep and takes a win. This is after the horn, and unfortunate for Vahine, that's not going to count, and that's not going to be a make either. But wow. Like Isabella Nichols, major upset right here. Last 2 waves that she's ridden were enough for the scoreline. 8.77 sends Bella Nichols into Heat 3, round number 2, up against Sawyer Lindblad. So well done. Another clutch performance by Isabella Nichols. All smiles on the way to the channel. Taking a break, we come back. We'll come back with an 8-time world champ out in the water. It's going to be Steph Gilmore up against Yolanda Hopkins. When we return, check out this barrel for Bella.
Congratulations, Isabella Nichols, advancing to round 2.
The Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Yamaha, official watercraft partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, by Banque de Tahiti, official bank partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, by Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, and by Mofi, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power on.
Back at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, and we just saw an upset. The Queen of Teahupo'o, Vahine Fierro, going down in the opening round to Isabella Nichols. A surprise for everyone, and Vahine in control throughout the entire heat. New heat out in the water. We just see Steph Gilmore kicking out of a wave. She's faced up against Yolanda Hopkins in this Heat 4 of the opening round for the women. Kai Figueroa along with Flick Palmentier here on the call.
This is a good matchup. I'm looking forward to seeing what Steph's plans are, also what Yolanda's plans are. I'm looking forward to seeing Yo-Yo because we know that she is not afraid to huck it over the ledge. So I'm just wondering if she's going to have a barrel on the brain, though, and she's going to be able to turn that off and potentially be able to go to turns.
Yeah, we'll see. Look at so Steph Gilmore up against Yolanda Hopkins. The contrast that you talked about, Flick. We have a tour rookie up against an 18-year veteran on the championship tour.
Steph's so smart. You know, she would have registered what's going on too in these first few heats, seen, you know, how slow it is, you know, what's available out there, what Bella was able to do in that last heat. And just you talk to all that experience, obviously, and she's the GOAT. She's the GOAT. I'm talking about 8 world titles for Steph Gilmore. I'm talking about just this year, she had her 34th CT victory on the Gold Coast. This is Yolanda's replay right here. I feel there's not much of anything going on. That's just a 0.3 for Yolanda Hopkins. Just want to show you that. And then Steph Gilmore opened up with a 1.5 here, Flick. Yeah, so this one from Steph, just a cruisy little car through this section. And looks like she's already obviously got turns on the brain. I think obviously those turns, you know, a little bit, the wave itself just didn't, you know, I just go draw comparisons with Isabella's last wave. And of course it's a different heat, but you look at just how critical those turns were from Isabella, and those ones were a little bit out in the face. So just the 1.5. Just smart surfing, though, from the 8-time world champ. You know, get a score on the board. She's seen some meager scores in some of the last couple of heats. So, you know, just a 1.5, you can build upon that. Talked about Steph and her 34 championship tour wins. Of course, those 8 world titles. And she's actually sneakily successful here in Tahiti. You wouldn't think of Steph as just like on the backhand in Tahiti, but she made the quarterfinals here in 2022 and 2023. Steph, sneaky good on the backhand tube ride. Right? Yeah. Well, she's just got the full, I mean, I think the one thing with Steph Gilmore is she has the full package. And with Steph, with Carissa coming back on tour this year, there was so much talk about the new generation, the young guns and everything. And then Steph goes out and wins on the Gold Coast. Carissa takes 2 wins. Lakey takes a win, you know. So the veterans are still in play, and they don't want to give anything up to the new edition. Yolanda, big wave, big drop, and a big axe right there, right to the back of the neck right there for the Portuguese surfer. That was a good effort. I feel like it's hard to know because we couldn't quite see the channel angle, so we don't know how open that one stayed. But from the get-go, that thing looked pretty solid. And well, like I told you, she not afraid. Right? She's not afraid. Yeah, she's always going to send it. And it kind of looked like that one was maybe going to stay open. So let's have it. Yeah, this is the angle I was kind of looking for. I wanted to see because she sets her rail. It's just, she just kind of can't stay underneath it. But this one stays open. I feel like it had the potential there to be a pretty good score. Yeah, here you go. Another get in slow motion, but you can just see, guillotined. Just down. Oh, that is not a good feeling. Water's heavy. Oh, yeah, especially out here. It packs a punch. Water is not light. Well, it also, you know, there's this, the heavier it gets, the faster you're moving. It doesn't sometimes feel like you're just hitting water. It feels like sometimes you're connecting with concrete. Just with that shift, especially, you know, waves like yesterday. Still going to get winded out there today, no doubt, and especially on a wave like that. But the guillotine that Bella copped in the last heat, that one that Yolanda just copped, that really packs a punch. It's violent, as we see another set sort of rolling through the lineup right now. But yeah, the Pacific Ocean, it is a gnarly place, especially. Well, it's beautiful, but it's gnarly when you're surfing slabs like this. It's beautifully dangerous. Yeah. We got an expert on the water with Strider Wazalewski. I want to know his thoughts on what the game plan is out here. Strider?
Yeah, I saw him comment on the beautiful ones are usually dangerous. The 2 game plans, we got one just strictly turns. I mean, Steph is really just, you know, looking over and talking to Snake, Jake Patterson, her coach. He's just like, keep on the turns and go more radical, and wants to see her, you know, placing the board kind of more in the lip and more in the critical part of the wave. And then you got Yolanda just looking for tubes. That's it. That's all she wants. You can tell that's all she's trying to find. So I think you got 2 completely different game plans. If Yolanda can actually thread into one of those things and come out of it, it's gonna pay off, and she's gonna come through. But she does have to have success. She has to execute. She has to finish the ride. Here she goes again on a heavy one. Oh, looks like she's in it. Beautiful tube, and she just got smashed at the end of it. Oh, what an effort.
Great effort. We knew that Yolanda, she's got a reputation as a charger. We knew she was not going to pull back on anything, and she's going for it. And you know what? That's danger for Steph Gilmore, because if she keeps on going like this, she's going to make one sooner or later and get a big score.
She's been really close, and I love the attempts, and it will put a lot of separation between us, because the primary scoring out here is obviously the tube. So she has the right idea. She's identified 3 kind of nuggets. I think she's just, this one she actually does get up and into. Just here, baby can't just propel forward that little bit more, kind of a little bit clampy, that one. The wave previous though, that one stayed open. Let's have a look from this angle. Really sliding a little bit there. Regains connection, maybe gets sucked up. Oh no, she comes through that second section.
She was on her way out. It just clamped on the end. That was really cool technique here by the Portuguese surfer.
So good, so good. I mean, she read this really well. I mean, she's identified the wave she wants. She knows her strengths. Her strengths are definitely the ability to just huck it. I mean, I really loved that. It was an awesome attempt.
Yeah, and you know what? I like the fact that even without the make, the judges gave her credit with a 3-point ride.
Yeah, it's good.
Well done, you know?
It's promoting barrel riding. It's awesome, and it's promoting just taking a bit of a risk.
Well, clutch performance by Isabella Nichols. She's on the interview boat with Chris Cote. I'd love to hear from her after heat.
Yeah, thanks, team. Bella, you had the Teahupo'o mix plate. Got barreled, did a couple turns, and of course went through a radical wipeout. How was that heat for you?
I feel like that heat had everything, honestly. Going into this event, I didn't really know what to expect. I think you come to Teahupo'o and you're expecting like perfect glassy barrels, but obviously today was not the case, and we had a bunch of everything. We had a heat restart, so yeah, that ended up being like an hour-long heat, which was wild. I was pretty devastated that the heat restarted, because I was like, I thought I played the start pretty well, and then they restarted the heat, and I'm like, no, I got to do it again. But yeah, I just never gave up. It's been a pretty tough year for me, and I saw the draw coming into chokes, and I was like, for a second I was like, oh, like why me? Like this is pretty heavy, because Vahine's the queen of Teahupo'o, and I knew it was going to be a really tough ask, and I had to play it really smart, which I feel like I got lucky in the sense of, like, obviously I fought till the end, but I was lucky that there wasn't really any proper gems out there. But it's been fun. Like I love Tahiti. I'm staying with the Vast family. They've been so welcoming and helping me with everything. Aylan's been my co-captain, driving out on the boat every morning, and she's been helping me with lineups as well. I'm working with Simon as well here, and he's amazing at lineups. And just hearing them in the channel as I paddled past after doing a couple turns, saying like, don't give up. It just kind of got me fired up, and I just love this stuff. It's the game for me is like what I love. So yeah, I'm stoked to make it through that one.
You've been making it exciting all season. We have a new stat, the clutch wave stat. Basically, that was your 4th clutch victory, getting the score in the final 5 minutes. How do you keep doing it?
I'm making everyone grey. My dad, my mum, Kurt, my family. Like I see the greys starting to form a lot more now after this year. But yeah, I saw that stat on the TV the other day watching the boys, and I was like, that's actually a really cool stat. I love seeing, all those kind of really cool, like the data behind it. Like, you just don't know these things until you see it on a screen, and to see that, I would love to start the heat better. That's the goal, but to finish it strong, I'm stoked about that.
For the good of your friends and family back home, maybe just try to control the heat from the beginning.
I'll try my best, but that hasn't really been my MO lately, so we'll see.
Well, good luck moving through. Awesome heat. Can't wait to see what you do next.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, Isabel Nichols fueling up with the new Bonsoy isotonic drinks. She got that plug-in right there. I'm going to plug it too, because I'm a Bonsoy team rider too. Yeah, the new isotonic, just natural mineral salts, fruit juice, and sparkling coconut water. Natural rehydration.
Does it taste good? I haven't tried one.
Delicious.
Very good.
My favorite flavor?
Yes.
Pineapple. You would not guess that, me coming from Hawaii, that would be my favorite flavor.
Sounds good.
So we did see a wave ridden during that interview, but that was just an offer, just a 0.83 for Steph Gilmore. So the charging of Yolanda Hopkins, although it wasn't a completed ride, puts her in the driver's seat, or puts her in the lead right now with priority and the lead over Steph Gilmore. So the charging's paying off.
Charging is paying off, and I just think that score, they're trying to promote that kind of surfing. Obviously, they want to see the barrel as the primary scoring element out here. So trying to promote that for sure. I think she is like millimeters away from making one of these tubes. I mean, she's had 3 attempts. She's been incredibly close. One, she got guillotined on, but the other 2 after that, she was so close. So it's only a matter of time for her, and then things get interesting for Steph. So we'll wait and see. I mean, there were a few bigger sets. I mean, really, when you think about the size of the wave that Yolanda was taking off on compared to the waves that we saw in that last heat. So, I mean, maybe with what Strider was saying with that tide coming in and the tubes maybe staying a little bit more open, maybe we're starting to see that a bit.
Yeah, and just kind of a story about Yolanda's just bravado is during the Challenger Series in Sakurim, I think it was last year or the year before, they called the contest off because the waves were too big there. It was 10-foot closeout at Itaona, just closing out, and nobody, not the men, not the women, nobody paddled out except for one person, and that was Yolanda Hopkins, just to prove that she could paddle out there and get through just monstrous beach break, 0 channel, only giant whitewaters, and it was just yo-yo out there amongst a angry sea. And I was mesmerized by just that whole mission. Like, is she going to make it out? What's she going to do when she makes it out? Oh my God, she's taking another 10-footer on the head. Look at her. And she did it no problem. So a charger, Yolanda Hopkins.
It doesn't surprise me. She's always had that sort of attitude. I've known her for a really long time, and back from the qualifying series days, the Challenger Series days, and even back then, she's so determined and so committed. I'm not sure if she would be doing this here potentially, but I know even the CT at the beginning of the year, she was like running 5 kilometers before the competition day had even started. Then she would go for a free surf. Then she'd be, before the contest, then she'd be competing. She is a real athlete. She's so dedicated to the cause. She told me a story, actually, I think it was Newcastle last year, when she, she'd officially qualified, and she was sort of like, oh, Flick, I feel so good to have, I've been trying for so many years and now I'm finally here. And I said, so what did you do once you qualified? And she's like, you know what I actually did? She's like, I went on a surf trip. And she's like, I've never, ever just been away on a surf trip. Every trip I do is to compete, right? And it's such a different mindset to be in. And she was like, the moment we did, I booked a trip with my coach and we just went to the Mentawais and went on a boat trip. And she was like, it was the best time of my life. And we absolutely scored. And she got tubed, and she was like, this is what surfing's all about. She's like, I just get so, caught up in the, the contest mind and just the grind of it all. And so, yeah, she had a good celebration in the Mentawai Islands on a boat trip. First surf trip ever.
Not a bad place for a surf trip. Another good place for a surf trip.
Right here.
Right here in Tahiti. Enjoy some time in Tahiti. I look forward to this every single year, and have a great time. Get to hang out with my 6 Tahitian dogs. That's right, 6 of them.
Kaipo gets escorted to work every morning by his 6 Tahitian dogs, and to and from work.
It's so good. Canine energy. Oh. Unconditional love. Oh.
Man's best friend.
There you go. Okay, so a little bit of breathing in the action right now before we get to our next exchange. Wave formulating here, hitting the reef. Yolanda Hopkins in the blue jersey with priority, and that one's way to the south. Also, speaking of what's happening with the swell, we did check in. Let's see if someone takes a wave here. We did check in with Charlotte Perry, and he did confirm there's a touch more south, but still south-southwest swell, just trending a little bit more, taking about 20 degrees. Yesterday was about 197. Today is about 197 degrees. Yesterday was 200 degrees. The period's coming down, and that's a big reason why these waves are running more down the line. But we're expecting, as the swell kind of eases a little bit more and the tide comes up, it's going to shift more to that inner ledge consistently. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, Surfline, for more of those updates.
Well, I feel like we've already seen a bit of that, right?
Yeah.
Because wasn't high tide around midday, right? And I think we've just hit midday. So I feel like just those last 3 waves of Yolanda's has sort of been a demonstration of that. We've sort of seen those ones really stick to that inside part. It feels like Yolanda's got a pretty good read on where she wants to sit to just be paddling straight back out, paddle straight into the next one, and then another one after that. So maybe the read on the lineup is getting ever so slightly easier. Even when I look at this drone shot here, you know, just compared to this morning, I feel like there's a lot more lump and bump and a lot more unpredictability. So this is looking like a bit more of a predictable ocean to me.
All right, well, let's see if they got any takers here. And a lull is lighting upon us. So I think Chris Cote is out with a special guest right now. What do you got, Chris?
Yeah, thanks, team. All right, got a special guy out here, Justin Curlin, Cleveland, Ohio. What up, my guy?
Nice
Welcome to the channel at Teahupo'o. How did you get here?
The guys from Thermal. We hooked up with the guys from Thermal. They've done a great job of, you know, bringing us out here, really integrating us into all parts of this. You know, the access has been unbelievable. They've done a good job of not only with the surfing, but also kind of getting us involved with the French Polynesian culture. And we've seen a lot of cool things so far, but I mean, look where we're at. I mean, this is about as cool as it gets, right? The guys from Thermal have done a great job of bringing us out here, and you know, I'm stoked to be here. So yeah, never thought I'd be on this boat talking to you.
You literally have the best seat in the house, getting sprayed by the waves here at Teahupo'o. Right? So all the way from Cleveland, you've been spending time here at Tahiti, not just in the channel, but on land. What have been some of your favorite parts of your trip so far?
Well, again, I think it's about the access. You know, being able to, you know, being from Cleveland, we don't get a shot to come out here and get to be one-on-one with the athletes, but the ways the guys from Thermals have set this up, we've had direct access. We've been able to, you know, get to meet some of my, I would say, long time people I've been looking up to, some heroes. You know, yesterday's heat with Kelly, that was just absolutely amazing to see that live from the channel. And at one point, Kelly came over and was telling us a story about how he was trying to get Medina's jersey, and Medina said, "No, I don't. If you have the jersey, I don't care about it. All I want to do is go ski the wave or do the wave pool." And I thought that was just really cool to see how they interact. And you know, there was a tearful moment there, and we were right up next to it. And you know, I just don't think you get that without, you know, your partners from Thermal being able to hook that up. You know, it's amazing. So,
Bro, you got better access than I do. Take me with you.
I'm in. Let's go. Let's do it. Me and you.
I'm officially joining the Thermal team.
Awesome.
That's right. If you want to be part of one of these incredible VIP experience on the championship tour, you can check it out at thermal.travel VIP experience Tahiti. Scan now to join the 2027 waitlist to experience Teahupo'o like never before. Scan the QR code. And you can scan that after we will watch Steph Gilmore try to come back. She needs a 2.28 to turn this heat, but that VIP experience, pretty cool. I actually met all those people, Justin included, yesterday. Showed them how this set works, showed them this sneaky screen, the program screen, the score screen, our cameras 10, 11, and 12, the lights, all of the stuff that we have happening over here. Introduced them to one of my Tahitian dogs as well, Big Head, aka Tookie.
But what an incredible day yesterday to be a part of for that experience, right?
Yeah.
That literally was probably one of the best days in professional surfing history. It's going to go down as that. So to be able to witness that,
That's right.
Incredible.
Scan that QR code. Join now. Get on the wait list for next year at Teahupo'o. I think it's Thermal also, I believe, is going to have some VIP experiences over in Portugal as well. So great crew, great support. The Tahitian crew, they got Vatia David showing them around, so they got some tremendous local knowledge there. Really cool experience.
Well, I think like to have access to this event is pretty special because it is logistically, you know, it's one of the harder places to know how to get out to, how to get boats out there. You know, what's the cool, as we see Yolanda having another look. Oh my goodness.
Well, with the charging, I think she got out of that pretty unscathed though. We'll see. She went down pretty early on that one. There's the board. Hopefully there's not a second wave in the set. And nope. Sorry, Yolanda.
Access denied.
Oh, yeah. That is the opposite of VIP right there. If you want to be anti-VIP, that's about
anti.
Yeah. Tahiti Water Patrol quick on the draw right here. Grabs her. She's got the leash on, though, still on the board, so this could be a problem. We'll see if they escape it. She got the board on the sled. These guys are so good. These guys are really good. That was exceptional to even get the board on the sled at the same time, realizing that there was a danger there.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I mean, look, obviously you can make that decision though. If you think you're close enough to your board and to the ski and you feel like the momentum's going to go with you to get back up onto that sled, I feel like. But these are those decisions.
I'd worry about breaking a fin.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, true.
But
this is true.
We'll see how this works out for Yolanda Hopkins. So didn't get to her feet, so didn't get a score. So the score line remains the same. This is what happened.
Yeah, oh man, she just went head first there. But I mean, it's tricky. She's definitely having a crack. That one, she's just that bit too deep, bit too positioned deeper on the reef. If she was a little bit wider, that one still stayed open. I feel like she's identifying the right waves. Her positioning was just a little bit off there on the takeoff, but she just needs one to stay that little bit open. And if she can, I mean, she gets a 3 for not even making the tube. She's going to be getting at least a 6 if she comes out of one of these tubes that she's trying to pack.
Look at these guys going at Mach speed to get her back out to the lineup. Hang on, Yolanda. And look at the grabbers, like even more impressive, standing on the sled.
I know.
You know, when I do my duties in the water, I spend a lot of time on those sleds right there, and those things, you got to get a grip on it. You're so easy, you can just fly off the back. There is one handle in the very back there that he's able to hold on to.
You can get bucked so easily, though.
And then you'll just skip on the water at that speed.
Yeah. Oh, that's when you're getting winded. That's when you're getting cartwheeled.
Yeah, exactly.
And just winded the whole way.
I like these kind of skis, though, as you know, with our Tahiti Water Patrols, with the extra stabilizer.
Oh, yeah, it's so nice. It makes it feel like a boat.
Right.
It's so good.
So that black inflatable kind of rubber bumper around there actually stabilizes the ski quite well.
Also so good when you're pulling up in the flotilla, because obviously there's so much chaos going on, and it's just so nice to be able to like bounce up against a local boat. Not that you're intending to do that all the time, but just so good.
Yolanda talking to her coach John there in the channel, getting some words and looking like she's very calm. She's not frantic at all. She's going to take some input and apply that to the back half of this heat.
Yeah, she does look really calm. She does look relaxed. It's good.
Well, we're going to take a break right now. We'll be back with more action. Can Yolanda Hopkins come back, take the lead off Steph Gilmore? We're going to find out. Conclusion of Heat 4, Round 1, when we return.
A lot of fun, a lot of time spent in the ocean. When you think about it, there's 118 islands in French Polynesia. It's kind of hard to like go from Tahiti all the way to the other side of the world to try and score waves that you can probably find here. You can be in the ocean right there when you come out of your house. The best wave in the world right in front. Teahupo'o gave me my best moments of my life. The ocean is like my second mother because however I'm feeling, when I'm sad, when I'm happy, it's always an option for me to go to the ocean and relax. Pretty good going up at the end of the road.
Absolutely stunning. Postcard photos everywhere. The beautiful lush whenua, the land, the blue ocean moana water, all here in Tahiti. We're at the end of the road at Teahupo'o, and we're enjoying yet another day, day number 4 of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by our good friends at IC Kaipagura, along with Flick Palmentier on the call here. Steph Gilmore going to turns on wave number 3, got a 2.4. That's enough to put the 8-time world champ in the lead over Yolanda Hopkins, who's been absolutely charging, but also paying dues at the same time with pretty bad wipeout that she had to recover from. Steph Gilmore with the lead and priority right now, Flick.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, we saw Yolanda having words with John, prior to going to the break, and I'm going to be interested to see if she changes tact here and if he's like, okay, you got this 3 on the board, so actually the highest score of this heat so far. You only need a 0.9. Can we just bank that, get you back into the lead, and then potentially start sniffing around for tubes again? Obviously, if a tube presents itself, be my guest, take it. But I feel like coming into this, I mean, if she wants to try and advance, you've got to be thinking, turns are sort of going to get this job done,
Yeah. Well, Steph Gilmore, she's the GOAT, and she's the GOAT for a couple of reasons, but one big one is that she's got 34 CT wins under her belt in her 18-year career. Number 34 happened at Pumping Snapper in front of a hometown crowd, Flick. This was amazing.
This was probably one of the better CT events I've been to in a really long time. For all-round attributes, we obviously had pumping surf for the 4 days of the waiting period, and then we had that whole conversation. What are the veterans going to do? The Queens are back with these, the young rookie class, but I mean, Stephanie Gilmore really shut everyone up and all those narratives because she came back in a big way, and this was iconic. I mean, the crowds were next level. We had live music on the beach. We had probably 20 to 30,000 people stacked along that beach. Everyone was, what? I saw spectators. Oh, as we see Yolanda.
Yolanda trying to come back. Just needs a 0.9. So strategically doing the right thing. Needs a 1-point ride. She's going to get a point and more there for a couple of turns.
Yeah, well, she's into the lead now, so smart surfing. And going to put a little bit more pressure onto Steph. I'm going to see where those couple of turns goes, especially compared to Steph's turns. Steph's have been on bigger waves when you rewind to hers. Obviously small scores, but we're comparing, a couple of turns now. I mean, we're comparing Yolanda's couple of turns to Steph's couple of turns and where it's going to sit. She's definitely going to get the score, but it's going to put more pressure on Steph.
Yeah. And looking at the draw, the winner of this heat will meet up against Luana Silva in heat 7 of round number 2. We're not going to get to that heat today, so whoever wins this heat's going to have overnight to rest and regroup. Replay here of Yo-Yo.
Yeah, so Yo-Yo here, changing tactics. Obviously would have been the wise words from John. Up in the pocket here. Nice little tight snap, I will say, for, a smaller wave here. But, I mean, she does keep it really tight in the pocket, which is what I really liked. Throws a bunch of spray as well. So she's obviously going to get this 0.9 that she was looking for. And she's going to go into the lead.
That's a 1.73. So now the requirement for Steph Gilmore, who's holding on to priority, just a 2.34. So modest need for Steph Gilmore to retake the lead in the final 7.5 minutes.
It's just so crazy right now. I mean, just how, as we see, maybe Steph having a look at this one.
Steph looks like she's going to go. Paddles, doesn't take it, but will hang on to priority, likely because Yolanda not in the takeoff zone. Really couldn't tell from our Tahitian flight cam whether that was a makeable wave or not for Steph Gilmore.
To say.
It was It was tough. She was really deep on the reef right there.
But I do like the strategy of just waiting until Yolanda's out there, because it's kind of like, okay, yes, that's a wave, and I might have been able to better my scoreline, but it was a tube, right? And what Steph's game plan's been turns, and I think it just speaks to so much experience, knowing, well, I'm not just going to let that one go, because it's not like Yolanda's going to better her scoreline on that. I may as well keep priority, and if I'm going to utilize it, I'm going to be taking a wave off Yolanda as well as bettering my own scoreline. So super smart decision making there from Steph. Not surprised. That's what you get for being the 8-time world champ. She's been in a lot of different positions like this, so experienced, and seen a lot of scenarios play out like this.
Yeah, I mean, although she has, I believe Jake Patterson as a coach, still, I mean, she's got just the natural intuition and a super high heat IQ surfing. Gosh, I don't know how many heats. It's got to be in the 1,000 range, for her
You
career.
continue like all the Grom comps, the Pro Juniors, qualifying series events, like, oh man, the list goes on. Factor all that in. And the win rate.
Pretty high.
She's going deep into every event. It's a lot of heats.
So, and also knows how to stay calm under pressure, I feel, for Steph Gilmore.
Well, her 8th world title, I feel, was just like an absolute demonstration of how to stay calm under pressure. Coming, when we had the Final 5 series, and she came all the way from that 5th seed to take the world title.
Making history right there. Just one of the many historic moments from Steph Gilmore. Wind looks like it has kicked up a bit, and there's the requirement for Steph Gilmore 2.34 and having the opportunity with first priority. Now for Gilmore, this turns into a clutch situation as we hit the 5-minute mark in this heat.
As we see a couple of sets come through, that one pushing a bit wider than where they were. I mean, Yolanda's, Steph, I mean, look, she's won an event this year, right? I mean, and she's going to be taking confidence from that. Obviously, a lot of points, but Yolanda really needs this at this point. Obviously, we know she's going to back herself up on that Challenger Series, but Yolanda is really chasing a result here. And I feel like Yolanda would have been rubbing her hands together coming into this back half of the year, but just because we know, I mean, we've said it, she charges, she loves waves that are a bit bigger, a bit more powerful. So she's probably thinking, okay, maybe this is where, my year can sort of change. So Yolanda's really hoping for a result here, and I feel like her advancing out of this heat's pretty important for her. So, I mean, as it is to Steph too, I mean, she's right, she's a little bit further down on the rankings as well. She obviously has a win, but I mean, important for both women, but Yolanda right now I think would really be feeling this and really wanting to get out of this heat.
Yeah, you're right. Yolanda, number 20th on the rankings coming into this event, and Steph Gilmore, number 13 on the rankings coming into this event. And things are, we know she can handle the pressure, but there will be a little bit more pressure on Steph Gilmore as this clock continues to tick down, and the opportunities also may be a little bit more difficult because as we've been speaking, a bit of a squall coming through here. We had a wind going lighter. Here goes Yolanda, pulls in way deep on that one, and there's not going to be an exit for the Portuguese surfer. Under priority, had to take that chance. Attention to the lineup with Steph Gilmore and see if she takes one. Yolanda, see if she can get to the channel really quickly or escape this wave coming in. Gilmore's still searching. Oh.
This is nervous. It's nervous times. I mean, it's nervous for both women. Everyone, they both know it's such a low-scoring heat that anyone could turn it at any moment. And I think, Yolanda obviously used her pressure a bit deep on that one. I mean, you got to give it to her for having a crack. I mean, she's not afraid, of course, but I mean, it's nervous times to Steph too. I mean, she's only chasing a 2-3. I mean, she's just going to replicate her last wave.
Yeah.
Her last wave is it, right? She's going to get a bit of a taller wave, a couple of turns, and she's got the score.
So right now, Steph Gilmore with only 3 waves ridden and 5 waves ridden for Yolanda Hopkins as this heat goes through. So there we go with the overall waves, and highlighted are the top 2 waves for each of our surfers. CT by the numbers, we look at two of the busiest surfers in 2026. Steph Gilmore, number 2 on the list, with an average of 6.9 waves per heat, and right behind her, Yolanda Hopkins with 6.6 waves per heat. as we average out all the waves per heat so far in the 2020, in the 2026 World Tour, yeah. So 2 busy surfers is what we get by that CT by the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, sort of. You look at these heat, and when you look at those stats, and I mean, Yolanda's kind of living up to that, right? I mean, she's had 5 waves. Steph's had 3. Steph's been a bit more selective here, but. I mean, look, what I will say is those conditions are changing. That wind definitely has kicked up a notch. A bit more cloud cover sort of moving in too. So potentially deteriorating these conditions a little bit. Good news is it's kind of going with the direction that the wave's feeling. So obviously you've got that clean-faced wave still, but definitely adds a whole other element to it as well.
So did Steph Gilmore, let some opportunity go underneath her, because now we're at 1 minute, Flick.
I know. Things are looking like it might be a bit tough.
And Yolanda's getting right in her vicinity too. Just orbiting Steph Gilmore at the moment as we're under a minute mark. So Steph's really going to have to make her move in the next series of waves. Inside wave here. And Yolanda takes a peek on it. Steph's still focusing on the horizon.
Ooh,
this could be it right here. This could make the heat or break the heat for Steph Gilmore. This one looks like it's a pretty walled up wave, and not opportunity there. Likely just one more wave coming through for Gilmore, just sitting out at sea with that priority anchor on her now. And things look grim for the 8-time world champ.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be another opportunity here, but I just feel for him, because I feel like these conditions are so hard right now. I think the scores are not reflective of their abilities, and I just think you just even, rewind to the last heat, Bahine, the absolute local, and you think it really is a reflection of just how difficult it is out there right now. We know what they're capable of, so Yolanda, on the other hand, she's going to be happy with this result. She needs it.
She earned it. She earned it by some hard charging. She had to take some big wipeouts, big waves on the head. Yolanda Hopkins, 4.73, did the trick. Yolanda will see her heat 7 of round number 2. And we're going to be moving on to a break. We got another great heat coming your way when we return to the end of the road. It's going to be Alyssa Spencer in the water with Bella Kenworthy.
The Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Tahiti Government, official tourism partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. By Yeti, built for the wild. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by Outerknown, find your Outerknown.
Hi everybody, welcome back to a big event on tour, really kicking off the back end of the season here at Teahupo'o. We're still in round 1. Alyssa Spencer, Bella Kenworthy hitting the lineup, and enjoying to see how they take on these heats, where they go to turns, if they're going to be barrel hunting to set up some matchups in round 2. Just so fun being in Paradise, hanging out with the locals. Joe Turpel with Jesse Mendez, a guy who enjoyed his time on the championship tour and always loves his trip to the South Pacific. Guy loves to surf. Guy loves to eat too. Your favorite thing to eat when you come to Tahiti, what would it be?
I mean, you can't go wrong with Poisson Cru, so it's basically ceviche with coconut milk. Around that, right?
Exactly.
I guess I'll say.
It's a treat when the house that you're staying in tells you it's Poisson Cru night, or for lunch. You know, in my opinion, it's never too early.
That's
Wake up,
true.
have some Poisson Cru, kick off your day. We hope you get to join us here very soon, here at the end of the road. Alyssa Spencer, the goofy foot, taking on Bella Kenworthy. She'll be on her backside here on these lefts. 2 surfers from Southern California. You've got Alyssa Spencer representing Encinitas, California. A little bit further north, you've got Bella Kenworthy representing San Clemente. Dad kind of representing the Salt Creek Core and Dana Point as well. Jason, a longtime photographer, filmmaker, and just involved in action sports, and actually doing a lot of cool training videos these days for teaching people to stay limber as they get older, but also for young competitors to prepare themselves for the journey ahead of getting on tour and staying really physically fit. As we get caught up with what happened during the break, Alyssa Spencer with this one, Jesse.
Yeah, good size on this wave. Running towards the channel more. She drives down, beautiful carve. And that's what I expect them to do, to not have the tube helmet on, where you're just looking for barrels. You kind of got to open up and build your score, because the first few heats show that there hasn't been that much opportunity. When there was, there were tricky barrels to manage. So most of them were falling. So smart of Alyssa right there, just not kicking out of that wave and getting a turn in. Not a big score, 1.93, but I think she has the right mindset right now going into the heat. You can have maybe, if you're picking to do only one thing, you do turns, but not only barrels, because out there today is tricky and they should mix it up.
So Alyssa Spencer with a 1.93, and as you saw moments ago, she had a great start to her comeback to the championship tour. This is not her rookie season. She had that a couple of years back, but she kicked off with a semi-final finish at Bells Beach. All her heats run at Winky Pop, and it was just turning in giant heat totals, 13 plus totals along the way, featuring scores in the excellent range. She got a lot of firsts in her career with single score lines, combined heat totals, and also her personal best finish in a CT, and that was all back at stop number 1.
Yeah, that was impressive surfing from her. Her backhand, she's always very good on timing, and obviously gained more power throughout the years, making smarter decisions, which she already has such a good heat IQ, but very fierce competitor. Rarely ever you see her putting herself in the wrong positioning, choosing the wrong waves. Smart competitor, Alyssa Spencer.
Alyssa was able to match that same result when we got to New Zealand, where she turned in another semifinal finish. As you see the tube, take a look at this wave. Bella does have priority. Ends up pulling back. Another wave growing off the reef here. And priority has switched to Alyssa Spencer. She's going to punch through. And Bella has to wear that one. So it looks like we're seeing the wind pick up a bit. But with Bella looking over the edge of that one, she lost priority, and she's still looking for her first wave.
Yeah, good push there for Alyssa to make Bella think about going on that one. That one kind of swinging underneath a little bit, so they started paddling. The wave doubled up. Couldn't really tell what happened, obviously, after, but seemed like it was kind of a weird wave.
So Bella Kenworthy, just 19 years of age, growing up just with pro surfers all around her, including 5-time world champ Carissa Moore, surfers like Kolohe Andino, and a lot of surfers sponsored by Nike were just basically a part of her family. So it wasn't like, okay, what's it like being a pro surfer? It was basically she was kind of born into it, and she could have easily taken a route as a professional skateboarder there's still some just amazing YouTube clips online when she was just a super grom. Like, we're talking 6-7 years of age, dropping it into big half pipes with Sierra Kerr and their friends and creating a little team atmosphere. She was doing double duty, doing skate events like the Vans Park Series World Champs, where she finished in the top 12, and then she'd do the NSSAs and all the events in Southern California and surfing as well. So a really fun childhood, and she was used to just winning a lot. There's even one NSSA national title day where she won 4 national titles in multiple divisions in the same day. She was the first to accomplish that. So, you know, in her grommethood, it's just when you look at all her resume, it's just all success when you look back.
So dominant. And you mean pushed it well and translated well. Obviously now on the bigger stage, gets way more competitive, but just to get here yourself, it's definitely a long path and a long shot ahead of you. So good work from such a young age.
And I suppose that's something that you guys all have in common. When you're growing up, you know, you're standing out at your home break and where you come from if you're going to have the talent to make the tour. You know, it's a small percentage of surfers that get that far, and then you lose when you get on tour. And surfers aren't used to that. When they qualify, they're used to winning in their juniors. They're the talk of their little home break if they're going to go all the way. And then all of a sudden they're, wait, these are the best surfers on the planet. And that's where the learning curve gets really steep. Alyssa Spencer takes off on a wave with a lot of size, and that board has some speed where she just naturally got out in front, matching the power of Chopes. Just a long kick out for Alyssa, but just always looks solid with her stance on that surfboard. And she didn't get a really solid score, but you could tell she's more than ready with her equipment and her headspace to try to pack a good one today.
Yeah, the wave kind of chandeliered in front of her. One of those waves that was hitting like the in-between size. And with this wind, it felt like it picked up. You can see Joe very crumbly right there. And the lip line kind of being destroyed by the wind blowing from the east right now. Obviously, as the mornings tend to be a little bit mellower and as the land starts to heat up, the winds usually pick up, and you can see the difference already on how there's more ribs going through the lineup, making it more difficult for the surfers in an already very challenging day of surfing right there.
Well, we did just lose our GOAT from the draw, Steph Gilmore, out of the contest because Yolanda Hopkins just took a big win. Yo-Yo's on the boat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. It doesn't matter the time or place. One thing we know is Yo-Yo will go. Tell me about that adventure of a heat.
Definitely tricky Chopes, but I've been having a blast for the past week and a half and getting quite a few barrels, and I was super stoked just to come here, feel the man and everything. I would like a heat with a few more open barrels, but you know, I'll give it a go, and that's kind of what I train for, to just get pulled in, just pull up to the chances, and if it doesn't happen, you get ragged around and you're just ready to go straight away. So yeah, it was fun.
Where did you get this attitude? Where did you learn how to charge like that?
I mean, I wasn't born to charge. I kind of got my coach to just hint it a little bit, and I'm really competitive, so I think that's a 2 and 2 together. It just keeps pushing me to the edge and pushes me out of my comfort zone. We always say you gotta be comfortable with the uncomfortable. I'm not, obviously I get afraid as well, but it's when you go through being the part that you're afraid and just building confidence and then just pushing for it and just going for it. We're prepared. I mean, at least I can say for myself, I'm ready to get a couple beatings. And I went out yesterday morning, and it was definitely sketchy, and it was really edgy in the morning. But I loved being out there. It just keeps it being uncomfortable.
And I'm sure it never gets old when you look over and you're sitting next to Stephanie Gilmore. How does that one feel?
It's not bad. I love Steph. We've been doing some contests together, and we competed a few times against each other. And she's just the best, and she's such an amazing human, and always learning something from her, either in life or surfing. She's just one of my my favorites, and it's always a pleasure to spend some time with her in the water. She just gave me a jersey, so I'm super psyched on that.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, what's next for you in this contest?
When?
What's next?
When the next heat, getting some more barrels. I mean, as soon as those barrels open up, I'm gonna charge for it, and I'm gonna try to pull in deeper and deeper and make it more exciting. It's like either side of it, either make it or not. I reckon it'll be exciting to watch.
And that's why everybody loves Yolanda Hopkins. Good luck moving through.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. Yolanda Hopkins always bringing some great energy, always laughing and smiling. And I love having her on tour because it reminds me of Courtney Conlog. When Courtney's on tour, she's just always got this bright light energy and charging as well. So when Courtney moved on, we've got Yolanda now to carry the torch for this happy spirit of charging and going for broke any chance she gets. Yo-Yo, eliminated Steph Gilmore, and now she's into round 2, heat 7 to take on Luana Silva.
Yeah, this is another good match. What I love about Yo-Yo is just get such a genuine answer from everything that she does. She does not care about what's outside of her. She puts focus on what she can do best. And she's achieved so much so far with that. And yeah, brilliant interview from her just to get the insight on. And I've seen her, she pushes, man. She can, the last few days she's been putting a lot of time in the water. It's been massive. And props to her. It's not easy to go out there and put yourself on the line.
Seeing that wind just howling out the back there on the Red Bull Athlete Zone and all the boats there. Yeah, you can see the elements that they're dealing with in our lineup today, including that dropping swell where it's been really tricky on figuring out where to sit. We've had really low combined totals, so it's about making sure you're doing turns when you have to and being really ready just in case you get a big wide open pit. Alyssa Spencer, 193 and a .57 as we wait for Bella to get started. For Alyssa, her whole family surfs. Her dad, a fireman down in Encinitas, so she grew up really close to the ocean. Dad would take her surfing at a really young age and really got connected to it right away. She identified as a turning point when she wanted to go all out and be a pro, and she was like, okay, I'm going to sign up for a pro junior. And her whole goal was to win one heat. She's like, if I win one heat, I'll be satisfied. She not only won one heat, but she won the event. And then I think she's starting to realize maybe I could do this. She identifies another turning point when there was a movie premiere coming to town. Encinitas is such a huge surf town. The Paloma Theater is basically, if you don't know where Chris Cote is, he's probably there watching surf movies. It's such an iconic place to watch surf films. And Leave a Message debuted, the all-women surf film that was made by Bella's dad. And Alyssa remembers being there, watching Carissa, Lakey Peterson, the Nike team perform, and she was absolutely blown away. And she's like, yep, that's it. That's what I want to do with my life. And she's staying true to herself, making the championship tour, coming back through the Challengers this year, winning the last event of the season to really earn her spot back in such a cool way.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Like, it takes such a commitment from such a young age and not knowing the outcome of it. So you have to commit 120% without knowing if it's actually going to pay off or not. So that's the beauty and the greatness of any sport. Commitment will have to maintain stable and consistency throughout your whole life, no matter the outcome.
So with 23:45 to go, let's hear from Schaller Perry himself breaking down the Surfline forecast.
Surf is on the decline today. The largest sets are still on the outer ledge this morning, but it's a bit in between sizes right now, shifting more to the inner ledge this afternoon. Pre-dawn southeast to east-southeast wind made for another rugged start, but settles into highly favorable east to east-southeast trade winds throughout the day. Size levels off Wednesday into Thursday as a reinforcing south-southwest swell arrives from a storm pushing towards Tahiti the last couple of days. Surf is still well overhead, but mostly on the inner ledge, and conditions look highly favorable with offshore east to east-southeast trade winds expected. We see a trend of less favorable Maramu wind and southerly swell mix the 14th to 16th before the final day of the window is on watch for a new but modest-sized southwest swell to build in.
Thank you very much to Schaller Perry and Surfline for the updates. Yeah, we have all the way until the 18th to finish this contest. Today is August 11th, a Tuesday afternoon, and setting up some matchups in round 2 for the women, which is still on the cards today. Carissa Moore will take on Aaron Brooks in heat number 1. Isabella Nichols upset Vahine Fierro earlier this morning, and she'll take on Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer fresh off her first win in Brazil. That's going to be a heat to watch. Battling for this one at up, it's the opener for Bella Kenworthy. Throwing some water off the top, nice pace out in front. Sets up the CI for another backside hook. So finding a wave to pick off a couple of points to lay down the rail, mixing up a little backside turns, and she will get on the board, needing a 2.5 to take the lead.
Yeah, smart of her, you know, just feel the ocean, feel the energy. Get the butterflies out. This looked like a nice, like, deeper mid-sized wave that had a good line to it. First snap down the line, generating speed and putting herself in a good spot for the second session here. The wave is obviously not as steep as she was probably hoping for, but she got a few wiggles and gonna get herself on the board.
So Bella hopping out of her opener, settling for turn, so adjusting to what's available for herself in this matchup. She's the oldest sibling, 5 kids in the Kenworthy family. Younger siblings include Loyal, Waylon, Peta, Indy. Great at music. There's some great surfing happening in that family. They all are unique in their own way. Last score comes in for Bella at a 1.6. So Bella in second, now needs a 0.91. And for Bella, she could kind of hear that score, knows what a 1.6 felt like, and now she'll know how to press a bit harder if she gets a chance.
Yeah, and like, it is what it is.
Heat 5 continues here in round 1. We're going to take a quick break. Alyssa Spencer leads with a 1.93 and a 0.57. We'll be right back after this. So incredible. Everything in that piece was shot on iPhone during this year's Outerknown Tahiti Pro, captured with the drone, water housing, and an advanced optical digital zoom. Big shout out to Samuel Smith, our water videographer, and incredible what an iPhone 17 Pro Max can do. Getting all that beautiful coverage of this amazing place. 17.5 remaining on the clock for Alyssa Spencer and Bella Kenworthy. Two surfers from Southern California looking for a spot into the second round of competition. This being round 1, heat number 5. Setting up a crazy matchup. If you get through, you take on Molly Picklum, the world champ and the event champ from last season. Easy call, toughest draw that you could ask for into the next round, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, you sometimes have to battle those big names. There's nothing you can do about it. Mostly if you're thinking about, you know, world titles and winning, you can't run from it. You just got to embrace it and go get done.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see what Molly does out here. She's had just hours and hours of watch time through the days that the men were in the water. She's had hours and hours of prep time in the mornings, and after the comp's been called off, she got here nice and early as well, and she is ready to defend that title. Such an amazing back end of the season for Molly last year that just rolled into the world title showdown in Fiji. This year, Fiji's a regular season event, so for Molly and for the whole tour, they get to enjoy it for more than 1 or 2 matchups. It'll be all the way from round 1 to the final, which is really exciting at the next stop of the season. Beautiful controlled takeoff, slowing down to try to time the hollow part of the wave, but Alyssa is a little too far out in front. Ends up trying to chase the pocket with that turn.
Yeah, so in that situation, the problem was the barrel. Like I've been mentioning before, you have to manufacture the barrel, so you have to slow yourself down, get pretty tight up and high a lot of times. And as she took off, she went a little bit lateral. She went down the bottom, but she went a little bit lateral too quick, so she had to either put both of her hands inside the water to slow herself down, like you've seen Ramsey do yesterday or someone like that, or really bottom turn very deep to slow yourself down and create separation from you. From the wall to delay yourself into that little pit that was open for her. But she ran just a little bit in front. As you see right here, she takes off and goes kind of lateral to the bottom turn. She had to either slow herself down with her arms or being a little bit deeper in that bottom turn to delay her positioning to get deeper. And then the wave just shoots you so fast because it's so powerful always.
So Alyssa out of her third wave there had a 1.0. So even though it sounds small, it just improved her situation just a touch. So Bella needs a 1.34 now. And it's interesting how stressful these low scoring heats can be. You've kind of felt that in every post-heat interview. Every surfer knows it's wide open. Even with how abruptly a good wave can come up here and just a snap of a fingers, your heat could slip through your fingers, you know, on the final exchange. So you're surfing a long heat for 40 minutes with high stress just the whole time.
Yeah, and the more the clock runs down and no one kind of separates themselves on the heat, like the tighter you get and the less you want to push, the less risk you want to take, and it just becomes a nightmare of a heat, actually. Like for you to be part of it, like inside there, you're trying to break free from it. You try to tell yourself that, you know, to keep it simple and simplify your decisions and your surfing, but it usually seems to go the other way around. You complicate.
We were mentioning surf movies at the top half of this piece, how inspired Alyssa got just by watching those films and, you know, Bella's dad making them, so she was always watching great clips of the best in the world. And you think about women's surf films, you always think about what Bill Ballard was able to come up with, you know, back in the day, creating the original Blue Crush movie. These are just classic surf films with really good music, great segments, and another one called Peaches as well, and with waves from all around the world at a lot of the tour stops as well. That inspired so many surfers to just become pros or try to make the tour and even just get in the water. I think that's usually the first feeling you get when you even watch heats on tour. Just, I'm ready to go surf, especially when you're watching the best in the world do it.
No doubt about it. It gets you fired up. Mostly when the conditions Or like yesterday, for an example, we were like, you know, getting off our chairs here. It's just so excited.
I mean, it's such a big part of our lifestyle and surf culture. Getting clips, making movie parts, what music goes with it. Here comes Brisa Hennessy representing Costa Rica. Put in a lot of time and waves of consequence, and she's looking to really get a big result here at the halfway mark of the season. A challenging heat here. She's got Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Both will be on their backhand in this one. Looking forward to that. Betty Lou will be the high seed, sitting just outside the top 10. And Brisa just has had one of her slower starts to the championship tour. She's had years behind her where she was just ultra consistent, and she's trying to channel that now.
This is going to be a great heat. I think both of those surfers are probably going to, this is me personally trying to read their minds, right? Like their weaknesses and their strengths. I think they're really going to focus on trying to find those waves to do a combination of major maneuvers. They're both very solid. They're used to doing turns in this type of conditions. Obviously, both of them grew up in Hawaii. One of them lived in Fiji for a while. Maybe she still lives in Fiji. I'm not 100% sure, but so it's trouble as well. Like even if you're trying to do turns on a day like today here at the Teahupo'o, it's like such a heavy wave that it's hard for you to manage all the speed and the power that the wave creates. So I think those surfers can handle that pretty well, and they're probably gonna do that. But Spencer up and riding.
Yeah, just a quick up and out, just without that breeze in her face. It was just an accomplishment catching up to that wave. But now another up and out, unable to get out of the 1 point range. And now down to 11 minutes on the clock.
And then you see that wind up on the face of that wave. You can definitely see that the winds have picked up quite a bit. As much as they're more favorable, still comes from behind of the wave, and as the wave moves in, goes to the west bow, gets cleaner. But right now the winds are so strong, and you can see Alyssa right there going through a little lump. That wake that is created by the wave is very strong. It's very, like, it's not that small. Like, it really pushes you away, hard for you to read as she kicks out right there. It looked like there was possibly maybe a little pit there, but you can see just the lip line, how many lips there is on that lip line. It's very hard for you to identify where to hit it, when to kick out, when not. The wave started to stretch down the line.
I think some of those waves too, Jesse, you could, in the corner of your eye, you're seeing dry reef, and you're kind of going,
100% you are.
should I pull in? Because if I get stuck, I'm basically dry docked on one of the sharpest reefs in the world.
The smaller it gets, the drier it'll be. So, because the wave will move in, you know, the more heavy the wave, the more energy the wave has, it can create enough power to break on deeper parts of the reef. But the smaller it gets, it's going to move in and attract that shallowness that you've seen on your screen right there. And it's very sketchy. You got to make it. That's kind of your only option.
Yeah, so daunting in there. It's just pulling water off the reef. If it's really small in there, you could still get stuck and be put in a bad position. A lot of great memories, though, here at the end of the road. Crazy tow sessions that a lot of the best women in the world have been involved with, like Maya Gabera, Keala Kennelly. But then just the element of surfers willing to charge. You think of Rochelle Ballard and what she did on the tour, and really was always a world title threat every single year she was on tour, and still actively in the water every single day and watching the world's best compete. I could see Rochelle turning into an incredible full-time coach on tour if she wanted to sign up for that. As we look at Alyssa once again, a similar type of look, just checking it out and getting out really quickly, so unable to really change anything with the scores. But without priority, she has the freedom to take a look and kick out.
Yeah, for sure. Give yourself opportunity. Maybe you sneak in something special. But just looking at the judge's eye right now, it's very hard for you. You have to keep so much concentration because we're looking at a battle of ones with 8 minutes left. So every wave they take off on, it counts. And it could make a difference on the heat. If you're talking about 99% of the heat surfed on the World Tour, a 1 point ride is not going to count on anything. And in this heat, it's actually factoring. And the previous heats, they also did. So they have to pay attention in any takeoff they would get. We're talking yesterday, guys are getting 8s and 9s non-stop. All those 1-point rides are long gone. You don't even need to stress about it. But this one, they have to decipher which, like in this case, the 1.93 from Alyssa's first wave that carved on the bigger wave, was it better than the 1.6 that Bella had the 3 turns on? So they have to digest something that is so tight and not spread apart until someone hopefully gets something and get away from it. But it takes a lot of skill and concentration.
7:15 to go in this one. Stop 7 of the season. Very exciting year for the championship tour, with Fiji coming up next, then to lower trestles, Portugal, and then the really fun late announcement this year that we're going to the Philippines for the first time in surfing history for a championship tour event. Then the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, then finishing up with the Pipe Masters. There's a drop just straight for Bella, and she's got to step off. After holding priority for a while, she'll get her second wave, but it's going to keep her in second. Alyssa's not waiting too long, and she'll grab the next one. Looking to drag to pull in, and she will just get a little head dip. Out in front of her, a graceful cutback. Spencer pushes that board into the pocket again, and she'll get pushed off on the rebound. But a little look inside the hollow part of the wave just for a moment, and then a little wrapping cutback. She'll end up using that wave.
Oh, no doubt about it. This is the separation of the heat that I was talking about. It's not going to be a big score, but still, it's going to give her definitely an edge on top of Bella. You see here Bella on this first one just too deep, so she was almost playing defense, and then in a much better spot, Alyssa on the wave behind. She had an opportunity to get a better score. She starts to paddle here. The wave's very clean. She does a great job slowing herself down, keeping herself calm. She pulls in the barrel, but then she kind of goes underneath the lip, and she could have kept her line. She would have held her line. She would have got barrel for longer and had more of a clean exit. But then she comboed it up pretty nicely with 2 carves. So she's definitely going to get the better score of the heat. But with the missed opportunity to capitalize on that situation, and we have a paddle battle here.
5:22 to go. Last of Alyssa Spencer, 2.07, the best of the heat so far, and the battle for priority is still underway. They're starting to slow down a bit as we approach the 5-minute warning.
I mean, with all the nerves that we've been talking about, by the heat being so tight and having to do a paddle battle in the end, knowing it's going to cost your heat possibly because the heat's so tight and priority will count so much right now, adds the tiredness 10 times. And your heart beating and everything. Wonder who's going to get priority here.
Yeah.
Bella already gave up. She's positioned herself. She's saying like, hey, I already got priority. I got the first wave out of that set, so.
But it goes to Alyssa Spencer as you look at that red.
So they were wanting a little bit more commitment, and she probably stopped a little bit before the lineup that they had envisioned or where the takeoff zone was. So now another chance for Alyssa to be priority and hold herself in first place. Very open heat still. Alyssa had the chance. I feel like if I'm looking at that score of 2.07 from Alyssa, I feel like the judges didn't even count that barrel. They just counted the turns, because as she was pulling in, she started the doggy door, and she kept her straight line. She would have got covered. So missed opportunity there for her, but still with priority now in the lead. Definitely not sitting in a comfortable zone.
This is that stressful feeling we were talking about, Jesse, as this heat started. Every heat's been this way, where just one wave could just completely flip it no matter where you're sitting. Basically in every matchup we've had today. You know, and we've lost the biggest name in the opening round, Vahine Fierro, earlier to Isabella Nichols. That was a stressful one from start to finish with a restart as well.
It almost felt like she was going to get away easily with that heat, right? Got the first barrel, obviously looking flawless with the read of this wave, and then she had a few falls and barrels that she highlighted a bit too much, and the wave dredged under her. Then all of a sudden, identifying that she needed to go for turns, Bella got a very good wave and then back herself up, turning the heat over and getting priority. So props to Bella for taking down probably the hardest surfer to beat at Teahupo'o.
2:50 to go. Bella Kenworthy, the low seed in this one, really wants to move up the ranks a bit. She started off the year just getting tough heats in round 1, losing in this round in 4 straight events, and then changed things around the last 2 where she's had equal ninths. She seems to keep running into one of her best friends on tour, Katie Simmers, at the last 2 stops of the year from El Salvador to Brazil. Wanting this one is Alyssa Spencer, and she will glide into it. Nice overhead wall to work with, pushing hard off the tail, cuts that cutty short to complete it in the pocket. And a nice decision to take apart that wave for the frontsider, and she'll look to ditch the 193.
Yeah, it was pretty similar wave. Both carves on the open face on probably the 2 biggest waves ridden so far in this heat. Drove through that turn very nicely, so I expect to be something similar to the 1.93. I probably felt like this was a touch better. She was able to open up more and carry that rail for a longer period of a time, so the judges are going to take notice of that. So she's probably going to better her situation, and she played defense offense, so win-win for her. As you see it right here, she bottom turns similar size from the 193, but right there she extended that rail engagement for a longer period of a time, and that counts as extra points. Nice bottom turn for her, opening up those arms, bringing it all the way back around. The wave starts to flatten now, so she makes sure she keeps the nose up so she doesn't dig any rail.
And now approaching the final minute, Alyssa Spencer does improve 1 maneuver, 2.93. That's the best score of the heat so far. And Alyssa's got 2 of the best numbers, so 207, 293. Bella needs a 3.4 with 52 seconds to avoid a round 1 loss and also get a chance to surf against Molly Picklum in round 2. Betty Lou and Brisa coming up next. And Bella focusing on maybe one last chance. Even though it's the best score of the heat, we know Bella could do it just on the right wave, especially if she could find the barrel out here. Here she goes. She's got a chance. Bella looks, and it just rolls underneath her.
And that was definitely what she was looking for. See how those ones that double up, it's the inside shelf, but she might have another chance right here. Oh, this one's going to sneak underneath once again.
And she has lost priority looking at that wave, and Alyssa has just made her way out the back. And Bella Kenworthy will be eliminated in round 1 by Alyssa Spencer, and Alyssa will get the shot to surf with Molly Picklum in the 2nd round later on today. Another tough, challenging heat here at Chopes. Messy conditions on this dropping swell, and the scoring potential isn't quite straightforward in all the heats we've seen today. Alyssa with 2 big 3rd place finishes so far this year. She wants to get that feeling again. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson taking on Brisa Hennessy.
Voilà donc à l'instant qualification de Alyssa Spencer pour le 2e round. Et nous venons de dépasser la série numéro 6 du premier round. Elle oppose la hawaïenne Sakura Johnson en rouge à Brisa Hennessy, la costaricienne en bleu.
The improvements of reef restoration goes beyond the ecological impact. Planting corals is planting hope. Coral gardeners started in 2017 in here, Moorea, French Polynesia. We've been collaborating with the World Surfly since 2019. To date, we've planted more than 220,000 corals. They shape the waves across the islands, and if we lose it, we can lose a huge part of the ocean.
Been enjoying watching the relationship grow and grow every year at WSL One Ocean and the Coral Gardeners, and making the ocean just a better place to be for future generations and all the wildlife by setting up nurseries and growing coral, and everyone's really happy with all the progress that has been happening for years out here now. Another great view of what happens where the road stops. There's little snacks, as they call them, like restaurants that look like pop-up shops, kind of, where you could go in there and get some poisson crew. Great menus, great people that welcome you with a smile. The road stops, you cross over the bridge, and the village just continues throughout these mountains, through the valleys. Little kids are starting school this week, so they'll be getting up in little boats and taking dinghies down to the road so they can get to school if they live deeper behind us at Teahupo'o. It's the coolest thing ever.
Isn't that crazy, right? Like,
love that.
The only way to get home is by boat or ski or paddling.
Right. It's a long walk, so it's definitely nice having a ski or a boat or friends with both.
Well, some of them actually can't even walk towards, because there's those deep, deep houses that the only way you can get there is by boat.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. What a beautiful way to live life on the ocean. Fishing all day, surfing all day. Life is good. Watching this, we got a brand new heat. Brisa Hennessy throws some power in the pocket to get things started. Second turn out front, so some water off the rails of that Channel Island surfboard, and she will jump off. So a beautiful start for Hennessy. That's her first. During the break, Betty Lou caught 2 waves. But a promising start for Brisa Hennessy. Always known for her power and her rail work. Really deep, deep individual when it comes to just her inner thoughts and her purpose in this world. Always love catch-ups with Brisa. This is what Betty Lou did during the break.
Yeah, this is a shouldery wave. She has to, but notice how those 2 surfers are actually already going for turns no matter what. They're not just kicking out of waves if the wave's not barreling. Brisa identifying here that this is a smaller wave in size. I'm going to get you work. Beautiful first vertical turn. Goes to the second one. They're powerful surfers. Like I mentioned, Joe, they're used to surfing those heavy conditions that usually people are getting barreled on. Small backdoor. She surfs in Fiji all the time at cloud breaks, so they know how to deal with all that energy that the ocean provides.
Yeah, she knows how to harness power, and she's just really pushed herself over the years, spending all that time on Namotu and having cloud break in the background, and started just signing up for just bigger and bigger days. You know, she often gives credit to Kehea Hart for really pushing her at a young age when she was on the island of Oahu, you know, having to compete at Sunset Beach. And she still relies on a lot of the things that he taught her back then, but then adding to her own experience at Big Cloud Break. It's one thing when you're being told you have to surf big days because it's your job, or you have a heat and it's huge, but it's another thing when you sign up for it yourself. And I was talking to Brisa's dad about it. He saw the big change where she was wanting every bit of it and bouncing off the reed a Big Cloud Break and not just calling it a day, getting patched up and paddling out for more. That's a significant change in your surfing career.
No doubt. No doubt about it. And like we mentioned before, you need to spend time in order to get used to, and those 2 surfers have been doing the work in those scary conditions. And a lot of times too, Joe, you come here for the first time and you have so much expectation to get those perfect days. And then you have the days like this that are kind of windy, smaller, and you're like, oh, you surf for 20 minutes. But then you forget that down the line you could actually have a heat on those days. And those are actually the most important because they're the trickiest for you to figure out the lineup and learn how the wave works. Those 2 surfers have been on tour for quite a bit already, and they know what they're doing.
Winner of the last heat was Alyssa Spencer. Let's send it out to the boat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Alyssa, we are not at Seaside Reef anymore. We are at Teahupo'o, and it's always an adventure. Seemed like both of you were out there going up against nature in that one.
Yeah, it was definitely really challenging. I knew going out there, I was like, you know, we might have to get down and dirty and just do a couple turns and whatever we can to make this heat, because it was really hard to pick the waves out there and be in the right spots, shifting everywhere, and just there's sets here, sets there, sets outside, sets inside, and it's just like you kind of just have to find a rhythm somehow out there.
Well, it seems like you've been gaining valuable experience here in Tahiti. Tell me about what happened to you this morning, the Tahitian wake-up call.
Yes, I got out there, and 30 seconds probably into my session, I got just a bomb outside ledge set just straight on my head, and had to do a trip through the lagoon and rep back around. But yeah, it's always an adventure, and that was a great way to wake up this morning, that's for sure.
Good morning. Well, you got Molly Picklum coming up in your next heat. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. You know, you never know around here. What did you take away from that heat that you're going to apply to your heat coming up with Molly?
Yeah, I mean, that was my first heat ever out here, so I feel like I'm just trying to gain as much knowledge as I can, and it's totally different being in a heat than being in a free surf. You know, you have to find your lineups and pick the right waves and just make really smart decisions, but I'm excited for the challenge up against Molly, and I just hope that we get opportunity.
I know you got a global fan base, but what do you want to say to all your family and friends back in Encinitas?
Yeah, I love you guys, all my family and friends back at home. Thank you for watching, and yeah, thank you to everyone who supports me.
All right, let's go, Alyssa.
Thank you, Chris. What a great part of Southern California that Alyssa Spencer comes from. A great surfing community, amazing surf shops and surf culture, and she's carrying them well with her around the world. Good job getting into the matchup with Molly Picklum. And right now, that's still on the cards. I think we should be able to finish the first 3 heats of round 2 before we call it a day. And you know, we've had some adjustments, Jesse, to the tour schedule this year. Some exciting ones with new events coming up, like the Philippines. What makes things interesting is we have the regular season, stops 1 through 9. This being stop 7. So the last stop of the regular season will be at Lower Trestles. You have 24 women on tour, which is the most we've ever had in championship tour history, seeing that field expand. The women's tour consists of 21 qualified surfers, 2 season wildcards, that's Riss and Steph, and then 1 event wildcard. So for this one, you've got Kalia Galina representing the Trials champ. There's a postseason, you know, that we'll see unfold. So after Trestles, you got to qualify for that, you know, heading to the Philippines, which will be really, really exciting. You've got Portugal, Surf Abu Dhabi. The whole tour will come back to compete at the Pipe Masters this December, and that's the entire tour. So all the qualified surfers will be back. There'll be event wildcards as well, which will be really exciting. Predicting the world title should be going down there with all the points on the line for that event.
Yeah, mostly, yeah, like you mentioned, times 1.5. It's going to give the opportunity for those guys that really like to shine when the conditions get heavy. So a lot of people are very happy about that. Some of them probably not so stoked. And right here, Brisa being in the tough situation where it's so
right
shallow
there,
with the
Water
whitewash.
Patrol tried to make the grab with the set right on their heels. They're communicating that they'd have to let her go. So she gets a breath, start moving closer to the shallow reef, and they will keep circling until they get the pickup.
So we do have probably like about 14 seconds intervals in between waves probably. So they have to come from the channel, get to them and pick them up in about 14 seconds and get out of the way. So it's very impressive what they do. And not to mention, it's probably, what, 1 foot of water right there?
Oh, it gets so shallow. And one of the best drivers right there, Vatea David, competed on the championship tour. Loves driving his ski up and down here. Will pick you up on land if you're just hanging out. He'll show you how quick he can go through that shallow reef. But yeah, they know it inside and out. He picks up speed the shallower it gets, and then navigates this trip through the lagoon with the lump and bump coming from the wind. And then he's about to get into deeper water where he could really gun it to the channel. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, they're just cruising, not noticing that wave approaching and creeping in behind, and that's the problem today. We have those, you have to move in order to get those insiders, but every once in a while the set will still come. Betty Lou opting to move left towards the top of your screen to get over that first one, but not enough for the second one that came up the top a little bit more. But it made a difference. She was able to actually stay on top, and because of Brisa got caught by the two waves, she had to go all the way around, wasting a little bit of time. Sakura sits out the back now with the chance of maybe getting a quick one and coming back and sitting with priority, regaining priority before even Brisa gets to the lineup. Looks like she's having a look on this one. No, just gonna go over it.
So Betty Lou punching through there. Wow, what a wild scenario. Just, you're trying to mix it up with turns, and then there's still some sets that can creep up on you. It's maybe as challenging as heat strategy gets here at Teahupo'o. In between sizes for the outer ledge and the inside ledge, and just sneaky ones just wiping you out. Even like Alyssa said in her free surf session, just taking a trip around the lagoon. Talk about a wave of consequence, man. It's intense. Brisa has made a couple of finals out here in the past, so she's seen all the different moods that can come here in Tahiti. Just a little catch up with her. She's just arriving now into the channel, and she will be happy to hear that Betty Lou hasn't caught anything since she's been gone.
And that happens pretty easily. I'm sure Betty Lou had the urgency to try and find something so she could get a wave, get a chance, and come back with priority, but it's not always how you hope for. Right now it looks like Brisa doing a board exchange. We've seen so many of those today. So many board exchanges. I wonder if she went, you know, step up or steps down.
It just adds to the element of the challenge of today. It's just even hard to know what you want to ride, especially when it comes to paddle power. If you're going to have to settle for maneuvers, some surfers have a board they prefer to ride if they're just getting barreled compared to high performance maneuvers. 26 on the clock. Betty Lou, the lineup to herself, has a 1.5 and a 0.3. Worked with Ross Williams when she first qualified. As Ross started to take a break from traveling full time, she jumped in the corner with Tommy Whitaker. So she learns a lot from Tommy and the Colapinto brothers, as she gets another one on the head out the back. That one sneaking up on Betty Lou again.
Yeah, there's nothing she can do. It's not that she's poorly positioned. It's just the fact that those big waves have nothing in offer. Like you've seen Alyssa Spencer getting those bigger ones, and all you can do is one turn, but the wave starts to flatten out pretty quickly. So you have to cut the turn pretty. You have to cut the turn short. Sorry, excuse me, but so she kind of has to sit underneath and try to dodge those sets that come out the back. There's nothing you can do about it. And actually shows me that they're in the right spot by doing that, because they're not waiting for those big ones that don't give you the opportunity. They're trying to find the waves like the Brisa had, double ups that had a little bit more coping. The wave bends towards you a bit more and gives you a better opportunity to get aggressive, instead of the bigger ones that goes out to sea, has so much energy pushing you outwards and pretty fat.
So Betty Lou resets again, another one on the head, but she still is able to hang on to priority and avoid a trip through the lagoon. Brisa just getting right next to her now. Both these surfers with so much talent and growing up with some powerful waves to surf on the island of Oahu. Betty Lou's home break, Haleiwa, was oftentimes the first stop of the Triple Crown right in her backyard, and also has been a challenger stop in the past. She was able to get a wild card when she was really young and beat everyone pretty convincingly on her home court. That was kind of a center into the global spotlight as a world title threat that day.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And she's already done a lot of damage on the World Tour. Obviously, this year so far, yet to get warm in her standards. Looks like Brisa on the double up.
Brisa chasing this one down, grabs the rail and pulls in. She's pretty deep on this one, smaller wave, and ends up clamping on her, but she's been really developing some solid technique Those
Betty Lou
tighter
got caught
side
once
tube
again.
riders. Not another one, Jesse.
Yeah, she did. It's on the top of the screen right there. She's having a tough one right now, trying to find the rhythm of when to come in and out.
And she's just staying connected to that position she's been in, but she's been wearing a lot of the ocean on her head. Good try there for Brees. She'll wait for that score to come through, and as we know, we've been talking about improving on your ones. Could make the difference. Love the way she entered this wave.
Yeah, that was beautiful, and she approached it super well, but you have to weave through those barrels and not just stand still because they're so small, and you notice how they get a little bit higher and lower, so very tricky today with the swell we have on offer. So she just didn't really have much room to kind of connect that rail and generate drive to get pushed outside of the barrel, unfortunately for Brisa. But I think she's doing a good job as far as strategy. Like you can't be focused 100% on barrels, but if the barrel comes towards you, that's where you're going to maximize the potential of scoring. So she's trying to find those, but in the meantime, she's backing herself up with some turns. So smart surfing for Brisa so far. Betty Lou being a little bit more selective with I think it's very sketchy today. Kind of want to find yourself rhythm by riding waves instead of just sitting yourself out there and getting cleaned up by sets and, you know, making yourself frustrated, thinking that everything is going against you. Thoughts start to creep in your head sometimes. I'm not saying it's the case that she's going through right now, but that could be happening.
It's a good thought, Jesse. I think in every heat we're seeing 40 minutes. That's a long time for a heat. And maybe instead of like going, oh, I've got 40 minutes to wait for two, take 40 minutes to catch a lot of waves, because it's not that straightforward. You could wait for 30 minutes like we've seen in your first wave, you go down and you're just stressed out for the back end of your matchup.
And also, Joe, I bet you most of the girls that lost today, they're looking back and thinking, I should have went on this wave, I should have went on that wave. All I needed was a 2-point ride. What is a 2-point ride? It's one turn. So why did I not pull the trigger earlier and started to look for those waves before?
Also, I mean, 9 surfers on the women's tour will not be going to the postseason. You don't want like a 1.5 to be the difference in that and missing out on crucial points in the world title race. 21 on the clock here. Betty Lou chasing a 3.01. Last to Brisa didn't factor in a 1.0 for that backside tube ride effort that ended up incomplete. You could see Betty Lou just dealing with some sets on the head, but still just hanging tight on her position out the back. You can see something coming around the corner here. Is she in a spot to maybe take off as we approach the halfway point?
That was a nice low roller.
And that's just going to drain through underneath.
But this is way up the point. For you, in order to beat in that barrel, you have to take off, I don't know, 40, 50 feet on top of where they're sitting. They're already sitting pretty deep in the lineup.
And that's just that added challenge of having a little more south in the swell too. And it just almost can turn into like a point break in a way.
No doubt. Gabriel is the king of that. You'll be sitting right there in the West Bow, and then he goes there, gets an 8, and then you go there and he gets a West Bow wave. So, cat and mouse type of deal, and you're just like, how did he get 5 waves underneath?
You could get in trouble following that guy around. Oh man, what a big upset yesterday. Just not seeing his name in the draw, but it makes sense because it was a super heat with Kelly Slater. One of the best heats we've seen here at Chope's history as we look at our competitors now.
Look how deep they are in the lineup already. Like, if you see it the days yesterday, even earlier today, you'd never see them that deep, far past the scaffolding. So for them, in order to get that other wave, it almost seems like they're in a completely wrong position, but there are some there. And some of them are actually very rippable, which it makes it interesting for them to find a backup or even the best wave of the heat. Once you get to that West Bow, there's so much energy that it's hard for you to do turns as well. So such a thin line of where to sit and what waves to choose and what I'm looking for.
Yeah, very interesting. What a cool shot to see how high up the reef that they're sitting at the moment. Betty Lou being very selective. Will let Brisa take a longer look. And they hold back.
And look at that West Bow. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, that wave clamps no matter what. So for you to do a turn there, you're not doing it. You're not attacking that lip. with that much power that the wave has. So might as well get deep where they are, or even deeper sometimes, to identify those ones that don't grow too much in size but have a nice wall in front. You're looking at points. You're identifying waves, trying to find the 3s and 4s, because that's the name of the game today. I think the highest scoring total that we had was 2 4s from Isabella Nichols. So you're not looking for much, but you also never really paddle out expecting to be that low of a heat. You always think it's going to be a little bit better. So right now with 18 minutes left, adjust.
Betty Lou turning in her best season last year. Got to get a taste of the Final 5 in the world title showdown in Fiji last year. Got the winning feeling for the first time. Started figuring out ways to beat Molly Picklum, which she hadn't done in the past. She did that multiple times last year, winning both at lowers and on the Gold Coast of Australia. And coming into this season with new goals and looking to get on a podium as soon as possible. Betty Lou, coming from Haleiwa, grew up as a really amazing gymnast. She was very, very busy doing gymnastics in Central Oahu, like in Waipio. Mom was so dedicated, driving her there for all sorts of disciplines, but I think her favorite was the floor exercise. Incredible foundation for surfing, and the movements that you put your body in, and being flexible but with strength. Body awareness when you're spinning and you don't know which way you're going. There's more than one surfer that's been a gymnast before. I think Tonino Benson, remember him? Man, he was amazing as a gymnast as a kid.
Really?
Before he started doing some of the craziest high performance punts.
I mean, one of the best surfers of his generation.
Yeah, he had some gymnastics behind him as a kid. As we look at Brisa roll into this one, and she slams on the brakes. Real stylish way to burn off some speed, but wasn't able to pull in and will slip off. Her 4th wave ridden, but she's really mastered that kind of bottom turn, wipe off speed at the bottom, and then go right into that pig dog tube stance. You're just hoping that the next one she gets just drains for her, because that's exactly what she's looking for right now.
Yeah, she's doing good. She's keeping herself busy, giving herself opportunity. Unfortunately for her on that one, you could see it's very nice and clean, but as she takes off, there's the track off the previous wave that's probably broke it a little bit further up than the wave that she chose. So making that wave very whitewatery and hard to deal with. But beautiful bottom turn for Brisa. Set it up very nicely, but the barrel is pretty short and tight behind her.
Brisa Hennessy will paddle back out with the lead, and after a long wait, Betty Lou commits, grabs the rail in the takeoff, doesn't get barreled, but wants to get a completion. Big backside snap, throwing some water off the tail again, and Betty Lou steps off. So after waiting a very long time, taking like 4 waves on the head, maybe more, she finally commits. Was barrel hunting, didn't happen, but did accomplish 2 nice turns to follow.
Yeah, the first turn was great. Aggressive, critical. Would have been even better if she wouldn't look for that first barrel, because she would have bottom turned from more from behind and drove through the bottom turn, generating power and speed throughout the rail and the fins. But still a great turn for her, and she's right back in the heat. Like, I would say it's going to be something similar to Brisa's first wave. Both of them starting off vertical and then comboing it up with the wrap. We'll see what the judges think about this one.
Yeah, judges thinking this one over. Brisa now her lead's in question with a nice combination of turns from Betty Lou. As the judges think about it upstairs in the tower, we'll take a quick break. Heat number 6 will conclude right after this.
Last of red, 2.67. 2.67. Red, you still at second place. Now you need a 1.84. 1.84. 12 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. First priority blue, second priority red.
In the 80s, there's this crew of surfers. Yeah, these surfers. They decided to draw a line in the sand to protect the waves they loved. From that first wave saved, the Surfrider Foundation has grown into a coastal protection powerhouse. We take on the big guys, the major polluters, the powerful corporations. You name it, we've been there. Become a Surfrider member today because the ocean needs more friends.
The ocean makes up most of our planet and plays a crucial role in our health and survival. Unfortunately, this precious resource has been under threat for far too long, and now more than ever, the ocean needs more friends. Go to surfrider.org, join Surfrider as a member, and become a friend of the ocean. And that relationship gets better and better. These guys are connected to the ocean and helping out the best in the world and helping out Betty Lou as we just come back from break and see that her board is in two pieces. So Betty Lou, always charging, is now swimming over to Tommy Whitaker, her coach and caddy, to go grab her backup board. Scores came through during the break from that two-turn combo, 2-6-7. Not enough for the lead. Brisa has first priority, and now Betty Lou has a moment to chat with Tommy Witz and get his perspective before she heads back out there. Brisa up and out.
Yeah, see those bigger waves, Joe, I mentioned to you, they're going to go kind of flat, like, and even if they get steep, they're going to be in the kind of too gnarly for you to hit it. So you have to go around just where she's at right there, going over the wave and kind of wrap it around. So you almost don't want to sit and look for those unless they're barreling. You want to get the ones that are a little bit smaller in shape. They kind of hit the dry part of the reef.
So Brisa on her way back out. Betty Lou on her way back out after having to go fish for a backup board. Brisa on surfboards from Channel Islands and Betty Lou on surfboards from Mount Biolis. There was kind of a year, maybe a little longer, where Betty Lou started kind of fishing around for different types of equipment, and she got to kind of feel a lot of really cool surfboards from a lot of the best shapers in the world, and kind of made sense to me. If you surf at this level, you kind of want to know everything that's out there. I mean, you wouldn't want to surf your career and realize there was maybe a model or even a shaper that you could have done some great things with. So it's probably part of the process where even long-standing team riders kind of jump on another board at different parts of their career and sometimes bring feedback back to their shaper, or maybe regroup and start fresh.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say that word. It gives you freshness to your surfing. As much as it doesn't change completely your surfing or the characteristics of your surfing, but it gives a little spice to it. Some of them will give you more power. Some of them will give you more flow, more speed. Some of them will cut the water sharper. So I've seen a few guys do that throughout the years. I think what stands out the most for me, I think it was Kanoa. He had two changes that were very important. He had to from Channel Islands to Sharp Eye. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, that board looks insane at J-Bay, like when he first had that heat. And then now he moved again to JS's, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, you need to keep improving yourself every year. Some people do that by just changing their surfing a bit and giving something new to the judges every season for the judges to watch. And some of them just change their equipment every once in a while to change a little bit of their surfing and shake it up.
Yeah, it's cool. Sally's done it a few times in her career, just kind of different chapters. Will try different things. Coming with something a little fresh under your feet for the brand new year on tour. Brisa recently jumping onto the CI program. So that was a significant change for her, and really has a great relationship with Brent Merrick, Brent Power, who's done a lot of the coaching this year as well for her on the championship tour. Let's get an update from the channel in the boat with Chris Cote.
Thanks, Joe. So you want to be a pro surfer. This is what's waiting for you at the end of the road. Got to give a lot of credit to both of these surfers in the water right now. They are suffering the wrath of Chopa right now. It's all about positioning. And every surfer that's come in so far has said it's really hard to get in the right spot. And as we've seen, set after set after set, these two women are getting absolutely smashed. But guess what? They keep going back for more. We just saw Betty Lou's boards just completely eaten. And yeah, I'm hearing oohs and ahs around me, so something bad just happened behind me yet again. All I know is they're out there, they are charging, they're giving it their best, and Chopo is absolutely flexing right now. It's not easy out there, and let me tell you, if you want to be a pro surfer, be ready for this.
It's a great call, Chris Cote. Great shout out to the entire tour today. It has been definitely probably the toughest day of competition, just to develop a heat strategy, knowing where to sit and still knowing there's sets that'll creep up on you on the outer ledge. And that shot from the channel was just frightening. And then right back into business on the backup board, not missing a beat. Betty Lou going for broke on a big backside hammer, but couldn't hang on. There's another one behind it. She pops up there. She tried to basically get a 9 on one section.
Bad luck for her, because she did exactly what she needed to do. Committed to, landed very well, but the wave just kind of jacked up underneath, and she got some air under her board, and as she was landing, she wasn't able to hold on to the impact. Both surfers now right by each other. I think they're going to sneak in. Yeah, they're making it around to the channel safely. But unfortunately for Betty Lou there, because she was looking to get the best score of the day, only with that single turn.
And
as
now
critical as it
both
gets.
right next to each other, Jesse, with 6 minutes on the clock. Yeah, going all out. You know, Alyssa Spencer in her post-heat interview said, yeah, I might have to get a little dirty in our heat and then switch our game plans, go to turns. But this has been probably the most challenging, with trips around the lagoon. I don't know how many Betty Lou's taken on the head trying to sit out the back. And a broken board and still swinging for big, giant turns. That was an aggressive backside snap. If she pulls that, she's got the lead.
Oh, by a mile. Like, she was, in my opinion, she was probably going to get the best score of the day so far, even against Vahina's barrel, because that was a massive turn. If you look back, that one single big turn that Isabella Nichols got, it was a 4.17, if I'm not mistaken. This was much more critical, heavier section. She brought the board around more, so she was looking probably in the 5-point range, and she was probably going to back it up as well with something else. And the crazy thing about that's tightening it up, both of the surfers not having the best year so far. And like you said, the clock is running here, but the clock's running on the circuit as well. So they don't want to be out of those two events and just come back for a pipeline. They want to be in it, so they know how important this heat is, and sometimes you got to squeeze through those. And this is an opportunity in front of them.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Paddling with priorities, Brisa Hennessy. Looks like a smooth open wall. Nice patience off the bottom. Sneaks in a backside turn, digging in for a second snap off the top. A two-turn combination for Brice. She'll step off. She'll get rid of a 1.17. Here's Betty Lou, grabs the rail, pulls up and under. Betty Lou still traveling, trying to punch out, and couldn't get through that lip. Saw the red jersey, almost like she was trying to come out through the doggy door.
That was unfortunate for her. Once again, two opportunities that was just so close. Sometimes it just feels like things are just going away from you and everything's going against. She needs to regroup, because she's one step from getting a very big score. Once again, this was going to be a nice barrel for her. Just started to get very small and tight, Joe. Hard to manage, hard to wiggle through it.
So down to 340. Let's see Brice's wave first here, Jesse.
Good work for Brisa. Like, not even bothered about trying to get barreled, just straight off the bottom. Nice first setup turn, and then the wave gets steep, and she goes once again a little bit early, noticing she didn't want to take too much risk and hit that lip line with all that wind. And on the back end, Betty Lou, nice position and drives through that barrel, but right there it just starts to get so small, and you have to really tight and compact yourself. Hit your head underneath. find space somewhere there to muscle through that section, which is definitely not easy. But it seems like she might be coming back with priority, and as much as Brisa is going to better her situation, I don't think she's going to have too much of a gap in front of Betty Lou. She's going to be in reach still with 2 minutes and 50 left.
So a scrappy heat, two talented surfers, and we saw their names next to each other in the draw. It was really hard to pick the favorite, with Brisa having two previous finals here at Teahupo'o and all her experience out on this reef. And then Betty Lou's just feistiness and willing to charge and feel the power of the ocean, and she's put that on display in this matchup. Betty Lou's last attempt in the barrel, 177. Incomplete on the ride out, and then Brisa two-turn combo 2.67, still keeping it really close. You can tell the judges just want to reward you if you could find a barrel in this mess today, and Betty Lou's got 2 minutes to go to try to find it.
Yeah, the barrel will be the ultimate prize, but they also want to see the commitment. In that last wave of Brisa, the first turn was a nice setup turn. There wasn't much she could have done, but then she decided to go a little bit earlier for that closeout, which I get her. It's very shallow. It's critical. The lip line today, with all that wind blowing from the back, you can kick your board away from her foot pretty easily. So she knew she didn't have to go too big, but she kept it safe, and the judges taking that note and keeping that score on the lower side. Even compared to her first wave, was a 3.33. That first turn on that first wave was much more critical. So, as you see it right here, she starts it off really nicely. First turn was a good setup, and right here she goes up a little bit earlier than what the judges would have loved to see. They'd like to see you hitting the most critical part of the wave. So keeping the score short because of that. And now the door open. They're basically, yeah, they have a tied second score. 2.67, so she needs a 3.33, and that happening, if they tied with the first two waves, they'll go to the third best wave.
So Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, you can see the situation there, waiting for maybe one more chance. And when they've got 40 minutes, and you can see the challenge here, broken boards, wipeouts, hard to perform on the open wall. It keeps every heat so close today. And the winner moves on to round two to compete potentially later on today or maybe tomorrow morning. 15 seconds. Brisa without priority in the lead. And Betty Lou's got the clock against her. But certainly dealt with a lot in that heat, both these athletes. Betty Lou wearing a lot of sets on the head. Even had to go to her backup board. Went for broke on a giant backside turn, but just couldn't ride away. That would have been the difference in the heat by miles. Brisa's able to survive a close one. The two-time runner-up in this event will move on into the second round of competition in a very challenging heat. Coming up next, it will be Nadia Arastarbe taking on Kika Veselko in round one, heat number 7. Then we'll see Tyler Wright and the local trials winner, Kalia Galina. Two big heats to finish up round one. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call right after this.
From the booth to the barrel, True Surf has dropped a game changer. Experience first-person surfing in VR with mind-blowing, realistic wave graphics unlike anything you've ever seen. But that's not all. The True Surf mobile game just got an epic update. That's right, live POV surfing, new missions, new spots, enhanced graphics, new scoring. Compete like the pros right here at the end of the road. Download True Surf. Get your fingers doing the walking there. Put on the VR and get realistic like we are right here. Really real. Day number 4 of the Unknown Tahiti Pro, presented by our good friends at ICE. I'm Kai Pugaro, along with the fabulous Felicity Flick Palmentier, and we're getting through this opening round in some challenging conditions for our women.
Oh, there is no beating around the bush. Today is extremely hard, right? I mean, there's been some really challenging conditions, and I just have to say it again, the scores are not a reflection of how hard these women charge or how much time they have put into the lineup. I just feel, you know, all these heats, I mean, we've even had Bahine out there, the local, she went down, you know, I think, and she spent so much time out here. She knows this place like the back of her hand, so just like cannot stress that enough, because, you know, women surfing, especially in these sort of waves on the championship tour, have come so far in leaps and bounds in the last few years, and you just can't take that away. And I just think that the scores cannot be reflective of that movement that we've seen.
Yeah, and it is a battle, a European battle, a European joust out here between Nadia Arostabe from Spain versus Portugal's Francisca Veselko. Both surfers, their first heat, first time surfing Tahiti in competition. So this should be a great matchup. Strider is right in the middle of it, and he can give us an update on conditions.
Yeah, just, you know, watching these waves come in right now and then seeing the girth and the thickness and how much size are in them, I feel like the swell's almost gotten bigger. I don't know what it looks like from the screen in there, but I mean, really, these sets are just non-stop. And that last heat, just watching the, you know, Betty having a, you know, she really took like 5 or 6 of them on the head, and watching those last 2 waves actually came through, hit the outside ledge and spit, like had a full-blown barrel. So I don't know. I don't think it's getting any smaller out here anytime soon. Feels like it's getting bigger.
That's what we came here for.
Well, hopefully a little bit more juice means we're going to get, you know, a little of some more wave quality, the wave quality increase, and maybe a little bit of an easier read on the lineup as well. So hopefully that's a sign of things to come.
So clock on, we got 40-minute heats in this opening round for the women. Nadia Arostabe, representing Spain, coming in at number 10 on the championship tour rankings. Had a pretty good year so far, just coming off of a semifinal finish over at the Vivo Rio Pro. She also had an equal third finish over on the Gold Coast, taking that backhand to pumping snapper. First time in Tahiti, and riding DHD surfboards.
Yeah, this is cool to see her in Tahiti. We did see her in the Olympics, which was cool. I remember, I think she got 5th in the Olympics out here, so she has had a little bit of time in the jersey. Well, quite a bit of time as well in the lead up to that too, but first time on the championship tour out here. So for Nadia, you got to be thinking she probably has the edge right now over Kika.
Yeah, Kika, 23 years old, representing Carcavelos, Portugal. Kika is our 2022 World Junior Champ. Francisca Veselko, she comes in at number 23 on the rankings, scratching into this one. Nadia, deep on the reef, looking for a barrel, stalling, trying to slow down, not going to find the barrel there, and she is out of there, but complete ride into the channel.
Yeah, so just one sort of feeling it out there. Looks like she might have a little bit of tape on her front foot too, so maybe nursing a slight little bit of an injury at the moment, but just in and out.
Yeah, well, 90% of the competitors here have some type of reef cut. You can see her checking her Darren Hanley design board. Also, her competitor, Francisca Veselko, also on DHDs.
You can see here she's kind of just, you can see almost a couple of attempted stalls. So there's the second one. She was trying to maybe double arm drag. She's a little bit out, maybe just a little bit out in front of that one. But it didn't really throw or give her that sort of opportunity. You can see her here just change that line, sort of kick on the back foot, try and stall here, but the wave not really throwing. I mean, maybe even potentially a little bit behind her, but not too much opportunity. I mean, it's such early days in this heat.
Yeah, if she could take the wave back, I feel like she would have tried to get some turns in here, to tell you the truth. Because sometimes you can go barrel hunting, and you're kind of forcing the issue on such a short wave. If you're not in there immediately, you're not going to get anything.
You get the barrel helmet on.
Yeah.
You can't take it off.
Yeah, tube seeker. So just a 0.6 starts, and priority now is shifted to Francisca Veselko. Oh, we got an update from the channel from Strider Wazalewski. Strider.
Yes, as you guys commented on the tape, I was watching the tentative, first wave. I think she was just feeling it out. She does have a little tiny bit of a sprained ankle, but you would never believe what it was from. Her and her boyfriend were going for a walk yesterday, and 3 dogs came around the corner and knocked her off her feet. So, danger on the beach here with the dogs at Teahupo'o.
I can tell you right now, those were not my dogs.
Gaibo, are you
my
sure?
dogs are well behaved. Every single one of them here are well behaved. Those are the less mannered dogs in some other household, but definitely not my dogs in my place. Not a lot of fences.
Gaibo has 6 dogs that escort him to and from work, if anyone missed that in the earlier heats.
We talk about mana. Sometimes you get the canine mana right there. Wow, but that's nothing to joke about. Hopefully it's not too bad. Brisa Hennessy on to the second round in the women's, and she's with Chris Cote.
Wow, Brisa, the warrior. You had to earn it in that one. You got some new Tahitian tattoos and some great experience out here at Teahupo'o. What was that 40-minute bout like?
Oh my gosh, I'm just, still trying to process that. Of course we hope to get barreled out there, but it's pretty wild that I made it with a 3 and a 2 and some big sets on the head. It's just such a wild sport, and I think Teahupo'o just continues to humble me, empower me, and I think it's really cool to be back here and really just feel this different energy, and I felt it.
I saw 40 minutes of a never give up attitude that is so admirable. But what goes through your mind when set after set, you're just right there on the inside looking at these waves coming in and you're going why me? What did I do to deserve this?
Gosh. It's kind of in between the inside ledge and the outside ledge. So it's it's hard to kind of position yourself, and I just felt like there was a lot more inside opportunity. The bigger ones looked like they were just pretty few and far in between, and so I was on the inside, definitely having a good view and feeling like I was in surf's up for sure.
You were in the boneyard. Now I know how important these heat wins are to you this year. So coming through that one, you're going to be going up against another strong opponent, of course, in your next round. So what did you take from that to bring with you into the next round?
Yeah, I think Tahiti just continually asks you to let go, and I think embody and adapt. Obviously you look at the mountains and it's just so powerful and beautiful, and then the wave itself is just so alive, and that's kind of what I want to embody. I just really want to stay present, and I really feel like this place really allows you to do that, so I hope I can do that.
Now I know you have a ton of friends, fans, and family watching. Pura vida.
Gracias. Gracias a todos por el apoyo. Este año es un poco difícil para mí, pero estoy muy feliz de estar aquí de vuelta en Tahiti. Es un lugar muy mágica, y besos a mis padres y a todos en Costa Rica. Muchísimas gracias por ayudar.
All right, congratulations. So Brisa on to round 2, where she will be meeting Katie Simmers in the 8th heat of round number 2. So that's going to be a great challenge to look forward to. And it's tough out there, but you got to get through these really tough heats to get the cherry ones, hopefully. Francisca Veselko out there with priority over Nadia Arostabe. Nadia taking a look here. Goofy foot versus regular foot. Friendly fire for the DHD team. and the lineup that is a little bit confused at the moment. And also your choice whether to look for the barrel or go to turns is going to be another decision that all of these surfers are going to have to make.
I feel like you got to be looking for turns, right? I mean, if the barrel presents itself 100% and you happen to be in the right place at the right time and you're sitting there and it approaches you, you've got to obviously capitalize on that, because that's the number one scoring priority out here. But today, this morning, you know, and into this afternoon, it's just proved it's gone to turns for sure. You have to be open to that. I feel like you want to, you know, essentially lock in a couple of threes first. I mean, that's generally what the judges are throwing for a two-turn combo, maybe a little bit more depending on, you know, the critical nature of those turns. And then, you know, you can potentially start hunting those tubes. But really, if you look back through the heat totals, I mean, it's speaking for itself, and the conditions and just how junky and difficult it is out there to try and find a score.
Yeah, true. And someone who has really strong turns on her backhand that she can lean on is Francisca Veselko. I remember back when she won that 2022 World Championships. Actually, the contest actually happened in January of 2023, but it counted toward the 2022 title, and it was in bombing Seaside Reef, California, where it was like just thunderous lefts rolling down. They had an all-time swell over there, winter swell, in 2023 to kick off the year in California, and it was easily double overhead, and Kiko Veselko was taking it to the lip, just big backhand carves over and over again. So if she can employ that same technique and those same maneuver choices here, I think she'll be successful.
Totally. I think obviously having experience in any sort of bigger wave is good, especially when you're thinking about coming here and competing here, you know, at the championship level. I also just believe, though, this is the kind of wave that, unless you're sort of born one of those natural born chargers, you know, and you come here and you're sort of seeking that thing out, I feel like it really demands a lot of time put in and to know all these different faces. So I feel like, I know that Kika's been putting in the time, obviously, in the practice sessions, and she's been out in the lineup making sure she's getting eyes on it, even when the men have been out there surfing. But it's one of those things that comes with time spent doing it, and so I feel like this is going to be quite a challenge, especially given in these conditions, because it's not easy to read. It's not a simple equation here this today, really. It's not like sit on the outer ledge and that's where they're breaking, or sit on the inside ledge. It's in between. It's shifty. It's difficult. It draws you up the point. You can see them paddling up there for those longer ones. Then there's obviously those little ones that you can find on the way back out. So it's not an easy equation to solve today.
Yeah. Francisca, Kika is a rookie on the championship tour, as is Nadia Arostabe, technically a rookie because this is her full year on the championship tour, qualifying through the Challenger Series, finishing that Challenger Series in the number 6 spot last year. She was on the tour as a injury replacement in 2025 for Joanne Defay, and so she had that first kind of start there as an injury replacement in a number, I think 5 events. Here we go with Kika trying to get into that. She is going to turn over priority to Nadia Arostabe. But Nadia, basically her second go round on the championship tour, having a much more successful year this year.
Totally. I think coming on as a replacement surfer, I think she got notified pretty late at that time because, you know, Joanne was unsure of when she was going to start pulling out of these events. And so she got quite short notice for that. And then I think trying to wrap your head around, you know, you're now on the championship tour competing, and you're not necessarily sure how many championship tour events you're going to get. It's a really quick time frame to get your head into, okay, I'm not on the Challenger Series anymore. This is the biggest league you could ever want to be a part of, and you know, you're now competing against the women you've always been looking up to. So I think, you know, that first year she was just finding her feet, and you know, you're going to also different locations you've probably never competed at before, and that comes with challenges itself. As we see another bigger set here, there's Francisca just paddling over the shoulder there. But yeah, you're going to all these new, probably uncharted locations and territories, and trying to figure out your groove. And for her to, I'm really stoked that she did qualify for a full gear this year, because I feel like she needed it. She needed some redemption, and to see her on the Gold Coast was awesome. I feel like her backhand is so strong, and she got to really put that on display as we have a look right now.
Nadia drops into this one. Looks for the barrel, finds it. Nice thread through there. So that is going to be, with that taped ankle, she's able to kick out in the channel, but nice patient read on that wave and just streaked right through that barrel.
That was epic. We've been waiting for something like that. That was so well read. I love the size of the wave. I loved, you know, the length of the tube. It's gotten me excited. It's definitely, you know, she's going to be feeling really good about this. I mean, you just rewind to what we've seen in the previous heats, you know, where the scores have been going. I mean, this was a proper sizable tube. Let's have a look. So she takes off nice and deep here, and you can already see her gaining speed, really sets herself up for this section. She gets quite a nice lot of travel time there, and that one stayed so open. So wave selection, absolutely on point. And I feel like, yeah, she just sets this rail beautifully, and quite a lot of travel time. It's got to be, for me, it's the best wave of the day so far, really. Yeah. It's awesome. A lot of size there, really good wave, and she's going to be proud of herself for that.
Yeah, that was really, really well served. And, you know, Kika is going to be a little bit upset because, remember, she had that paddle. She lost priority, and that enabled Nadia to be first in line. This just happened with Kika Visoko on the replay.
Yeah, so it looks like she's going to turns. So she swoops off the top there, gets a nice little cutty, but really the danger right now is Nadia has a serious tube on the board, and with tubes being the priority right now, and just with the way that the day's gone, this is going to be a really tough ask right now for Kika, because we know how hard these tubes have been to come by. Nadia's found one within the first, 15 minutes of this heat. She's going to be feeling good. She'd be super proud about that. I really feel like you could see a little bit of hesitancy still with her, and tentative with that front foot still. So she did so well. So that's saying, like, beware of the wounded warrior. That was good.
Let's throw it down to Strider.
Thank you. It's getting bigger. These waves are just kind of flexing again on the south side ledge. I'm seeing just, full West Bowls grinding in here right now. We got, the wave that just really had a beautiful line on it. Here she goes again, actually, looking for the barrel. She looks like she's going to duck into this one. Can she ride through it? Almost comes out the end there. On the first one that she made was really impressive. I mean, the wave didn't really have it right off the bat, and then she slowed herself down in under the hood to really get a perfect line to come through and thread it. And all the waves are ending up really far into the channel right now, so it's an interesting dynamic. I felt it like pushing out this far. Even yesterday, they seemed like they were finishing deeper, like more south, and these ones are kind of moving more west. So things are changing, but definitely still a lot of size. And Nadia's threading the needle, looking good.
Let's check the score line for Nadia Arostabe with a 6.17, and I see the score. The IC score line, one judge went 6.5, the low at 8.55.
Yeah, it's good. The highest wave of the day so far, and so good. It feels good to get a decent score on the board, and she's going to be taking a lot of confidence from that. And then straight after it too. I mean, let's have a look here. This is the 6.17, so a lot of size there to Strider's point. You can really see it. But yeah, beautifully read, and I don't know, that one just stayed so open too. So she's going to be proud of that, but I just can't stress it enough. I really can see that hesitancy in her surfing just with that front foot. It looks like, and then we got Tyler here with her coach dog. She's coming up in that next heat. Just looking at what Nadia just got done. But yeah, Nadia does look a little bit tentative because she had that one straight after, and I feel like maybe if she didn't have that incident with the dog and that sort of tendency there, she probably would have punched through that whitewash section and already be on her way to 2 scoring rides.
But you also said it, Flick. I mean, beware of the wounded warrior.
Yeah. Sometimes the expectation goes when something like that happens, let's see here. So this is the second one, and you can see her setting up for this section. I feel like it did kind of stay open. She just kind of maybe took a little bit of a lower line, and the foam kind of broke on her head. But I just feel like any other day, she probably would have made it out of that. I feel like that front foot of hers, you probably be trying to not put as much weight on it. Yeah, it looks pretty tricky. But she would have been on her way to a really, the best heat total we've seen all day, really.
Yeah, as it is, Nadia Arostabe does have the highest single wave score of the day, so well done by Nadia. And she's going to apply a lot of pressure now to Kika Visoko. Visoko in the blue jersey with priority. 2.23 was her first ride score. Went to turns on that one. She needs a 6.44. You can see that in the needs column. But 17 minutes and 25 seconds available for Kika Visoko to seek out a quality wave. Tahitian flight cam giving us all these angles from high up above, the albatross level view. And I think it's perfect time for us to take a break and give a breather here as we wait for the next exchange. We're going to be back with more action. Can Nadia Starber find another barrel? Well, she's already doing pretty well with this one.
All of us shapers knew it was for Kelly. And that was a very controversial stab because he ended up not getting rid of his shapers model. But hey, man, we all knew who it was for. So you can't say you didn't know who it was for. And Ethan's was, we didn't know who it was for. So, right. But as far as like making him his board, my goal and my key was in a lot of my operation systems is to not think too much about it. Just imagine what I want him to feel. I know that it was going to be PU with a wood stringer. I know exactly how to glass it. My buddy JoJo in San Diego glassed it for us, and JoJo Roper, he's a big wave guy. And he knows
amazing all-around surfer, JoJo Roper as well. Like,
Oh yeah. I knew what to make them dimensions wise. I knew where to put the fins, and the whole setup was there. And it was just a matter of executing on it, because it was a super short window. I had to build the boards in like 4 days.
How many boards do you build for something like that? Is it just the one, or
2.
you got like two just in case one goes sideways? Yeah.
2 identical. Yeah.
Identical.
And then,
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, check out the lineup with Dave Prodan as Dave catches up with Slater Designs Firewire's Dan Mann, a man that never goes backhand. And I like the, actually, trivia, I like the little photo behind Dan Mann in that interview. That's Aka Hemmings steering a wave surfing canoe over a giant avalanche.
Very attentive of you, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, Hawaiian. That was none. By the way, like if you ever catch that photo, Google it, Aka Hemmings avalanche. But they didn't make the wave. It's harder to make a 20-footer on an outrigger canoe. And speaking of outrigger canoes, one of the main vessels for transportation happens to be the Va'a, the outrigger canoe, right where we're here right now in Tahiti at the end of the road. We see the Va'as paddling by back and forth all day long. It's the national sport, national team sport. And while we were in that commercial, this is what happened with Kika.
Yeah, so let's see what got down. She kind of grabbed the rail there, but it looks like she's setting up for turns. So nice tight carve here, followed by a little bit of a cutback. So she was sort of forced to go out in the face there, but she got a little bit of work done. So Are we going to lock in similar to her first?
Yeah, 2.43 for Francisca Veselko, still seeking a wave in the 6-point range, 6.24 to be exact. Nadia Arostabe with the highest single wave score of the day with that 6.17 for a nice barrel that she was cleanly in and out of. Nadia now with heat control, priority, and the lead with 12 minutes on the clock.
It makes it hard too, right? Because now Kika's searching for the highest wave of the day, really. I mean, the wave she's searching for is higher than the one Nadia just got, so you've got to start drawing comparisons there with what she has to do to get the requirement.
Yeah. Winner of this heat, round 2, is going to come up against Lakey Peterson. So that's going to be what's ahead of whoever is able to make it out of this heat in the next 12 minutes. Advantage, obviously, to Nadia, but Kika, as we had identified before, has a very strong backhand ability. Looking into the flotilla and the beautiful valley here, the coastline, looking down towards Baiao, here in Tahiti Iti section of Tahiti Island, French Polynesia. A beautiful place, no matter if it's raining, cloudy, sunny, whatever. A place that is offers all kinds of activities, and definitely a place that would be a major vacation stop for anyone in the world.
Oh, if you ever are thinking about, if you're ever even thinking about it, I recommend that you add it to your bucket list to come, because it is one of a kind. It really is a jewel in the Pacific. It's so beautiful. You can have some awesome marine encounters. I believe this time of year is the humpback migration season, so you can head over to Moorea and have some incredible whale experiences over there.
Yeah.
Lots of turtles getting around out the back here too.
So
Lots
good.
of fish, coral.
And if you're lucky enough, you might be here in the channel and be able to see some of the most amazing surfing that you could ever see. Just like yesterday, where we saw an amazing historic wave by none other than Griffin Colapinto. Came out and he meant business. Look at this, Flick.
This is cool. Griff is really inventing his own little move on the foam ball here, because he's done it not once but twice. He did it at the box last year where he did that disappearing act. You can't even see him. He's completely engulfed. And then his fins re-engage. I mean, this moment here, you see him completely engulfed.
Look at his side slip.
It's so crazy. And all you can do is hold on in that moment and hope that your rail engages, and then you have the control to ride out of it. So he's just really invented his own move and becoming such a master in the tube. And I think one of the coolest things that we heard him say, I think it was in the post heat with Kote after, was, hey, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Yeah, well, perfect 10, and he scores a Yeti 110 cooler. So Griffin's going to be keeping things cool. Matter of fact, those Yeti 110s, you load those things with ice, that ice is going to stay cold for a week in there.
Yep.
Talk about insulation. Extreme insulation with Yeti. Thanks, Yeti. I like all the Yeti products. Been a great supporter of the World Surf League, and also a great supporter of WSL One Ocean. Well, now down to 9 minutes, 25 seconds. Aerostade controlling the lineup, controlling the heat, and just in a really, really good position to advance on to meet Lakey Peterson in the next round. Kika Veselko, you can see by the positioning, has to kind of sit on the inside just hoping for some leftovers.
Yeah, this is a really tough position to be in. I feel like Nadia is going to keep her honest here too. Even despite her being slightly injured, I feel like Nadia's really up for it. I mean, she's not backing down from another tube, so I think if the moment arises, she's going to give it another crack. And also, maybe she is thinking more about the tube as opposed to turns, because I don't know how sore that front foot is, but the way she's approached this heat would suggest to me she doesn't want to put too much pressure on it, and by not doing that, you're going straight, which is straight through the tube, right? So it would suggest to me that maybe it is kind of sore. I mean, she could prove me wrong and go to turns after this, but just the way it's looking, we'll see if she ends up winning and we get a post-heat interview with her, maybe we can find out a little bit more.
Wind kicking up here, you can see evident by the plumes of spray, the ehukai coming off of the top of the waves. Impressive, by the way, Tahitian Water Patrol. I'm really impressed on how they anchored that buoy out there, because that buoy's like survived pretty gusty winds for the last 4 days right there. That's
and massive swell.
And a massive swell. That's a solid anchor job, right? I don't know who's going to pull it up, but
yeah.
That's a solid anchor job out there.
Well, it must be pretty deep because obviously we know that this comes from incredibly deep water to incredibly shallow, and that's what makes this wave so unique, right? But it must be pretty far down. Big set.
What do we have to look forward to? We have to look forward to the women's round 2, and most of the women's round 2 are set right now. So we can take a look at our women's round 2 draw in the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. We have yet 2 matchups really to be decided. That would be either Heat 6 with Caroline Marks, either Tyler Wright or Kaylia Galina, or Heat 4. Lakey Peterson and the winner of this heat. And then we have our women round 2 matchup. Look at how we open up the round. Erin Brooks up against Carissa Moore.
Yeah, I feel like when I look at this draw, I get really excited about that one. I think Erin also this morning, she kind of was honest. She's like, I'm really excited to draw Carissa. And I know how hungry Erin is and that she wouldn't have been stoked with her performance this morning. She's going to want to bring more from herself. I know we all know Carissa Moore and what she's capable of and who she is. I mean, multiple world titles, Olympic gold medal, and she's made her comeback this year. And I know that she's put in a lot of time in waves of consequence, especially out here on her backhand. I mean, looking forward to seeing the yellow jersey leader, Gabriella Bryan, come up against Anat in Heat 5 too.
It's going to be a big challenge. The hard-charging surfer representing Israel, Anat, is not going to let down. She'll be on her forehand, and Carissa Moore out there with her husband Luke, studying the lineup, anticipating a start of that women's round 2. We're going to try to get into that this afternoon.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see what happens there. Obviously, that's the goal, that's the aim. But it's interesting to hear Strider's perspective, because he's obviously out there in the water, and him saying that he thinks that it is getting bigger and potentially we are seeing more tubes on, and he's saying maybe even a little bit more west, which is interesting. So interesting to hear his perspective. This heat would actually indicate that. We have seen a couple of tubes from Nadia.
Yeah, so we're looking over those brackets. Nadia did paddle for a wave and lost priority, so priority now with Francisca Veselko. So a little bit more opportunity for the Portuguese surfer, needing a 6.24, and so she does have priority as an advantage right now.
Yeah, okay, so she's chasing a 6.24. It's going to be really tough. It's going to be the best wave of the day. I've already said it. It's either going to be a tube, and it's going to be one of the ones that's going to stay open the whole way, and she's got to thread it really well, because really Nadia got kind of a bit of travel time there, so she's got to be in the tube for a decent amount of time. It's got to stay open the whole way. It's got to be a set. So there's 3 sort of requirements there that's asking of Francisca.
Yeah. And so that makes it, to build upon your point, it has to be a special wave. So it's all about, really, is that special wave going to come in at the last 4.5 minutes? If she is able to score that wave, we're going to chalk that up as a clutch heat win for Francisca Veselko. But that's a big if. Lulls have been pretty lengthy, and then when the waves do come, they've been sizable. I agree with Strider. Maybe the swell is growing, but the period seems a little bit longer too with those long lulls.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, there's been a fair few lulls today. We've obviously seen a restart in one of the heats too, the earlier heat with Isabella Nichols and Vahine as well. So a lot of downtime to be thinking about all the choices you've made during the heat too. A lot of downtime to be thinking about pressure as well.
And, and your positioning, just maintaining the proper positioning, one of the 5 Ps of professional surfing.
So it's just so tricky. You kind of look at these ones on the inside. Every now and then you'll see one that comes underneath everyone. You're like, oh, that one kind of looked fun, but then it runs off really quickly. So
yeah, I think for that number that Francisca needs,
she's got to be on the set.
She's got to be on the set, but I mean, there's nothing to stop Nadia from kind of breaking away and looking to make the task even harder. And Nadia, if she scores just a 4-point ride, she's going to have Francisca needing an excellent requirement. So I wonder what the strategy is going to be for Nadia Arostave right now. She's pretty planted out the back, hoping for a priority change, but I feel like she could have just scrapped out a little wave and get better than that 2.5 that she currently has.
Yeah, I just keep...
You're under priority, you know?
Yeah, under priority for sure. I just keep wondering about the ankle and the injury and how bad or not it is and how much she can put weight on it, because turns are definitely more demanding, right?
Yeah, well, maybe Chris Cote will ask her if she ends up eventually winning this heat. But pro surfers are also pretty famously private anytime there's an injury. Most pro surfers won't talk about it.
True.
Will not admit to it.
You know, I mean, even Italo, he spoke to it yesterday, right? He came in from his heat and he mentioned, I mean, he'd been, you know, the practice sessions were so hectic and there had been so much swell, and I think, you know, he hit his back and he said his back's pretty bad. And but yeah, you wouldn't know it by the way that they're performing. And I think even Jack yesterday too, you know, he came in from his heat and he said, I'm feeling a bit under the weather, to Cote as well after in the post heat, and you wouldn't know it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they put on a really brave face.
Medina
really
had stitches on top of his head too, hit his head.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody gets kind of chinked up out here.
Oh yeah.
You know, usually from surfing, not from running away from a pack of not so friendly canines. That's the cool thing, but also the thing to be heads up with when you're in the village here at Teahupo'o is not everyone has a fence, but a lot of people have dogs.
Yeah, I succumbed to a victim of that once myself.
You were, yeah. The hike up to there's a waterfall back here, but you have to maneuver through some wild animals to get there. It's such a reward when you make it.
It is a reward.
It's
the best place on earth here at the end of the road.
Some adrenaline getting up to there. All right, well, here we are at 1 minute, and things are getting tense for Kika Veselko. Waves coming through here. She's not in position for that one. I don't know if that one has a 6.24 on it, though, so she's got eyes on the water, and she'll have just one more chance to turn this heat in the final minute. Look into position. She's paddling a little bit further in. And a sometimes confused lineup is going to be her nemesis in this final 40 seconds. Will she even get a chance? 30 seconds. Needs a 6.24. She's got first priority. Couple of waves coming through here. Is she going to engage in this one? Takes a little paddle for position. This is going to be the last chance for the 2022 World Junior Champ, Kika Veselko. And the clock is going to expire, I feel.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to get another opportunity, but you got to take your hat off to Nadia. I mean, she found the best wave of the day so far. She found another one. She just didn't find the exit, but yeah, I think she's done really well considering she looks like she's nursing a little bit of an injury and moving on through, hopefully to some better conditions in her next matchup.
Yeah. Clock off, and it's official. Nadia Arostave on to round number 2. She will be meeting Lakey Peterson in that second round for the women in heat number 4, and Francisca Veselko will be preparing for the next stop over in Fiji. And Flick, we're going to prepare for a quick break, but we're going to be coming back with more action from the end of the road and an extremely special guest. You don't want to go anywhere. Come on back. We got it all for you here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC.
Congratulations to Nadia Arostave advancing to round 2. Voilà donc à l'instant début de la dernière série du premier round féminin qui oppose l'Australienne Tyler Wright en rouge à la jeune Tulia Galina en bleu qui habite juste à la pointe.
The Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Tahiti Government, official tourism partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour, by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients, and by Outerknown. Find your Outerknown.
Maeva, welcome back to Tahiti for the Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Another beautiful day in French Polynesia. Tons of swell on tap. We're in the women's opening round of competition here, and I promised you a special guest, and I don't break my promises. I want to welcome to the set, to our tropical set here, Channel Islands, Britt Merrick. Thank you for joining us, Britt.
Thanks for having me, guys. I'm stoked to be here. Not that special, but I am a guest.
You are special. You know the rules. I know that already. So how's your experience been here in Tahiti?
Unreal. I mean, it's my first time ever, which I can't believe is strange. And, you know, you can't beat the weather. The weather's been incredible.
It's been amazing, right?
I left home. It was like the best run of weather we've ever had. And I got here and I'm like, okay, well, adapt and overcome.
Yeah. But, gosh, the surfing, though, you've witnessed some crazy surfing in some crazy conditions.
Yeah, you know, I cannot believe how different it is when you're in the channel from the way that it's looked all these years on the screen. You know, you see some of these waves on the screen, it looks doable. Like,
I could maybe do that.
Right. And then you get in the channel and you're like, this is another level of like superhuman feat. It is unbelievable. I've been so privileged to sit in the channel the last few days and watch. My mind is blown.
Yeah. I think all of our minds are being blown collectively. Flick, let's just set up this heat right here. We have a two-time world champ in the way of Tyler Wright coming up against a two-time wild card, Kelia Galina.
This is cool. I'm really excited for this matchup. Obviously, Tyler, I feel like she's found a new level of stoke this year. I think really settling into working with Dog and the family sort of team aspect that comes with that. And then you've got Kelia, and I think from last year to this year, I'm just going off social clip. Oh my goodness, as we see one steamroll through the lineup. But if I'm just going from social media and the clips that I've seen her put out from last year to this year, her progression has been insane. So I saw her the other day grab the rail to set, take the hand off the rail, do a full pump inside the tube, and then reset again. So as we see Strider about to be taken out by a bit of foam.
He's durable. He's durable.
You know, that was a bigger set. But yeah, I'm just so looking forward to this matchup because we've got obviously Kelia who's putting lots of time out here. Tyler, obviously so much experience. So it's a total veteran via the wild card, and you're probably the youngest we've got in the draw.
We got something already. So Miss Teahupo'o, Kelia Galina, looks like she got caught inside and probably a leash broken. So you have Tahitian Water Patrol monitoring her right now, and and they don't know right now whether it's going to be a pickup or not. And here we go. Oh, actually, yes. So Kelia Galina is on the swim back. So she has to swim back to the channel. I think that's her dad.
Yeah, it looks like her dad.
Yeah, her dad, Ryan, Big Island Ryan, originally from the Big Island of Hawaii and relocated here to Tahiti. Kelia started surfing this wave at just 4 years old.
That's incredible. I mean, when you think about the amount of experience that she'll have over anyone else, any other girls in the world almost, it's just incredible. And she's obviously the next generation. You know, Vihine really broke it open for the girls here, and now you see this whole new crew, Kelia and others that are coming up here, and it's just unreal to see. The amount of experience that she's going to have when she's comes of age is going to be a real advantage.
Hey, Strider, what happened? What happened there?
Well, that was just a massive set, the biggest set we've seen all day, and she had to swim through it. I think the leash broke off, and we're out in the channel, and her dad didn't want to give her the board, wanted to wait for the other board to come back out just because of the size of the waves and how big it is. So he wants her on the bigger board that she just lost that went into the inside. So they're grabbing it and bringing it back out, but she doesn't want to waste any time. So she said she's going back out in the lineup to get one. But that was a radical scenario. That set was one. It looked like a set from yesterday. That thing was giant, and it was right on her head. But she was unfazed. She just came over here, you know, grabbed another board and paddled back into the lineup. But I said it looked like it was getting bigger, and that set was the biggest set of the day for sure.
Wow, yeah, thanks for the reporting, Strider. Galina has her Instagram handle, Miss Teahupo'o, so she's committed to this place. 2 times wild card. She beat Island Voss in the final last year to get a wild card in here, and she beat Kohai Fierro, Vahine's sister, this year to get again the wild card here. So big opportunity for this youngster, just celebrating her 14th birthday.
And we saw what she got for a present.
What did she get, Flick?
She got a puppy, everyone. That's probably the coolest present you could get as a kid.
Here she goes. No hesitation. Straight into the barrel. Traveling through. There's not going to be an exit there, but Britt, that is a 14-year-old charger right there.
That's amazing. I mean, I would have been scared on that wave, and she just absolutely charged. And after, you know, taking that situation with the set on the head and wiping it off and grabbing a fresh board and straight into a wave, you get to see how dialed in she is, how committed she is, how tuned in she is. She wants this bad. I love this heat because you know Tyler wants this, and Tyler loves to take it to the young kids.
Yeah.
And Kalia, here we go. We see this replay. She kind of did a Kelly no-hand drop bottom turn there. That looked like Kelly, didn't it?
That was so cool.
That was all-time technique right there.
That was full Kelly Slater style. No hand, left shoulder bending into the face of the wave off the bottom. She was taking notes yesterday.
That was cool. It was good wave selection too. I feel like if she'd maybe got into maybe 1 meter wider, she probably would have come out of that. It kind of looked like it stayed open the whole way.
Yeah, or if she had just gotten one quick pump after that bottom turn.
It's good.
So 1.67. It's nice for her to get a little bit of a score. Now she's back in the channel. Looks like you guys are maybe waiting for that board change or just talking to Dad Ryan. See what's happening there. See if Strider's around. So there is some type of pit stop going on. Okay, so it will be a board change is what we're waiting for here.
Okay.
And there you go. So perhaps a longer board. And is Strider ready? Strider, oh, here we go. Tyler Wright pulls into a barrel of her own, and same result. No exit for Tyler.
Seems like her leash might have just come off when she had to bail on that big wave because she just strapped it right back on. No leash change or anything. It might have just come off.
Oh, Tyler just wore that on the head.
Yeah, you're earning your keep today, boy, in this round one. What an introduction to Tahiti. And here we go, the grabber grabbing Tyler Wright. Tyler, they're not able to get to her. Hopefully she took the leash off. As she does, she's going to get rolled a little bit further in. And these guys are the best in the business, trying to get the scoop right here. There goes Tyler's board, so it's going to get into the lagoon. Left hand up always when you want to get grabbed because the throttle's on your right. The grabber does a good job of getting Tyler Wright back on her board. Right over the shallow reef here. She's going to try to retrieve the board all in one swoop to not make it a 2 trips. Let's hear from Strider.
Boom. What a hectic day. All of a sudden it's just turned into like it was yesterday. Just all the size and the power and the emotions in the channel. And, you know, Kalia's dad just was saying, you know, if you would have knifed that one from the top and grabbed the rail, you would have got it pulled in and made it and gotten a 10. It's just kind of like, you know, it was an interesting moment between a dad and his 14-year-old daughter out here at bombing Teahupo'o. It's just wild. And then the pickups on the inside and the Tahitian Water Patrol doing their thing. But she did wait for her board to get into the channel. She did take that time and find a better board for her to ride because I guess this board's much better. And she, you know, the leash, I think she actually took off when that big set came because it would have maybe sucked her back in there like an anchor and taken her down with that big set. So I think that was a great call by her. But now she's back on that board. She's back out in the lineup and she's ready for action at 14 years old.
Yeah. So Kelia will have priority, and Tyler Wright, we're still waiting. No, we got a score for Tyler, so everything's settled. Kelia Galina with the lead with the 1.67, so wide open. She can break away right here. I feel like she's got the talent to do so. And also talking about breaking away, highest single wave score of the day, a 6.17, goes to Nadia Arostave. She's on to the second round, and she's with Chris Cote on the interview boat.
Thank you, team. Nadia, this place is raw and wild, but the good news is you got a heat win, but more importantly, you got a sick barrel at Teahupo'o. Tell us about that wave.
Yeah, thank you. Really happy to make it through, and it was really hard today, like as you said, really raw, and it makes you go out of your comfort zone, and I was totally today out of my comfort zone, but trying to push myself a little bit, and glad I got that wave. And always it's amazing to make the barrel and have your friends and my boyfriend and cheering me up. So I don't know, happy I made the win. Of course you never want to have a hit with your friend. Kika is one of my best friends here on tour, and it was a bummer, but she got me on the US Open, so it was my time.
I know you've had a lot of adventures in Tahiti. You were here for the Olympics, but tell me about the adventure you had just the other day. We're hearing stories about dogs and back alleys. What's going on over here?
Yeah, I was having a walk yesterday morning after the day before that it was all day raining, and I wanted to have just a little walk in the morning. I went to town, and there were 3 beautiful dogs, and I was playing with them, but I kept walking, and they kept playing, and they started running, and they ran over me, and I went flying, and I twisted my ankle, and I was like, oh no, what are the odds? And you would think that you're gonna get injured here at Teahupo'o, not by 3 dogs, but I'm all good, so happy to be safe and good and be able to compete.
This wave plays rough, and sometimes the dogs play rough. Well, I know you got more surfing to come up, but I know you also have a ton of fans and friends out there watching. Why don't you say hi?
Yeah, bueno, es que ricasco a todos los que me estáis viendo, a todos los que me estáis apoyando desde casa, que sé que es de madrugada. Nada, contenta de haber pasado la manga, de haber hecho un tubo y a por la siguiente.
I feel the joy coming off Nadia. Congratulations, and I did get an update from the top. This will be the last heat of the day, so we're gonna finish this round, and then we're off for the day. But of course, we will be back. We're gonna be watching the post show. It's gonna be awesome. I can't wait to see what happens next. Back to you guys.
That's right. Thank you, Chris. Tours and Comps calling it off after this last heat, so we'll have the round 2 all set up. But again, we're going to wrap up all of today's actions on the Corona Cerro post show. During that interview, we saw Kelia Galina get a 2.17 and is over the lead over Tyler Wright. And you know, so with Tyler Wright and Peisel surfboards, I messaged John Peisel to see, you know, what Tyler's on and what makes a good board. Unfortunately, John's on vacation in the Mentawais right now, Britt. So maybe you can tell us what makes a good board for Tahiti.
Oh wow! If John was here, I would ask him. No, you know, I've been blessed over here to work a lot, obviously with Vihine and Amio, and so we've put a lot of time into boards for here. Vahine's got her own model that we call the Happy Tahitian, because if you've ever seen her smile when she comes out of the barrel, it's like the most happy Tahitian thing you've ever seen. So that board was specifically designed for this wave. Most of what I do for this wave, though, I really take out what I've learned from Pipeline, working with Barron and others. It's a similar situation. You've got to be able to get over the ledge, knife in, the rail's got to hold off the bottom very quickly, and then a lot of speed off that first pump, you know what I mean, to get down the line and make these barrels. So it's a challenge, but if John was here, he'd probably tell me a thing or two about it.
Yeah, wow, look at Tyler getting worked right here. We saw from the Tahitian flight cam, Tyler was really deep, and she just got mowed over, Strider.
Mowed over, bashed down, I mean, just absolutely beat up. She was over here talking to her coach, Dog Marsh is in her corner, and she said, I thought I was going to drown on that last one. When she said she came up after, you know, not making the wave, and there was a right-hander just coming barreling down on her from the other side of a west peak, and she was terrified. She thought she was going down, and then, you know, took the whole process of getting back into the lineup, and now she's having to deal with this again. and having to swim over to dog and get the board exchange happening. But wow, taking donuts. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of water moving out here, and there's no rest at the moment for anybody in the lineup, from the Tahitian Water Patrol, from the caddies, from the surfers. It is on out here, and it is just radical. I mean, that's a great word for this place, is radical.
Yeah, thanks, Strider. It's the worst case scenario when you're on that south peak on the reef and you don't make a wave, and then all of a sudden a westerly angle comes through, and that's what happened to. That is probably the worst place to be in, the worst case scenario to happen. So she's going to have to recover from that and get on a new board. I want to get back to board talk. Emil, one of the highlighted Tahitian surfer, one of the best out here. How did you start a relationship making boards for him?
You know, it's interesting. Dane Reynolds came on a surf trip over here, one of his rare surf trips to a gnarly wave, and he came back and he said, hey, there's this kid Emil, and he's just next level. We got to get him on the board. So thanks to Dane for that. We got him on the boards, and it's been really fun to work with Emil. He is a board monster. He just eats through them. I mean, you can imagine how many boards he breaks, but he's been great with feedback and just watching what he's able to do. And more so than him giving feedback, I just watch and kind of figure stuff out. But he's so good, he's so talented, it's almost hard to figure out what the deficits are of the board. It kind of seems like he makes everything work. And so,
and how does that translate for you to help some of your CT surfers make boards for you, like Joao, Barron, George?
Yeah, it's a huge help. You know, I feel confident coming into this break board wise because of Emil and Vihine, of course. And so they've all ordered boards that they ride, that those two have ridden over here for a while, so I could see it translating directly.
Yeah, and Barron, is he still on his Goldies out here?
Barron has been riding his Goldies, but he also ordered some Happy Tahitians. He didn't want Vihine to know, but he did. And he liked the last one he rode. He didn't tell Vihine, but he told me that.
Yeah.
I made sure to pass it on.
I just watched the interaction, Brett, on you and your team riders, and you're one of the more involved shapers, I have to say. I mean, coming over to Hawaii early to work on their quivers, you're at almost every stop. I mean, talk about that, the support that you give for your surfers.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I mean, I love the game, first of all. I love competitive surfing. Man, I love it. I can't wait for the stuff. But also, like, for me, and I kind of learned this from my dad, relationship is so important in the board building thing. And I just feel like the deeper connection I have to my surfers, the harder I'm willing to work for them. And then also we develop a common vernacular and language and understanding. And I want them to be so comfortable with me that they can tell me when a board sucks.
Yeah.
You know, that they're not afraid to do that. And I also want to have the time on the ground to watch for myself, because not every surfer in every situation could really explain what's going wrong or what feels good. And so it's up to me to really watch them surf and watch the waves and watch the boards and how they're interacting with the water. So that's time spent. But I love it, man. I love pro surfing. And I do put a lot of time into these relationships.
Yeah. I mean, and gosh, you're a second-generation shaper. You're just from such a great institution, Channel Islands. I've been up to your guys' place in Carpinteria, and there's the archives there of all the old team wide. It's like actually a crazy museum.
Yeah.
I mean, how far do those boards go back? Looks like you got some current boards there, some maybe even Davey Smith boards.
Oh yeah, we've got Davey Smith boards, Curran boards, Sean Thompson boards, old ones from the 70s that my dad built start to finish, and we've got it all from the early 70s all the way through. And you could dig through there and find the Andy irons. We've got the board that Shane Beshin got 310s on at Cura there.
Wow.
There's just a ton of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
Yeah, and you guys got great characters too working in that factory. It kind of takes a village to build boards at the capacity that you guys build.
Absolutely, and it's so fun for us because so many of the guys that work in the factory, we're in Carpinteria, and I was born and raised in that town. And a lot of the guys that work in the factory I've known since we were all, 5 and 10 years old.
That's so cool.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
And then we've got a lot of people in the building that have been there for 30 years.
Yeah.
So they went through my dad, they went through the Burton years, and now we're all together. And it's really a cool community.
Yeah, I agree. I love it. And Dane Reynolds, is he really honest to you with feedback on the boards, or does he kind of like...
Dane is a little too honest, honestly. Dane Reynolds is a little too honest and a little too picky, if we're going to be honest.
I love Channel honestly because I actually remember times where Tom Curran would get brand new boards and come to the factory, but for some reason he thought other people's boards were better, and he would take some of the trade-ins and some of the older boards instead of just the brand new ones for him, Tom.
Yeah, that's a common story. You know, the grass is always greener. There's a great story that one of Dane's all-time favorite boards was one that my dad shaped for Andy. And Dane snagged it out of the factory before Andy could get it. I think it was a 6-1. It was a 6-1 Rook. And Dane still talks about that board. We've got it hanging in the factory right now.
Yeah.
But that was an Andy board, and Dane did really well on the CT on that board. But the grass is always greener. Last year in Hawaii, I was hanging out with Barron, and I had some Joao boards with me, and Barron picked it up, and he's like, "Why do Joao's boards feel better than mine?" I said, "Just stop it, dude."
Stop. Kalia Galina looking for the barrel dragging, gets under the hood right there, and the young upstart wild card 14-year-old Tahitian with another completed ride, and the local crew is feeling it right now. Let's get down to Strider Wazalewski in the channel.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, Kalia, she's paddling by right now, looking stoked with a little smirk on her face, thinking, you know, I got this. She's riding a 5-4 Mayhem right now that she won the trials on, and that's why they waited for this board to come back into the lineup, because it works so good for her. Her backup is a 5-3, if you can imagine, these little tiny boards for this little tiny frame. But let me tell you what, she's got big talent. I mean, the way that she's charging and feeling that, it's insane. Tyler out the back on a 6-0 Paizel. She's got a backup of a 6-0 Paizel as well with Richard Dog Marsh. So a little bit different size in boards, but let me tell you, the heart is massive out here for both of these ladies.
We're watching the replay right now, Flick, and that was a 2.57 right here from the water angle.
I just really love it. I just think you can just see technique beyond her years and a maturity in her surfing too, I think, just for her age. She's just turned 14, but maturity beyond her years. Would she have probably loved to have gotten more travel time in that tube? Yeah, but the wave didn't really offer that. I think she did the best she could. And yeah, she's just going to ever so slightly increase that lead.
Yeah, you know, Britt, I feel like we have kind of two chapters playing out in this heat right now. We have Kalia, who's like gaining momentum throughout this heat and gaining confidence as she hears numbers drop larger and larger as she's progressing. And then we have Tyler Wright, who's just has to kind of get her head back in it after two just very scary wipeouts.
Yeah, you know, you can't count Tyler out. She's so gnarly. She's such a radical competitor and so much experience, and she does not want to get beat by the young girl. But think about Kelly in his heat against Medina the other day. He took 3 gnarly wipeouts.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Gnarly wipeouts, and then came back to get those 2 9s. So this girl is staying busy here. Here she is on another one.
Hooks it off the top now for Miss Teahupo'o, and just a lot of confidence as the confidence is building in this heat. Tyler Wright, though, answering back and catches the inside rail and loading up on the bottom turn. Maybe got a little bit ahead of herself, Britt.
I was going to make a joke about the board, but I won't do that. As long as John's on vacation, he's not watching. Go ahead.
I don't think he has Wi-Fi where he's at right now. Go ahead.
Well, anyway, pretty catchy off the bottom there. But no, it's obviously it's not the board. Tyler's probably a bit rattled from the first, 15 or 20 minutes of this heat.
You're making a joke though, but how competitive are you guys as shapers? Yourself, Paizel, Darren, Jason?
I swear we are more competitive than the surfers. I swear we are.
Who's got the sharpest tongue? Would it be Matt or yourself?
No, it's actually DH.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
Good. Straight.
DH, he's quick.
Fair enough. He's very quick-witted.
He's quick, and I try to burn him. I've been known to be quick as well, and every time I try to burn him, he instantly comes back with a worse burn.
Yeah,
and
he's good.
I just shut up. I can't get one up on him. Matt, you can get, and he'll kind of like, you kind of shuffle a little bit, but you cannot get DH. No. I've never got him. I've never stumped him. I've never seen him look like, oh, you got me.
It's it's all that rugby.
Yeah, it's that Aussie wit.
Yeah,
they're good.
He grew up with comebacks. That's right. So yeah, it's so fun. It's so fun with the Surfboard Empire Shaper rankings for me, and to watch all you guys interact, and I feel, all of it actually elevates this whole kind of elite class of board builders. It elevates all you folks at competition amongst yourselves, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't understate how important surfboards are to this whole thing.
Can't do it without it.
This doesn't exist. And surfing culture doesn't exist without surfboard building. So I'm really thankful that the WSL the last several years has chosen to honor surfboard building and surfboard builders. And I think that's the right thing. I think that's the right route. Like, this just doesn't exist without surfboards. And when you think about the amount of work that a shaper puts in, you know, and time and research and design and how long it takes to build quivers. And I mean, I spend my whole life in the shaping room. You know, when I'm not at a contest, I'm in the shaping room. So it's really nice to have that work recognized and honored. And then a platform for us to, you know, have some friendly competition around it, I think is really cool. I'm really grateful to the WSL for doing that.
Yeah, we're going to continue our chat with Britt Merrick from Channel Island Surfboard, and we're going to continue with this heat. We're going to take a little bit of a break here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC. We're coming back, and Kelia Galina currently in the lead. She just scored a 2.77. Kelia says it's getting bigger out here. We'll see if she can pull off a win over a two-time world champ when we come back.
It's kind of like a dangerous wave, but when you get barreled, it's like the best thing we could have in surfing.
We're at the 7th stop of the Rising Tide season here in Tahiti at one of the scariest waves on the planet. We have all the kids coming out. We're gonna do a boat tour today, have them go out in the lineup.
It's crazy just to see. They all charge so much. At one point I was one of these little girls, so it's really cool just to like be in the position to come here and inspire other little girls.
Every Rising Tides, I've been giving away one custom lost surfboard, and today we have our winner.
Went to Teahupo'o to see the waves and how is it and how the pro surfer surfs. And now we're surfing at the river mouth with all the drums.
The next generation is just so inspiring. It really does shape our why. It's just inspiring to see their fearlessness, and it allows me to do the same.
Rising Tide is incredible. All around the world, kids are reaching out. Can I come? Can I join? We've been getting hit up for almost a year for kids to get in. It's really cool for us to see what the next talent level looks like in Tahiti, and before you know it, they're going to be surfing chopes.
Rising Tide!
Rising Tides presented by IC, and what a great gathering. Kelia Galina actually participated in all the Rising Tides here in Tahiti starting in 2022, and now Kelia is out in the lineup against a two-time world champ, and Kelia is in the lead. So that's a story of the Rising Tides there. We got myself, Kai Figueroa, along with Flick Palmentier and Britt Merrick here talking through all the action. When we left, we were talking surfboards, of course, with Britt Merrick, and just the effort that all of you put into these boards for all these surfers, and like I said, it takes a village to build them.
Yeah, it takes a village. I mean,
Transparency blue. Transparency blue.
you need to be able to take a square block of foam and pull the surfboard out of it.
Yeah.
And the skill and the imagination is looking at that square block of foam and seeing the surfboard in it and then being able to coax that out with your tools.
Yeah, yeah.
So obviously that's a, old school kind of on the realm that we're doing it now, but that still applies. You've got to be able to see in your mind what that board needs to look like. And even as good as the machine shapes are, we're always tweaking. So
Yeah.
I leave a lot of room in my files for myself so that I could do a lot of tweaking in the shaping room. And I do it a bit differently than most of the guys that we might talk about. I don't do any designing on the computer at all.
Wow.
Yeah, I do all my designing in the shaping room. A lot of this stuff starts as a hand shape, or it'll be a file that I take and I tweak in the room or retemplate it or rework the rocker.
So you have basic files, but you do all the actual you do all the actual shaping.
Yeah, and then we'll bring that back into a file later on that we could reproduce. There's Tyler on a replay with a nice snap under the hook.
So this looks like it's going to be this came in, Flick, I think at a 2.77 for Tyler Wright.
Yeah, so Tyler now, she's still only chasing, really a 3. A couple of turns in the last few heats, as we see here, get caught up with another replay. So this is Kalia and Tyler now. She's just chasing 2.5. She's been through the ringer in this heat. She's had a couple of heavy hold downs. She's had a reef tour. She's had a couple of funny moments happen as soon as she stood up, but just things have not been going away, and she kind of really hasn't been able to break that momentum.
Yeah, Britt, sometimes it really is momentum or rhythm in heats, and it seems like the rhythm's just going against Tyler Wright in this particular heat.
Yeah, it really does feel that way, but when you think about Tyler and her experience and what she's, just on the dry reef right there. What she's been able to accomplish right now, she's going to be pulling her head back together. Sadly for her, there's only 4 minutes left, but she only needs a 2.58. And you would just think that's the easiest thing in the world for Tyler Wright, but on a day like today, a 2.58 is a kind of a big ask, as you can see from the score line. But she's going to be paddling back out, resetting her mind and thinking, okay, I've gotten a million 2.58s in my life. She's just got to find the wave and she'll get it. Here we go with the replay with that last one.
1.8 for this, Flick.
Yeah, look, she's even coming close with this. The first turn was nice. It just didn't really give her much opportunity after this. Kind of just forced out onto the face. More of a cutback, but I mean, her top scoring wave is the 2.77. That was just a couple of turns. She just needs to find something again. And also, you know, you got to give it to Tyler. She's bigger than Kalia. She's more powerful. So naturally, if she can just find a wave that's going to give her those two opportunities, she will definitely be, you know, there's no doubt in my brain that she can get that 2.58. But right now, obviously, Kalia with the priority, things are going to get a little bit tricky. And it's going to be interesting to see. I'm interested to see if Kalia is going to be brave enough to actually sit on her. I feel like she will, to utilise that priority, but it is a scary thing as a Grom coming into an event, looking up to someone like Tyler, who's a two-time world champ, and you've now got priority, and you're going to take it to her. So that's a scary thing.
Right, and Kalia might have her here on sort of the knowledge of the break and how comfortable she is with it and the different spots where she could sit. But Tyler is a supreme competitor. So that's going to come into play right now with just under 2.5 minutes left. Tyler's been in this situation a bunch of times, and she'll kind of know her game plan going back out to the lineup. And hopefully she just big dogs Kalia a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, 17 CT wins for someone like Tyler, right? You said 2 world titles. She knows how to kind of even get in the mind or surf underneath that priority. There's Ryan. That's Kalia's dad, and he's giving some signals out from the channel to Kalia to kind of hold her off, close this thing out. You got the lead. Let's see if the 14-year-old can play some defense right now.
It seems like she's going to stick close to her, but it takes guts to do that.
Got to play the game if you want to win the game. And this is a big moment, Britt, for a teenager, a 14-year-old like Kalia Galina.
Oh, this is massive. Just thinking about the fact that she's come through all the rising tides since 2022, and now she's out here in the big leagues with the big dogs. I mean, what an incredible story. And she is. She's sticking with Tyler. She's doing the right thing.
Yeah, Tyler trying to paddle up the reef, trying to get away. But little Miss Teahupo'o is not going to allow her. Actually, she paddled both of them out of position right now, too deep.
Wow, and that was a great move, right? That was smart right there. She's not only surfing beyond her years out here, but looks like she's got some competitive chops beyond her years.
Yeah, she's competing. Is there any hope for Tyler to get out of this situation, Flick?
Oh, it's looking pretty grim right now. I really think. I don't know. I mean, right now, it looks like there's one more lump coming through, but I mean, Tyler's then got to force the issue, lose priority, and then hope that another wave comes through within 30 seconds.
Was that a paddle? That's up to the priority judge. It's down to 20 seconds here, and priority stays with Kalia Galina, the wild card coming through, and she is going to take a massive win for her young professional career. There's the judges tower showing that Kalia is still with priority. She's going to hold off Tyler Wright. The hooter's going to sound, and a big moment for the young lady from Tahiti. Kalia Galina has just defeated Tyler Wright and is moving on to round 2, Flick.
Oh, it's massive. It's massive for her. What a big confidence boost too. And I think we can already see just that evolution in that last year since we saw her back out here, you know, last year as a wild card. She's grown a little bit in size, but also in just the competitive nature. And I mean, she's going to, obviously not the scores that she's probably wanting to advance through, but she's looking forward to the next round now, and she can reset.
Oh, man. Well done. And Manuya to Kalia Galina. She's going to go into round 2. Britt Merrick, thank you so much for coming in. You know the address. You know where we're at. You know, I mean, you know where our little hut is over here. You're welcome anytime. I always love talking surfboards with you, Britt.
Thank you. I love talking with you guys. I love being in the booth with you. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys.
Hey, stick here, Flick, because coming up next, Flick's going to be joined by Joe and Jesse for the Corona Cerro post show right after these messages.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Paradise to wrap up a fun day of surfing action here on the Corona Sarah Post Show. We set up some big round 2 heats, and the village of Teahupo'o is still buzzing because their own little 13-year-old local hero just upset a 2-time world champ and is moving on into the next round, taking her official first CT win out here today in her second start competing in the main event. What a moment for surfing history for Kealia Galina to rise to the challenge and move on to the next round, Flick.
It was a massive heat. I mean, Tyler is not an easy competitor to draw. I think it was so difficult today. Obviously, there's no beating around the bush. It was hard, and I think for Kealia to find those couple of little moments out there and to take down Tyler, who is such an accomplished competitor, I think it's going to do massive things for her confidence, especially moving through to this next round. And yeah, I can't wait to see, just her in that next round, and obviously all her how and the channel and how much support and how much passion they threw out into the lineup.
Oh, what a magic day. Jesse, we've been hanging out with Kealia's parents a little bit in the last few days and got a lot of insight on how much she's improved, and we got to see it in real time.
I mean, no doubt. I spoke to Ryan. He picked me up at the airport, and he was talking about the whole heat draw, like who she was going to face in the first round, with who she was going to face in the second round if she would make it. So they're not just here playing around. As much as she's 14 years old, they're looking to take the win. And I mean, why wouldn't you? You have nothing to lose.
Well, her Instagram handle is Miss Teahupo'o for a reason. She's sitting right next to Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hey, Leah, Miss Chopo, wow. When you were out here in rising tides, paddling around, you know, meeting your favorite pros, did you ever think you'd be out there paddle battling Tyler Wright and beating a 2-time world champion?
I mean, not so soon, you know. I thought maybe I'd have, you know, a few chances at this contest, like, for sure, but like not right now.
I know that was a big heat for you in a lot of ways. Some of the biggest waves you've ever faced at your home break. Tell me about seeing those massive sets coming right at you.
Yeah, this is definitely the biggest chopes I've ever surfed, and like everyone kept telling me like, no, it was bigger in the trials. I swear it was not bigger in the trials. That was way bigger. And I was like, yeah, and I got like a pretty big wave on the head, and it was like, I don't know, I like never gotten a wave that big on the head before, so I was almost like stunned, kind of. I like didn't even know what to do. I was just like, why?
Now, the channel is going absolutely wild. Every wave you catch and every wipeout they saw, like, ooh. So what does it mean to you to have so many friends, family, probably schoolmates out here?
Yeah, it's amazing, like all my friends and like my family at home, like watching and stuff. And like, yeah, it's yeah.
I'm sure it's quite overwhelming. I do have to say, happy birthday. I know there's one special animal out there watching. You want to give your new puppy a shout?
Yeah, I know. It's I called him Kui. It's a Hawaiian name. Yeah, I got it for my birthday. I'm really stoked. I've like wanted a dog my whole life. So finally, yeah, and I'm just enjoying this moment right now.
So cool. Well, what are your plans? What are your goals for the rest of this competition?
I'm just going like heat after heat, you know, like right now I didn't think I was gonna make it, like at least make a heat, you know, but I'm super stoked that I did. And yeah, I'm just gonna focus on the next heat now.
All right, message to the rest of the draw. Watch out, Miss Chopo's coming for you.
What a great personality in the draw. 13 years old, turning 14 right in front of our eyes, and just taking a huge heat win, an impactful heat win for Kealia Galina and all of the village of Teahupo'o. She is such a bright light, such a super grom, and just enjoyed every bit of that heat against Tyler. She gets another shot at her home break in round 2 to compete with the best in the world. There's a lot that happened. I mean, that was a 40-minute battle that we just watched go down, Flick. I mean, from taking a beating, maybe the biggest wave of her life on the head, but to not, okay, I'm good, I can go home and maybe try another day. She actually got better and better moving on from that.
It's really cool. I just loved that post-head interview. That was the highlight of my day, just seeing how stoked she was, but also just how humble she is too. And she's like, well, I didn't think I was going to get through, and then, you know, just refocusing for the next one. But when you think about the heat and what she had to do, and even when it came right down to those last few moments, she actually, you know, she had priority and she had to sit on Tyler, and that I just feel like as a Grommy and as a wildcard, that wouldn't have been an easy thing to do, to come up against a two-time world champion, like, okay, now I've got priority, now I've got to sit on you.
Yeah, for sure. As we rewind the tape, this was the last seed of the day, and out of nowhere, Jesse, I was sitting next to you, and we're like, there's like 8-footers coming through now. We haven't seen this size all day.
Of course, the 8-footers came in right when the youngest athlete on our tour was paddling out, but she's used to more than anyone to be out here and being in these conditions, and she did just enough. She had a nice barrel. Tyler had a few falls, and in the end she was scratching for to get that 2.5 wave, but it wasn't enough. So here's that wave that she bottom turned beautifully, sets her up for a nice spit right here. Look how tiny she is compared to the wave. It's impressive how she's able to handle all that water moving. She must be, what, 35 kilos maybe? So yeah. It's crazy.
Oh, just so impressed with her ability to charge out here after taking beatings and moving on from it to push Tyler Wright out of the draw, one of the biggest names in pro surfing. Knocked out in round 1 by Kelia Galina in her second start here at the end of the road. And you know, one thing Kelia did was kept her head down as the tour moved on from Tahiti and just put in more and more time. That's always going to be one of her strengths, is being a local here and putting in more time than anyone. And just in 1 year's time, just seeing that improvement and how confident she was, really looking forward to what she might do in the next round.
Well, even one of the takeoffs there, I don't know if you guys saw that one where she fully took off so late, kind of like semi-Kelly Slater, but on a micro scale, but no hands on the drop, and then pulled up under the lip and grabbed her rail. So I just feel like the progression in her surfing is just so evident, and I hope that the winds are a bit better in that next round and we can really see her put on a show.
Well, there was a happy story at the end for the local crew, but a really tough one to swallow earlier in the day, as the draw is already missing Vahine Fierro, but it was Isabella Nichols who ended up on top with a clutch heat win. As we rewind the tape, Vahine is the favorite all day on her home break. She's already won out here. She's the one that everyone watches on tour. How did Isabella turn this whole story around?
I mean, very resilient, because as we expected, Vahine was going to find barrels, right? Like this beautiful pumps, the style that she has, perfect positioning. But all of a sudden, it felt like he almost got her too comfortable too early in the heat. And Isabella was just taking beatings after beatings, not finding anything. And then she kind of just regrouped, reset it, find that one specific wave that was very steep, and she had that massive turn, and it clicked right there, and right then and there, just something turned her around, and she was able to actually put together a very solid heat for a day after day.
Yeah, this wave right here, this was the turning point you're talking about. She actually did a board change too, just like really realizing that, okay, I want to go to turns. She actually went up in length, which I was surprised about. And then she came back out after hearing the score of those 2 turns and then lucked into this one. And it was absolute gem. So sort of getting it done in both ways, but yeah, absolute heartbreak on the other end of that. Vahine going home, and obviously Vahine needs a result, you know, considering where she is on the championship tour, and coming here to her home, she would have been like rubbing her hands together. So really sad day for her.
Great point, Flick. Yeah, Vahine's looking at the schedule going, okay, that'll be a keeper result. 19th seed. Already that's a seed that's missing the postseason. So she'll have her back against the wall, Cloudbreak and Trestles, to try to make those events. On the other side, Isabella might get closer to the top 10 with this result, as we now check out the round 2 matchups that we have to look forward to, potentially even as early as tomorrow. Kelia Galina in the draw with Caroline Marks now. Caroline's won a gold medal out here. She'll be dealing with Miss Teahupo'o when that heat locks up. Carissa Moore, Aaron Brooks at the top of the list, Jesse.
I mean, there are so many heats that look exciting, but definitely I gotta be on number 6. Caroline, one of the best out here. Kelia, and the crazy thing about Kelia is the better the waves get, the more of a threat she's going to be. If it's only turns, most likely she's not going to do so well because she's so little. But if it's barreling, she's so deadly, and I'm so excited. I hope we get a little bit smaller waves tomorrow and cleaned up, and he gets in that first ledge, and I can't wait to watch Heat 6.
Also, Isabella coming off a huge upset. She knows it. Vahine is a favorite all day. She'll be thriving off that win. She's going against Sawyer Lindblad, who's coming off her first win of her career. How's that one going to end up?
Well, I think that's going to be good, because also Sawyer had the best wave of her life in a competition here last year, the 9.5. So she's got good feelings associated with this event. Obviously, Bella coming off a massive upset against Vahine, but also Heat 8. I like that. Katie versus Brisa. Brisa's really good out here. You know, the last few years she's made the semis. Obviously, Caitlin making the final last year with Molly. They're both competent on their backhand, so plenty to look forward to.
Yeah, fired up heat for Brisa, two-time runner-up. Katie, runner-up last season. Also, round 3 will be on hold for tomorrow morning as well for the men, potentially getting a start for them first thing. The local hero, Olympic gold medalist, will be at the top of the list. Kyle Voss taking on Mexico's Al Cleland Jr. All Hawaii matchup in Heat 2. Two best of friends will just be trying to go deeper and deeper on the shallow reef.
I mean, that's the underdog special heat. Heat number 2, two psycho surfers in these conditions, but then you have Heat 7 with Kelly and Jack. That is like the stars, you know, like everyone's expecting for that, and we're probably going to see fireworks. Both of them are incredible and have been incredible throughout the event.
Then also that little Aussie rivalry that we just keep seeing this year. Liam O'Brien and Ethan Ewing matched up.
Yeah, these two just keep matching up. I love it. I mean, look, sad day for the Aussies. We've got friendly fire there. But Liam has been the star of the free surfs. He's been the reason that this event has been called on a couple of the mornings, because he keeps going out there and getting bombs and making it look doable. So this is going to be exciting. Also, Heat 8, Griffin Colapinto, Miggy Pupo. That one's looking good too. So, and with the forecast and the winds hopefully getting a little bit better, hopefully we're going to see some big good surfing.
There's a lot in there. Kelly, Jack, you know, with Kelly's unbelievable last couple of days. Jack as well, making the highlight reel on the Corona Sarah post show. They're going head-to-head. Those are like big finals, but we're getting them early as round 3. Every day of competition, we're looking for the Mofi Charger contender of the event. And today, we saw a surfer representing the Basque Country and Spain, Nadia Arostarbe, put together some amazing waves here. Absolutely charging. She kind of made things look a little bit easier than the rest of the field as she locked in, Flick.
Yeah, which was surprising because I noticed she got some tape on her front foot. So she's actually nursing a sprained ankle. So to be able to go out there and lock into a couple of tubes, I think it was really impressive. And really to be able to identify one out there today, the scores are not reflective of just how far the women have come out here at this Wave of Consequence. It's just really today, there's no beating around the bush. It was incredibly difficult. So you've got to take your hat off to Nadia for being able to actually find a gem out there and, yeah, get that highest wave of the day so far.
What a hard-charging athlete. I mean, Jessie, she already made a statement on the Gold Coast for maybe some of the best backside turns ever displayed on tour, and now backing it up, going front side over a shallow reef, showing she's got some serious depth in her rookie season on tour.
Yeah, and we can't forget Rio as well. She was ripping in Rio. Her turns were looking very wide open. She was driving through the turns, extending everything. Every inch of the wave she was using to her advantage, beating Caitlin Simmers and other names that are big names. And here she just, you know, she was the queen of today. Like, she did very well. She felt on a very good barrel as well, just on the end, so she was definitely in tune.
Well, Surfline's been letting us know what to expect, and let's bring up the maps to see how our waiting period is looking. There's some talk about trying to run this thing through Thursday if we can, but also some potential on the last couple of days of the waiting period, Flick.
Yeah, I think obviously there is no surprises here. Every time we look at this map, there is just inundated by purple big blobs, because this whole waiting period we've been blessed with a lot of swell, but obviously it's come with these you know, super strong trade winds out of the east-southeast, and that's sort of been the one thing that we've been contending with here. You know, the first couple of days we ran a few heats, you know, we called the comp off. Yesterday we got through a bunch of heats, today as well, but moving throughout the week, the winds are supposed to get a bit better through Wednesday and Thursday. That's what we're looking at here. So hopefully that cleans things up a bit and looking a little bit more cleaner on the face of the wave. Today was exceptionally hard, I think, really. What the women had to deal with, yeah, there was no surprise. It was really difficult. But as you look forward to the next 4 days, look, hopefully Wednesday and Thursday deliver. It's saying offshore. I really hope so. And then we've still got plenty of swell on tap, 6 to 8 foot. Continuing with that swell into the afternoon. And then later on the waiting period, there's like a little carrot dangling right at the end. So who knows what happens there. If we can push through enough heats in the next couple of days, potentially could be a finish on Thursday. But then you got that little carrot dangling right at the end. So who knows.
Wake up and check it. Yeah. We haven't had a day off yet. Why start now? It looks fun. Great opportunity to continue on tomorrow morning as well, as we've made our way to the daily top 5. And congratulations, Miss Teahupo'o. You have made that top 5 list. A brilliant performance, getting a clutch heat win over one of your heroes. And kind of fitting, too, doing it against the surfer that still has the record for being the youngest to ever win a CT, Tyler Wright, at 14. Well, she remembers what it's like being Kaylee's age.
No doubt about it. And what surprised me is just the power that she's able to produce out of such a small little body. Like, she doesn't have barely any weight on top of the board, but she's just weaving through the wave like it's nothing, and it just shows that she's so used to all the energy that this ocean here carries. Getting barreled, reading the wave pretty well, doing as good as you could right there.
Well done to Kaylee Galina, her dad from the Big Island, her mom Tahitian. They live right here in this wonderful little village. She's spending a lot of time out there and even pushing herself with the jersey, saying this was way bigger than the trials. Pushing her limits and taking down two-time world champs. Well done. She moves on to take on Caroline Marks. Number 4 on the top 5. Erin Brooks charges through and had to work with some tough conditions, but found this 417 flick.
Yeah, it's cool. Obviously, she found the little tube. You could really see she sort of had the tube brain on early, and she was so hunting for that because we know what she's capable of. And I think it was a little bit hard for her. We saw her actually change to the midway point of that heat. She did a board swap, took the helmet off, and was like, no, I'm going to turns, and it ended up being the smart decision.
Number 3 on the list, upsetting the local favorite, Isabella Nichols, coming through with a huge heat win.
Yeah, that was a massive turn for Bella. Very critical section. Sketchy to do turns on those West Bold waves. They're so shallow. And also finding this double up. She was a little bit in front of the wave, but she still managed to get underneath, and it was such a tough takeoff. She had to go straight and then bottom turn afterwards. The wave was bottoming out under her. Good effort to come back.
And number 2 on the list, even though suffering a loss, turned in one of the better rides of the day. A 5.33 from Vahine Fierro. Easy call, best style inside the tube on tour.
Oh, totally. Her style comes with so much grace, and I feel like that's why we love to watch Vahine surf. Such a bummer for her that obviously today didn't go her way. I think coming into this, she would have been hoping for at least a finals berth or a semi-final finish here. She's just so good. But I mean, look, you could watch her all day out here.
And winning the Corona Cerro Post Show, number 1 on the daily top 5, Nadia Arostarbe, turning in a brilliant performance at Chopes today.
And that's some knowledge of tube riding right there, because she got one of those waves that was the in-between size. So we were talking about it all day. Like, the girls have been getting but not being able to find that pocket ride, and she was able to clearly find that and ride out pretty clean. So props to her. It wasn't easy to do what she did.
Yeah, just made it look a little bit more groomed, a little easier to read. And sometimes when you're just in rhythm, maybe having your leg taped up, you're just not really overthinking situations. And Arostarbe is just proving to herself that she belongs. She told me last year she didn't feel like she belonged. She had so many call-ups as a replacement. But she said it wasn't until she was full-time on tour that she's like, yeah, this is part of my peer group, and her surfing's been sensational this year.
Yeah, it has. She has really, really impressed me. The backhand is looking on point. I think just the range in her surfing is impressing me this year, especially now what we've been able to see this morning. I'm looking forward to seeing her again. I really believe that all these women that are into this next round really deserve a good showing and some good waves. So I've got my fingers crossed, because it was a tough day in the office all around.
Yeah, we haven't even seen those top seeds yet, from world number 1, Gabriella Bryan. We haven't seen Molly Picklum out there yet, the defending world champ and event champ. And, you're just giving them more time to just really prepare to really take over the draw.
I mean, that's when things start to get gnarly, right? Like, those guys have surfed this way before. They're in a good rhythm throughout the year. That's why they're the top seeds. And yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch them coming up.
Well, I feel better now because, Jesse, you and I ate tons of those little treats earlier. And Kaylee is still allowed to do that.
She did exercise. We did exercise. So.
Well-deserved treat after a monumental day for surfing history. Young Kaylee Galina upsetting Tyler Wright. Came into the draw 13, now will be 14 moving forward, just like Tyler's record of being the youngest ever to win a surf contest. Special day for surfing history today as we wrap up the Corona Cerro Post Show. Remember, we have a call tomorrow at 7 a.m. local time. Kaylee will be prepared just in case we get into the women, but also the men are on deck and be really prepared for round 3 as well. One thing we know, Kaylee is going to watch every heat go down. That's what surf groms do.
Of course, and with all the friends and family as well.
Yeah, Jesse, it'll be fun to see how much further she goes in the mix. And also looking forward to see what Kelly might bring for us, maybe even tomorrow in that heat with Jack Robinson. Take care, everybody. Enjoy the highlights from today, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. for the call. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.